no distractions, so they gotta go. In my flow, keeping hopes high, gotta try and survive. It's my life, so I strive to be the best, and I say that with my chest. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is mine. Never give it up, never give it up. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. My mind is clear. I'm the winner. This is mine. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. To deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is mine. Never give it up, never give it up. So I strive to be the best, and I say that with my chest.
We have been all awaiting this final day here of the finals of the PMSL EMEA. It is time to kick things off for the final day for these teams, for their chance to move forwards and that cool 55k first place prize as well, Blank. We are ready and raring to go.
Absolutely. Last day right now. It's been a long couple of weeks here for us over at the PMSL EMEA, but it all comes down to this. And if you were checking out those socials, you would know today's the day. You can check us out over on Instagram, YouTube, as well as TikTok. You find the links down below. But this is the final day. Moneymakers put themselves up some lovely points yesterday, and they thought they were clear ahead. Brute Force came in swinging with a 23 elimination game, which was absolutely nuts to take them up towards that top side of the tables. Can they do it again today, or is Moneymakers just going to squeeze further ahead?
That is the question on everyone's minds. We are all awaiting the answer, but of course 6 matches still stand in their way to be heading into today. They will have that hurdle still yet to cross. This is, of course, their reward if they're able to get that far. A total of $400,000 being divvied up here. We've given out quite a lot of this prize pool already, but that finals prize pool, the biggest chunk there, 227,500. thousands of dollars being given out at the end of today. It's all going to come down to this.
Absolutely. I mean, these players have been going at it for a while for this lovely finals prize pool. Towards that top side, you got first place taking home $55,000. Very, very nice little prize pool for all of them. Second place taking home 35 grand. Third place with a 22 grand. And just for turning up, you get yourself a cool 5,000 down towards the bottom there in 15th, 16th place. But it really is the first through fifth positions that we're taking a look at today to see who goes through to the EWC and who will be the champion of PMSL EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely. Those top 5 performing teams are in with that shot. Unless there is, of course, that element of difference that can happen if either Power or Twisted Minds find themselves in those top 5. One of those two teams will already qualify through the host nation invite for the PMWC, which means that they will get that direct invite. So if there is one of those teams in the top 5, it will just bump everyone a little further down, one place up. So it would be as if you were sort of ignoring them from the tables, if you like, despite their qualification. Here we go for a couple of the replays, the recaps of what has happened over these last few days. These last 2 days have had some pretty dramatic matches playing. I think, obviously, as you highlighted before, the Brute Force 23 EMEA was really quite something. And then that Yas finish in the final game, that was quite something else as well.
Yeah, 10 teams in stage 9. It was very, very steady. And it all came down to who could react the quickest. And to be honest with you, 3D Max were all over the place on that one. They got themselves a load of points off the back of it. I think it was 16 eliminations. Yeah. Of those, they knocked 5, and they were able to slurp up another 11 off of those. So really, really well done for 3D Max for getting as much value out of that game as possible, because it was desperately required of them to hit a big game at the end of the day there to make sure they could, you know, do their country proud, and whoever their fans are, do them proud as well, because this was not what we expected at all coming into their finals, but very nicely done. We also had the big surprise, the 266, or what was it, 233 damage, 1 elimination chicken dinner coming through from FLUX on Miramar after everyone had already battled out for the ages over on the outside. Just some great plays overall yesterday. Even there, you're just watching Wild go for the 1v4 towards Virtus Pro. They just could not contain him.
Yeah, it was some really quite wild plays, if you'll pardon the pun there. Team Spirit, over the course of yesterday, Team Spirit were sort of just hovering a little bit around now, and they are far from safe in those top 5 as maybe you would have predicted. Have you been a Team Spirit follower for the last few weeks? They have been the most consistent team when it comes to putting up points over the course of this entire tournament so far. The most bonus points coming in. But right now, they are right on the line of not even making it through to PMWC.
Yeah, not even if you're a Team Spirit fan, even if you were just a follower of the PMSL EMEA, I would expect you be predicting Team Spirit up towards the top of the tables just because of how consistent they were over in that league stage, you know? A first place, I think it was a second and a first. It was really, really well done from Team Spirit, and they got a huge amount of bonus points to boot off the back of that. Safe for a little while here, but we've had strange turns of events coming through at the moment. BEŞİKTAŞ even having themselves on a massive day yesterday and still doing relatively well towards that top of the tables. Not a team that we expected to be hitting that sprint coming out of the gate in the finals, but here they are. Moneymakers as well, able to capitalize on a lot of the pressure that a lot of these teams are under. Some of these fights just bubbling away. You even had a fight between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds where, you know, I feel like that pressure might have got to them and they pulled the trigger on a fight a little bit too early, and Moneymakers actually get themselves a massive game off the back of third partying that engagement.
Yeah, it was a lot of special plays being made, and I think that yesterday's games will certainly be going down in the memory, in the history books of plenty of people watching. Taking a look at the overall rankings, this is where everyone was able to shake it all out for the end of day 2. Moneymakers up there with 114 points, still just shy of that 10-point average that we really like to see for a top placing team, but that is because so many of these teams behind them are ready to try and jump up and take their places away from them. Brute Force, obviously, one of them. They jumped up from 12th place to 2nd place in a single match.
Yeah, it was massive. You can see here, though, that Power being in 4th place, big deal, actually. It does drop down those 5 spots to S2G in 6th place, right? So S2G right now would be going through to the survival stage with Power in 4th place. Why should Power push further, you may ask, since they're getting this direct invite if they continue playing the way they are? Money and prestige. I absolutely would love to see Power getting further up the tables. I'm not sure how likely it is for Twisted Minds to catch up to them. This would be the other team. If they were overtaking Power, then they would be heading through towards that group stage at the EWC. But that first day where they got themselves a bunch of points, they haven't been able to replicate that kind of action coming into the next 2 days.
Yeah, the closest they came was in the final match, getting 2nd place with 5 eliminations. Still a decent result, but as you say, not as powerful as the results they were able to put up day 1. Having said that, the difference between Twisted Minds and Power right now is 19 points blank. And we know that this team is capable of having that sort of a game. The question is, can they keep the averages up if Power just keep laying down the rubber to the tarmac? You know, if they just keep going, they don't need to be doing something super dramatic in order to stay ahead. Can Twisted Minds eat into that difference?
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at Moneymaker's stats here. This is the average stats from yesterday or in the finals, honestly. Koa right now, 389 average damage per game. That is a huge amount of damage that he's been able to put out every single time. He came out swinging towards the first week of the league stage. Kind of fell off a little bit where Havlik and Bishke were definitely more of the heavy hitters, with Icy as this incredible clutch player, as we saw him clutch up yesterday versus Gladiators on our angle. But Koa has certainly put in the work for the team. And you know what? This looks like a team that deserves to be in 1st place just in terms of the stats alone. So very pleased with Moneymakers, and they're very pleased themselves. I was looking at some really good photos taken by the guys over at the event there, just of the sheer joy coming through from Moneymakers and how happy they were to have picked up some of those chicken dinners yesterday and get ahead of a lot of those teams.
Yeah, definitely a good place to start the final day, up in the lead, but it does mean that teams are going to have their eyes trained directly on you sometimes. Of course, that can be a blessing and a curse, although from what the Moneymakers were doing the other day, it felt like that kind of just doesn't matter. They were the ones who were taking that initiative play, going for those third-party positions, and making quite a lot of correct decisions, I think, which we were missing from them from towards the end of those league stages.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Power versus Twisted Minds right now. Obviously, like you're saying, it's a 19-point differential between them in the table, and it's not hugely different for them right here over in their averages throughout the finals so far. 1,000 damage average and 881. That's pretty damn good game to game. It is just that average placement and average elimination has been propped up by Power and getting much further into the match. You know, 20 minutes 27 average survival time to 80 minutes 28. This means Power's getting very, very far into every single one of our games, and they have been a constant threat on the outside edge of these circles. Sometimes I think they've just been going down in probably 8th and 7th place, where just because it is the finals now and we have a lot of our best teams here, in fact our best teams here in the PMSL EMEA, you don't see a lot of teams making those early game mistakes. So you get 16 teams towards stage 2, stage 3. So for Power, getting to 20 minutes 27 doesn't always necessarily mean they're getting a huge amount of placement points off the back of that.
Yeah, it's always a tricky one to juggle placements, going for eliminations as well, when you're a team that just wants to stay consistent into this lobby. So we'll have to wait and see what sort of strategies these teams are going to go for. Of course, if both Power and Twisted Minds end up in the top 5, it will just be the one of them that gets the direct invite, but the other one could also qualify as well. You have to remember that they could just qualify on their own performance in this tournament as well. So that could be quite interesting if Twisted Minds are able to pick up their feet a little bit, because they are really starting to trail the pack now. Even though it is only that 19-point difference, it's so crazy that they're so much further down for just 19 points.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to figure out exactly who the powerhouse is here in the PMSL EMEA. However, you know exactly who our powerhouses are with the PMSL pass. You got Kelsey Lord here from PMSL EMEA alongside with Creo, Top, and Yumi. You can get yourself a hold of the Dark Arts Gentleman set, the Dark Legend UMP 45, and then put through on the meter June 30th. If you've been watching, you should know what it is, but you can whack it in anyway. If the first time you're seeing it, it is EMEA X PMSL Pass. So whack that into your game, level up faster within the event, so you can get yourself that Dark Arts Legend Gentleman's set.
It does look pretty cool. I mean, that red undershirt, it's a nice little look there. Very, very flash, very fresh. Hopefully, our players going to be looking just like that over the course of today's games, because it is really last chance saloon. And I think we've talked about some of the teams that have impressed us. I think Brute Force, obviously, with their big breakout game, can they continue it? Team Spirit, a little bit underperformant maybe from where we thought they would, but still going quite strong. At the end of yesterday, not quite that. Quite as good, but hopefully today will be a bit better. The team that I just haven't seen anything from is Gladiators. I mean, we saw them nearly win a game against Moneymakers, and frankly, it was a little bit of a whiff coming through when they had that opportunity. Even in that scenario, they weren't able to close it out.
Yeah, they weren't able to close it out there, unfortunately. And I think that it's just tough. It's just tough for a lot of these teams at the moment in terms of how they're finding out where they want to play, how they want to make do with this type of thing, because they're just struggling. Loads of teams are struggling at the moment. IWNRX aren't able to get the big games for themselves. It's a difficult one. It's a very, very difficult one at the moment, John. And again, I think a lot of the teams in that top 12 bracket, I'd be very happy to see go through to the EWC. As I was saying yesterday, this could just be an EWC lobby in of itself.
Absolutely. They are certainly in with a chance of getting there. Pretty much top to bottom, it would require some pretty standout performances towards the bottom of the tables for anyone. I mean, yeah, you're right, probably below 12th to be able to make something work, but we saw Brute Force do it. We've seen 3D Max now with a chance to do that as well. So maybe more stranger things have happened, but we'll be having to bide our time for just a little bit longer before we sink our teeth into the 6 matches today. We do also have our special little game mode as well, where these players have been competing for a slice of a slightly smaller prize pool, but still quite a lot of money nonetheless over in the Mecha Fusion event, which has been quite interesting to watch. Everyone getting used to the Striders, the Levitrons, the Armor Mech.
Yeah, certainly. I think, to be honest, it's quite a lot of money on the line in the Mecha Fusion event, which will be coming up shortly. It's $2,500 up towards that top side, John, which is quite a bit. You know, it's quite a bit. It will actually tell you that's half of what you would earn just getting into the finals itself. I believe right now it's Virtus Pro, currently in first place, looking to close out their Mecha Fusion strong, get themselves some more money whilst looking good over in the battlefield.
Yeah, it's been interesting sort of dynamic as well for the points tables, because of course with the respawns, with the personal AEDs, with the respawn beacon, the new items that these players are able to use in the game mode, they have the opportunity to rack up a lot more elimination points, because the players come back after already having been eliminated, which adds a lot to the point scoring capability of the lobby, and means that placement in general is going to be a little bit less important here for the Mecha Fusion. That's right, that's where we're going. Boom, we are getting ready. The Mecha Battle in version 3.2.
Absolutely. You know, you get yourself a huge amount of eliminations during this Mecha Fusion, just because there are so many respawns happening around the map, John. Let's take a quick look at that prize pool, refresh ourselves a little bit. 2,500 up towards that top side, 1,500 for second place, and 1,000 for third. Sadly, you will be going home with $0 from the Mecha Fusion show matches here if you were 9th through 16th. But, you know, a nice little juicy extra for your time here in the finals.
You just have to get there first as well. Pretty high elimination games we've seen, as we've covered there before as well. It's been interesting to see how the players are prioritizing, or quite frankly not, using the missiles into those later stages. It's difficult to keep those mechs safe, so the players are going to have to try and do their best to make that work for them. You can, if they want to be the last mech standing, experience the new themed stages, Steel Arc and Assembly Base, and drive the new mechas, Levitron, Strider, and Armor Mech in the battleground. Don't forget to give your mecha some colors in mecha coating gameplay as well, if you want to share your creativity. Come and join the PUBG Mobile Erangel Mecha Runway competition in the PUBG Mobile official channels. Go and check it out. To better understand the whole setting of Mecha Fusion World in version 3.2, go check out those tons of immersive mechanic comics, videos, series, and fun content about Mecha Fusion in PUBG Mobile social channel. there will be some hidden information about the Mecha Fusion themed gameplay for you to find out. Trying to jump on in. They're gliding pretty gracefully. I mean, cross-legged all the way down. Player's going to try and jump on towards those steel arcs, those assembly bases, trying to grab those mechs. Try and take them away from other players. Of course, if you drop on those points of interest, you do have that potential to respawn. You only get one respawn charge, though, so you've got to be careful. You can't just be throwing it away. Some of our team's going to be dropping in alternate locations as well. It's like, yeah, Virtus Pro up to Severny. I mean, they normally drop over out towards Lipovka. So if they rotate down that eastern side, potentially able to get back to some old familiar territory. And making sure that that's under control for them. Virtus Pro, in the main tournament, they have been a little bit lackluster yesterday, coming fourth with 0 limbs. Yesterday was, in the final game, was one of their highest scoring performances, which has not been good. It's them and Team Spirit that I feel like kind of just lost it a little bit after that first day. DA getting pretty close to 3D max there. Yekta isn't going to try and jump out, not going to try and drop out just yet. Well, retreats to the rest of his team. Snowix wants the shots, but not quite going to be able to find it just yet. Plenty more action hanging about in the rest of the lobby as well. IWNRX close to Team Spirit and to Twisted Minds as well, all the way down on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, for IWNRX here, you can take on Team Spirit. Flies around the side. They're all gone.
They're out of there. No hanging about. Madcap for Twisted Minds. Joining them for the Mecha Fusion event. For the Mecha Battle. Haven't seen any mechas, though. They need to get to assembling those. Dammy immediately. Headshot there from Swain. Lovely stuff. For IWNRX.
Now looking over towards Madcap. Does spot him. Swain hits him just a little bit, but will back off. Smokes go out front side. And a big old fight over an assembly base here. Gladiators trapped on the roof.
Molotov's nades going back and forth right now. Toshpik already down. AZ as well. He's going to drop down to the rest of it. Kisyu tries to keep his teammate safe, but the rest of the Gladiators will be swept up as well. I believe that is the Gladiators out now, which means they're going to have a pretty tough time getting points on this match. It is unfortunate. RCB and footballers KAOS and BEŞİKTAŞ still duking it out over the quarry assembly base.
I think the Gladiators are down in 16th place, I think, during the Mecha Fusion event. So, them going out now, I don't think would have changed anything. So, I think they're okay with exiting the game early. Already down to 14 teams, though. Not sure who the other team went out, though.
Get in the Strider. Go on. Use those missiles. Doka machine. Go. Activate.
You want to activate?
Activate. I need him to activate the Strider.
I don't think so. I think a lot of these games we've been seeing, you know, the mechs have been used more as secondary vehicles.
Kind of man just want to see a missile barrage once every now and again, you know? That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. Al-Haji's at least launching in a mecha, so you'll see him flying around shortly, I imagine.
Let's go. Getting ready for it. I'm excited. Al-Haji in a mech suit. That's pretty terrifying. Kairos. Just keeping things under control. No one has gone into the Strider. I mean, you are very exposed when you hop into the Strider there. It's a little bit out in the open. Could be difficult. Kairos goes down. Poser was traded. But still fairly safe up on the roof unless Lewis lands the nade. I think it's a little bit far left.
3D Max going down. RCB as well. Getting a nice little nade over towards BEŞİKTAŞ, I think that was. Moneymakers, who were quite far up towards the top of the tables, I believe. Here in the old Mecha Fusion. And some eliminations going. Again, still a lot of teams with a lot of revives still available on these assembly bases. Back-to-back eliminations.
You really can rack up those points pretty quickly. I'm wondering if there's going to be enough time for a third party. I mean, of course, given that we're down towards Quarry, it's potentially not a lot of teams going to be rotating past this area. Although it is in the circle, so maybe we'll have a little bit of a crash on the high ground somewhere, sometime. We'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Carly nades over the top. Then we see a lot of people just like wandering around and roaming around this helipad here. And not much happening off the back of it. Just tempted to get people off these roofs.
No one really wanted to make this first move. They don't want to commit to it. They don't want to all go down and get eliminated entirely. And in comes Power. Okay, remember Al-Haji did launch that mech. All of them in this vehicle by the looks of it. All 4 players, the 4-seater vehicle, and they were all straight up to S2G. Struggling to get through the door there, but they hop out. They're going to take the fight with them. Over towards S2G. Power, really effective when the time is right, but CEO later, he's got that M249. That is a lot of ammo to be able to put down range.
Oh, the M249. Beautiful. Beautiful weapon. Get the old razzle-dazzle across towards these squads.
Oh, what can you do?
Nice little nade from Al-Haji. Nice. He just launched a mecha as well, but not in it anymore. But he did launch it.
Yeah, they rode it straight on in to this steel arc. And they are just going to take to the weapons this time around. Al-Haji gets another one with the P90, but is knocked in response. Ray Z trying to get CEO later back up and into the fight. Easy goes down as well. Ray Z's holding his nerve in this engagement, but he's finally going to start to go low, and Kante able to make him hit the deck. Power should be able to revive off this, and they will be happy.
Oh, medkit for Kante. Player 5 back in again.
Goodness me. We'll never, and we're back with the double coops as well. That's pretty crazy.
I know. The two Cooperators. Going hard on it. You love to see it.
What did we call it? The Cooper mech yesterday? One Coop's on the other one's shoulders. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, true. The double Coops.
The double Coops.
That was good. The Cooper mech in action.
He's got to get in one first, though. And we're on board with player 5 anyway. The mystery man. Or woman. I've no idea.
Nobody has any idea. Could be anyone. Player 5.
Is it you?
It's me. I'm playing at the same time.
Whoa. That's crazy.
It is very crazy.
Bumps into the loading bay doors there. Tries to get the jump with the assist from the Levitron. Not going to be able to. Oh, he's strafing. He's strafing over. He's rotating around. Player 5 has no idea. Can he? I really wanted to pick up and throw that helicopter at this fight. I think that would be enjoyable. But it looks like they're just going to roll in. Ooh, player 5 does get the flush for done. With the MG3, though. Very difficult to deal with. There's some missiles. Hang on a minute. Who's launched that, then? Was that Power at their own team? I think it might have been.
Maybe. That's not cool. That's very uncool. Al-Haji, though. Yes!
Let's go!
Missiles! Unfortunately, the compound is indestructible.
It's got a roof.
Made of titanium.
Oh, yeah. The roofs have a special anti-missile coating, which stops them from going down. But Al-Haji, he finds their weakness, bullets. And now Coops is trying to hold off against a different team.
Ooh. Doing his best. Al-Haji. Looking to throw nade out the window. That's a nice shot from Coops. Very cheeky. Getting him punched down.
The question is,
destroyed.
Is it Coops or is it Coops? That's what I want to know. I feel like we need some investigative journalism on this. That's what I need.
Coops? Coops?
Coops, or Coops, but slightly louder.
Coops. Coops in capitals. Capital Coop.
Oh, yes.
Coops, but in italics.
It's like Power just sort of very split up, and the Twisted Minds took out their backlines. Coops took down the roam out coming on through from Al-Haji. Easy popping the nade on in. Pretty managed to get 5 eliminations this match. Taking on S2G, doing a lot of work there. Twisted Minds now. Wanting to try and take the fight, but Easy goes 1 for 1 and won't be able to get the flush either. As Dammy shoves a knife between the scapulas, and that is going to end him.
Not the mech again!
No,
oh, they've
the armor
destroyed it. It's so
down.
rude. I hate it.
Oh, Coops is down, but luckily Coops is there for the refrag. He's doing it. We're getting it. It's Coops,
Coops
reviving
on Coops action.
I can't believe it. I've never seen anything like it.
Only you can save Coops.
Or is he
That's
his
a
own
nice
worst
play.
enemy?
Oh, that is
Coops
a
out.
cheeky play. I like that.
Yeah, Coops gets knocked, so it's all up to Coops. And the Molotov on in means that Coops is down, so Coops can't save Coops here. They are just going to burn away. Both eliminated. Frozen takes down Coops, and he gets Coops as well.
Double Coops. They're out of control, these Coops. But 1 Coops is gone. Down to 2 Coops.
We're at 50%. They are going to be able to get revived, though. Those beacons.
50% capacity on the Coops. Oh, no.
We're refilling. We're refueling. We're
I can't
injecting
believe it.
Coops into the situation.
We're back up to 40 players. We just cannot get rid of them fast enough.
We're going to have 4 Coops in this match, Blake. It's absolutely insane. We've seen the first 2 Coops, and now we've got second 2 Coops.
I've got 2 Coops in my house, maybe more. How many Coops do you have?
I don't keep chickens.
I have Coops of tea sometimes.
Coops of tea. Oh yeah, that's true actually. I don't have any like fine champagne glasses like Coops, but I guess I could.
Oh, yeah. Like a cup is just your basic, decaf tea job. But
Are you a
Coop,
decaf tea man?
I have to have it.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Caffeine don't play well with me.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Makes me go do lally.
I'll tell you what I put in my Coops.
What'd you put in your
It's
Coops?
monster
Remember the-
energy to unleash the beast. That's right.
Fancy Coops for fancy monster.
Ooh. Only the fanciest monster for PMSL EMEA. Look at Kakali. Did you see him? Did you see what he just did? He's oh my
Is he
god,
flying
he's actually,
around?
he just jetpacked straight up into them and got 2 eliminations. That's pretty big.
Flying around at the speed of sound.
Oh yeah. My man's a blue hedgehog right now.
Didn't know hedgehogs could fly, but okay.
Yeah, they do when they turn gold.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I feel that's like a running theme.
This is just basic biology, Blank. I can't believe you don't know
I'm
this.
sorry. I apologize. Next time I see a levitating hedgehog crossing the road, I'll check its color.
Or check your tea.
It's gold. That's reasonable.
Yeah, that's all right. It's like the green man crossing the road. Gold hedgehog. Yep, you can fly.
You can fly. I'd like to just get permission to fly.
Just get a certificate.
You can now fly. Can I?
It's
Just
like
fly away.
It's like when you were a kid and you got your swimming certificates. You'd be like, "Oh, I got the bronze duckling award for swimming 5 meters.
Oh mate, that's
Got a whole
horrid.
certificate and everything. It's great.
I'd like sharks.
Really?
Yeah, like I got the silver shark award.
What?
Yeah. I swam so fast because I refused to get the Bronze Dolphin Award. I was like, I was definitely not good enough for gold.
Yeah.
I'll take a silver shark. Any
Okay,
day.
that's fair. What was gold? What animal was gold?
Gold was like the gold orca.
Really? There's no
Yeah.
way. Really? Okay. That's
Yeah,
fair.
that's cool, right?
I mean, I feel like they kind of maxed out at shark and then kind of fumbled it, to be honest. Like,
Orca's the true predator of the sea, you know.
yeah, well, try telling that to 7-year-olds. Wait, how? I guess it depends.
They did. They were like, all right, Timmy. You might not have been a shark, but the golden orca.
Oh, yeah.
Now the goal. Let me tell you all about the orca. And then Timmy became a world-renowned diver off the back of that because he was like, you know what? I will be the gold orca of diving.
That's crazy. That's insane that all happened.
I had to stop diving because the top diving board too scary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I was a real stubborn kid, so they tried to force me onto the top diving board.
Did you actually
was
do
like-
diving as a kid?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I
cool.
did. But they tried to force me onto the top diving board, and I was like, I don't want to do that. And they were like, you have to do it. And then I never went back because I don't like being told what to do, especially when I was a kid. I was like, right, you tell me what to do. I'm not coming back.
Get in the
I'm
armor
not
mech.
coming
No.
No.
Not doing it.
Not doing it. I'll get in the armor mech on my own accord. Thank you very much.
If you hadn't said it, I'd have done it. But now,
But
it's
now I
impossible.
don't want to.
It is
Yeah.
physically impossible.
You frustrated me by saying that.
Hey, Blank,
Take
cost
my
this
bat
game.
home.
Cost this game.
Don't want to. No, you said that.
Oh, dear. Maybe someone told Poser to play the rest of this game as well.
This is my favorite part, though.
The jetpack is really cool.
Double O Hedgehog, licensed to fly.
That's... I love it. No notes. Look at that spin. Did you see that?
He
That
span
is-
through the tree.
Acrobatic.
He's actually, you know what, Player 5's great.
He's my favorite player in this game.
Yeah, I don't actually know who he is, but Player 5, awesome.
I hope Player 5 wins.
Well, yeah,
I don't want NIGMA Galaxy to win. I just want Player 5 to win.
that's kind of cruel. You deny them money?
Absolutely. That's
How
just
much money would you deny them?
That's just the kind of guy I am. I see NIGMA Galaxy earning money. I'm like, no. Stop that. Take it away. I would deny them probably like at least £3 or dollars. Let's go with dollars. $3 at least.
$3?
Yeah. I know. It's pretty brutal.
Well, that would mean you'd be liking them to at least get an 8th place. Because they couldn't. That would be mean if they got a 9th place and they got $0, because then you'd be effectively stealing from them.
Yeah, they'd have to cough up. They owe me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, I
I am taking their money.
That's
Yeah.
right. Absolutely.
They're gonna get a 6th place in the finals.
I don't see what you're not understanding. It's
I want some I want some of that cash.
hell yeah. In fact, they owe it. I deserve that. I've put in so much effort.
You know,
for them.
the problem I'm having right now
Yeah.
is that we keep switching to different areas, and then teams that I've seen on other sides of the map are now on top of the steel arc. Twisted Minds, they weren't here 5 minutes ago.
It's the rotational power of the armor mech, the Levitron and the Strider, as well as the jetpack. Blank, of course. That's what's gotten them there.
Yeah, they're honestly, they've just been very creative.
That is true.
Very creative with their plays. Nice nade from Never Alone.
Hopefully
Snowyx.
Snowyx has a personal AED to be able to revive himself in place, but that nade's going to
Yeah,
stop
I
that.
mean, yeah, the nade will do the trick.
What?
He is
He
oblivious.
has no idea. But okay, Never Alone has no idea how to shoot him either as well, apparently. Could he get pushed back upstairs?
I think Never Alone wasn't expecting to see that.
I mean, that is quite an uncommon sight.
Come down the stairs and see Navallo throwing a nade directly away from him.
It's like, oh, I'm going to get him with this nade. It's like, that to me felt like Looney
I'm
Tunes,
behind you.
right? When like Yosemite Sam is like, or like Wile E. Coyote is like setting up a trap, and then it's the Roadrunner's just behind him, and it's already going to blow up in his face. That felt like what was about to happen.
Yeah, I could see that. I was thinking more Batman.
Okay,
You know, they drop down and he's behind them.
That is true.
He's like, and he's like,
because he is
and he
vengeance.
goes, yeah, and he does his catchphrase. I'm Batman.
Bat. I'm up to bat, man.
I'm a man, and also a bat.
You know, he once had a villain called Man Bat. Great.
I think so.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I don't know much about it.
Man Bat was just like a humanoid bat-looking thing, and he fought Batman. for a
Oh
while.
right. I could understand that though. He's trying to steal his identity. You ran back into that nade. I saw that.
It's like when
Don't try and.
you order Batman from Temu. It's just
The hell, man!
Bat.
What the? Man back. He's like, I have effectively become the man, who
Absolutely.
is also a bat. And then the guy's like, I'm Batman. He's like, no,
Wait, no.
you're a billionaire with cool toys.
They are pretty cool
You're-
toys, though.
Yeah. And he's like, well, I'm bat themed man.
No,
That's what he
Coops
should be
is-
called. That's what he should be called.
Coops is down, so now we're only at a one Coop situation. This is
I
very
swear
sad.
Coops has been down 5 times this match.
He has the
Okay.
power of reincarnation.
Well, apparently, I've seen him die multiple
We've
times
lost 3
during this
Coops.
game. There is no way for me to keep up. This game is going too fast.
We need an alpha.
too
We
rowdy.
need to make sure we have located the alpha Coops to keep track of all these clones.
the Alpha Coop.
Alpha Coops, yeah, that's right.
Go up. Pull up.
Oh, what?
Pull up.
Terrain.
Terrain.
Terrain.
Pull up.
Pull up.
Honestly, I think they should just go up. I think you should just go up.
I think Blank thinks they should go up.
Here he goes.
Oh, he's going,
Going
up.
up. Go up.
Up.
Further.
Oh, down.
Ah,
See,
he's searching
that's
for
a classic
crates.
mistake when instead of going up, you go down.
Yeah, that's not flying.
That's falling.
That's falling.
And there's no style involved.
Flying is the act of going higher. Never coming down. What I will say is that Corker's outfit, awesome. I've seen a lot of outfits during these mecha fusions which have been so uncoordinated.
Hell yeah.
And I think Corker is the only one that I've been like, you know, let's got a style to it. It's not all from the same set, but he's made it work. Great transmog.
Hell yeah. He's making it look fine and fresh. Furia claps a shot over towards Never Alone. I believe we do only have 3
if
teams.
it's Virtus Pro, in the top 3,
Ooh.
this might mean a win.
Oh, it might be. And
This might be the 2500.
Might be. See, here's what I wanted to happen. Coops and Ralph to go down. I want player 5 to win.
Look at that outfit.
That
He's even got
That's
he's
pretty
even got the
cool.
M4 Ice as well.
he looks like a
I like it. I like it a lot.
he looks like an off-brand
He looks
Billie
like,
Eilish kind of thing.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
I was thinking more like Kid from the Future.
Oh yeah.
Where, like, was on like on a hoverboard.
Yeah, like in Back to the Future.
Yeah,
whatever it
like
is.
the big shoes and stuff.
Mm.
That's cool. I don't think that's what he's going for, but I like it.
Or like
Respect it.
Ness.
Ness?
Yeah, from those games. He's in Smash Bros.
What?
Ness in Smash Bros. Come on. PK Fire.
Oh, him. Oh, I see. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see it. I
Like
see
the
it a little
schoolboy
bit.
shorts kind of thing.
Yeah, I thought you were just referencing the Nintendo. Honestly, for a second then I was like, man, that was a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. By the way, that's a really weird deep cut that only us two will understand. Maybe a couple of other people. But Madcap up the top there for Twisted Minds, I believe is the last player alive. Virtus Pro, 3 players, and they do have the
can
entirety of the
do it.
circle. I think they can do it too.
Let's go, Virtus Pro. I believe you can do it because you're
really
the
on
pro.
side. Oh,
Yeah. Why do you think they call him Virtus Pro?
what does the Virtus bit mean?
The living professionals. I don't know. I feel like I should know that.
Virtus was a specific virtue in ancient Rome that carried connotations of valor, masculinity, excellence, courage, character, and worth perceived as masculine strengths. There you go.
Amazing. Respect to them. Professional men. Professional men in my game.
Who are you? I'm professional man. It's like
I'm a professional man.
You got Batman, you got Man Bat, and you got professional man.
I watch football.
Did you see that ludicrous display last night?
You see that man kick that ball into that goal?
Oh, yeah.
That was ace.
Well, the problem with them is they always try and walk it in.
Anyway, professional men up on the high ground looking to finish this game off. Take themselves home. Professional $2,500.
Uh-oh.
Corker, though, he's down.
Oh, no. Player 5 is down. It's game over, guys. Player 5 down. That's all we needed.
Ralph is done for.
Yeah, he's done so.
He's out with the blue.
There's no way. It's impossible. Malloy up the top. Yeah, he doesn't lose these. Ralph wins. Doesn't win. Wait. Okay, there we go.
He's down.
He's down. Finally.
All right,
Virtus Pro
GG.
put it to bed. And I think, as you say, that might just be Virtus Pro dominating the Mecha Fusion game mode.
Professional men at it again. Will pick themselves up a big, big win. That's their new chant. Just made that one up on the spot for you.
That
Do you
was
like that?
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was feeling it. I'm on side. I'm on board for Virtus Pro right now.
I almost continued, but I thought I'd stumble big time. There it is. First place.
Whoa, by a lot.
By a big margin. Yeah, big margin. I feel like they were one of the teams that was taking this game very, very seriously.
Well, they'd certainly
$2,500 though.
They beat
I'd take
everybody
that
else.
seriously.
They beat everyone else on eliminations alone.
That's terrifying. They've been playing a little bit too much Mecha Fusion, though I didn't really see them using the mech that often.
Unhappy about that.
I think we need to penalize some points for
let's halve their points
usage.
for lack of meching.
A lack of meching, no armorizing.
That's what we like to do here, right? Is just take 50% of people's points away. But okay, we'll let them keep them.
Into a big win.
A lot of points there earned for Virtus Pro, the Mecha Fusion Showmatch champions, and the proud recipients of that $2,500 prize for first place as well. We saw those overalls before, and no surprise, Gladiators only got 1 point over the 3 matches. They have not been performing this week.
No, they haven't. But yeah, we'll be going back into the finals shortly, and we're going to head back over to the desk soon. Move away from 3.2. Hope you've enjoyed the Mecha Fusion show matches, and you can find out more about the Mecha Armor Mech, the Levitron, the Strider in game.
Absolutely. Make sure you're heading over, checking all of that mechy goodness out, because it isn't going to be there forever. Make sure you are heading over to version 3.2 for the Mecha Fusion. We'll see you in a few.
Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
We are heading into the final day of the finals here for PMSL EMEA. We have 6 more matches left for our teams to prove their mettle, to prove that they deserve a spot at the EWC. Amongst the top 5 of our teams will be able to claim a spot qualifying to various stages of the PMWC, which is coming up just around the corner as well next month. So only 5 of our teams are going to make it there. And that 6th extra between Twisted Minds and Power. We'll be keeping an eye on that race too.
Yeah, look at that. Our region's so cool. We get 6 spots going through to the EWC. But yeah, let's take a look at our schedule. This will be our final schedule that'll be coming through. Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel once again. This is going to be a hell of a day. So thank you all for, again, joining us throughout the entirety of the PMSL EMEA, making sure you are rocking up to this event, locking and loading with your predictions of who's going to come out on top. And a big thank you to all of the production staff as well here over in Katowice, making sure this all runs very, very smoothly.
Oh yeah, it's been great to see all the players in the same location so consistently over the last month, and making sure that they have that sort of interaction that you sort of miss out on a little bit when it's a more remote style. Some players prefer it, some prefer to be in this sort of a scenario. If only we were over there, we could sink our teeth into that environment as well. But we've been kept at bay for the time being. It's unfortunate. Over on the left side of the map, our plane path will drop out over Erangel, and not too good for players looking to get out towards Yasnaya or Kameshki, that sort of area. Going to be pretty inaccessible here. I wonder where Virtus Pro and S2G are going to be trying to drop on out. Could potentially see some trouble on the roads just to the north shore of Roshok if players try to contest vehicles there to get out east.
Yeah, again, there's quite a few actual vehicles over towards that north side of the map, and, you know, even just scattered around Pachinki. Even down towards that south side, there's a few vehicles available. Now, NIGMA Galaxy, easy rotational path for them out of the plane, or at least a drop spot for them out of the plane over towards Pachinki. Moneymakers down towards that south side, and actually not harassing over towards DA. Sort of understandable. However, I would have liked to have still seen that aggressive nature coming out from the Moneymakers, just because that's what has put them on the map so far. And you can't be worried about the fact that Brute Force obliterated your lead in one game. You just have to keep playing how you have been maneuvering to get these points in the first place. A lot of teams, like you said, would be stuck over towards this western side of the map, with Footballist KAOS actually heading up towards Zaki. Currently in 15th place. We're not expecting to see too much out of Footballist KAOS today. Sadly, it did slide down the leaderboards. 3D Max, 82 points, with Virtus Pro just underneath them with 80. Been doing their darndest. Get towards the top side of the tables here, John.
Absolutely. I mean, 3D Max obviously with their last match yesterday, kind of their last chance to do what they did just then. Giving themselves a little glimmer of hope into this tournament. Virtus Pro as well, overall yesterday a little bit lackluster from them, and wanting to see them step up that little bit more. At the moment they're into their vehicles. Looks like they'll stay safe for the time being. Heading out across the ground to the north side of Rozhok. Normally this is a team that drops over to Lipovka, so they're going to have to either go for a very long rotation and come into the east side of the circle very late, or find somewhere else to loot, because Twisted Minds are in Severny. That's going to be a little bit tricky potentially.
So stupid. The 13th place is 79 points. You know, 20 points behind third place. Penny Limbs Chicken Dinner, bang, third place from 13th for Twisted Minds. A little bit wild. I think a lot of teams are pleased, at least underneath that top 5, that Power is in the top 5 at the moment, and would be happy for them to continue performing this well, purely because that does drop the barrier of entry down towards 6th place for a lot of these squads. It is only 2 points differential at the moment for S2G and Team Spirit. 93 to 95. So that kind of thing can make a big difference towards that end game. Again, guys, I'm so sorry. This is not as cut and dry as most finals. No. So you will have to keep up with us, all right? Because we're going to be moving fast. We're going to be crunching the data quick as can be. Because things are going to change on a dime.
My poor brain. I've had to crack a can of Monster already to be able to keep up with the pace of all of these moving parts here. To unleash the mathematical beast. Which is one of the slight, well, probably more tame of the beasts that can be unleashed, but still pretty fearsome when it comes to spreadsheets.
Man. Maths hurts my brain, so the mathematical beast could have
it attacks you on a different plane of reality.
Some psi powers.
It moves in a conceptual nature.
Yeah. Goes away, and I just feel like, damn. What am I doing here?
Oh yeah? Well, integrate this function. Psychic damage.
That would hurt me. Just force you to sit down, do maths.
But you don't know how to do any of it?
The difficult level.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No textbooks allowed.
What do you mean line integral?
You can't leave until you figured it out. Takes you 20 years. Pen and paper's all you give.
To be fair, if you were able to figure out on your own without any external help advanced mathematics, some advanced mathematics in 20 years, that's like, that would be very impressive, I think.
Is this like the weird alternative to Old Boy? Not the player, the movie. Don't know how many of you guys have actually seen that.
I was so confused for a second. I was like, what? Has Old Boy done some original mathematical research? I don't know that film, so I couldn't answer you.
What?
I know.
All right, well, the gist of it is, without getting too deep into spoilers, the man gets trapped in a room 20 years and then is released. And he's looking for revenge.
Okay. There was an interesting instance of a guy from India. I think it was called Ramanujan. And he didn't have a formal mathematical education, but had managed to work out from some quite basic texts some very advanced mathematics. It was a particular favorite of his to figure out the sums to infinite series. That was his big thing.
What a cool guy.
Yeah, it was a very cool guy. Anyway, he didn't have too much help.
Just going into maths raw. Absolutely. I like that.
Yeah.
He took it in
It definitely does. Yeah. Definitely does. Just like it takes guts to be able to perform here and to go into these tables as well, because it is, as you said before, very, very close around that middle area. And that's kind of what we've been emphasizing over the course of the last 3 weeks. looking at those bonus points, you know, we were talking about 2, 3, 4 point advantages or disadvantages. And this is where it has really started to come through and matter, because obviously when you're thinking about it, oh, it's like, oh, it's only 2 points, oh, it's only 3 points. Right now, 2 points is the difference between qualifying and not qualifying for the PMWC. So it really, really can have an impact in those crucial areas.
Yeah, it's going to be team going home, where it literally could have been the difference between 2 or 3 eliminations on that final match, which will do the trick. It's been hard to keep up with, but we are best. And you know we are the best around. It has been said before, multiple times.
Nothing's ever going to keep us down.
By me. Don't know how true it is, though.
I've been meaning to bring it up. We should probably stop saying that.
Yeah. I'm just confident in myself.
It's just going to make everyone else jealous. That's why we should stop.
Okay. Almost into stage 2 already. On our first game here on Erangel. The final day of the finals. Exciting stuff. I'm ready to see how these tables break it up. Brute Force is a weird one for me. I know that they can be absolutely killer. The golden kids in the lobby at the moment in terms of just pure prowess at times. At times, right? Because if they go to EWC, there is a world where they fail drastically. There's also a world where Brute Force comes out and just starts windmilling and no one can beat them.
I mean, you can't get close to them. What are you going to do? It's impossible, right? If you just start windmilling. It's an impenetrable defense. But
yeah.
Brute Force from that south side going to be shunted in, and that is a pretty nasty shift, but it does force teams to go south of that river, so teams are going to be pretty happy that they don't have to make that decision. However unhappy they might be about this next circle, because it's going to shift up to just sort of east of Pochinki, northwest of Farm, keeps that crossing in still, that river that sits between Military Island and the mainland, still in there, which means the cliff faces are also in play.
Now this would be This is a game where I'd be very disappointed in both IWNRX and Team Spirit. If they don't get a good game off of this one, where I think a lot of their matches, they have struggled to get towards the circle. Woof! Good start from effect, though.
Okay.
Where the struggle to get towards the circle hasn't always been in their favor. This one is specifically a Team Spirit circle, right? This is where they can thrive. It's where they should thrive. And I think if you're Team Spirit, you're seeing that the numbers are getting pretty far ahead now towards the top of the tables. Not pretty far ahead, but they are getting away from them. This is a game where you're like, look, we can catch up off the back of this one. This has to be a third, second, or first place for Team Spirit. And it's one that's been gifted to them at the start of the day. You know, it's a very comfortable position to put yourself in, where you even things up right at the beginning of the day here. There is a lot of pressure involved, but it's the game to do it. IWNRX already losing a player, though, is very awkward, but typical of effect. I mean, he's always had his eyes out towards that western side of the map, and it pays off dividends here in the finals.
Yeah, they have been able to add that point to their tally, so up to 96 now for Team Spirit, playing up and into the compound just to the south, I believe, of Potato Hill. Not quite moving all the way up there. They are just south of Potato Hill now. Playing in the shadow of it, so further downhill, being kept safe by the teams up top, a little bit further out the way. Those fields to the east of Pochinki are going to be quite an interesting part of this map. That whole western side of the map is kind of dictated by being able to move through that ground, right? It's a bit of a roadblock there, with FLUX sat in the compounds out to the east side of that field, with BEŞİKTAŞ as well over towards Potato Hill, potentially able to have some shots there. It means that moving around this area for a team like NIGMA Galaxy, for instance, is going to be pretty tricky if NIGMA Galaxy want to try and leave Pochinki, which has historically been not the easiest of tasks for them.
Yeah, I think if you're NIGMA Galaxy, and of all the games I've watched in my short life, I think that for NIGMA Galaxy in Pochinki, what you do here is you just wait. You wait it out, you wait for the next circle, and you leave when everyone else leaves. It's a difficult situation because you either crash onto FLUX, most likely lose that fight, or you wait for everyone else around you to get out of dodge. Now, for this particular circle here, again, you just wait. You just got to wait out if you're NIGMA Galaxy. Maybe try and push in over towards the cliff sides down towards the south. Maybe try and capitalize over on a third party between Power and DA, which might pop up soon. Though I'm assuming the Moneymakers would like to do the exact same thing here. Again, this circle does support brute force, though. Over in farm, they came through from Sosnovka earlier on. Swing on up. And they've been just mowing the fields right now. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
This is not the time for cartwheels. Oh, my goodness me. A big tumble down the hill comes through. But it looks like brute force are going to be okay. RCB are moving through as well. Okay, hang on a minute. I thought that was brute force taking a tumble. No, it was RCB. Brute force got ahead of it. This is Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro all moving in the same place. Neos goes down to a spray from Wild. Okay, fair enough. RCB able to hold their nerve, take position into this next compound. That res can come through. Two players were already on that hilltop. Virtus Pro not so lucky. IWNRX have spotted them, and Twisted Minds have made it through as well. Unfortunately, though, it looks like NIGMA Galaxy, they have just taken the full L there against DA in their shack.
That's not good news for NIGMA Galaxy whatsoever. Very unfortunate there for them.
Let's take a look at the replay here. I think this is cartwheeling Wild and Silas. Going for 1.
It went for a long while.
2. 3. Nails it. Excellent. 3 topples. That is, I mean, in the midst of a chase as well. Pretty nifty stuff. Gladiators going toe-to-toe with BEŞİKTAŞ. BEŞİKTAŞ right now, third place on those overall standings. Wanting to try and push their way a little bit higher up, but the Gladiators are standing in their way. Haven't been too much of a challenge for the lobby this week so far, but things can change. It's just Frozen remaining, however. AZ goes down. He's got a nade cooking. Over towards Poser. That looks good, but it's just a bit short. Poser's still on the deck, waiting for Frozen to step forwards into the smoke. 1, 2, and 3 DPS shots around the edge, but Frozen tags it on, and a lot of points going to be earned from that for the Gladiators. Poser's still low. He's going to shoot it out underneath. Lewis moves into position now. Retribution on the mind. As Frozen dodges the first spray and tucks back in behind the buggy.
Frozen attempting to stay alive here. For Gladiators, it's not too much of a big deal for them. Currently down in 16th place at the moment. Next circle about to shift for us on our screens. BEŞİKTAŞ out. This is one of our top placing teams, out in 14th place with 3 eliminations. Not exactly fantastic for them. Team Spirit looks over towards Power, and Kante barely gets away with his life. And the circle shifts down towards the southeast, pitting Twisted Minds. Nice and central here. Team that is hungry to chase towards that top side.
Absolutely. They want to ladder all the way up as far as they can, because right now, as it stands, Power do sit ahead of them, of course, 4th to 13th. Meaning that they would get the host country invite on Power, so they're going to have to qualify another way or overtake Power. 2 win conditions for Twisted Minds, and this is the place to do it from. Power as well. Right on the edge of this circle, so a little bit tougher of a time for them. They're in this shack. Luckily, they've already got 4 eliminations, and they have all 4 of their players alive.
Yeah, it's not a terrible spot, actually, to hold out. You need to get close to it, but the majority of the area around it fairly open, so taking shots towards a lot of those teams who are crunched out on the outer edge on the western side, easily done. Nice shots from Nomi taking down Frozen, as well as shots going over towards FLUX. They did catch out there, and Nomi maybe looking to finish off, but it's actually easy to pick that one up. It's a good pick off from Power.
Power now turn their attention towards Moneymakers, who have been on this peninsula for a little while now. They've got Icy on that off angle. Team Spirit in this compound have got a lot of control over the roads to the south, over all of this ground. See the Moneymakers trying to do something there, but Icy in this position is going to have to move. The blue zone is going to push him in. He's trying to do as much work as possible before he has to, but these smokes blooming on Power's position mean that they can just wait this one out a little bit longer. However, the players on the peninsula can get down safely. They are covered off by that block sight line with the smoke from Power.
Yeah, it's a difficult push out for Moneymakers. I mean, they can swing down towards the pier itself on that south side. Navalo just running down S2G. Again, these two teams have a bone to pick with one another. Navalo down, but Hamzy G forward there, also on the ground. The rest of 3D Max do follow suit, but take a heavy beating there from CEO later.
Victor wants to try and give something back. We'll find one knock, but that is going to be it. The shots come through from the off angle, and Snoix now uphill tries to make something happen. Virtus Pro seem to have angle on this as well. Snoix out in the blue, maybe trying to confirm a flush or two. This is the first quite a few rounds on that spray. I mean, those points could be a little bit harder to accrue. CEO later and Ray-Z wanting to guard Snoix out as his teammates are starting to fall like flies behind the vehicle. They're looking to establish this res. Hamzy may get back up here if the bleed out isn't fast. But it looks like, yeah, it's just going to go through. Last first aid for Snoix. Wants to step up, wants to go for the challenge. The reses can start to come out, but Hamzy does get flushed out.
Yeah, let's just leave with that one under the belt there for 3D Max. Again, a little bit of a uncomfortable roll-up, in my opinion, from 3D Max. Especially jumping out of the monster truck is that vehicle that has you in the air for a little bit too long for a crash like that. The CEO later will spot Snoix on his exit. Circle up towards that northeast side with RCB. Football is Chaos, Virtus Pro, and Twisted Minds. Big game here for Twisted Minds, potentially. Power still alive on the southwest edge, but we do now need to see IWNRX move alongside with Team Spirit.
Virtus Pro in prime real estate right now. On some high ground in their compound as well. On the northwest side of this circle. Twisted Minds as well. A little bit further down the hill, but still a stronghold for them. Which is more than can be said for most. Teams are going to be making their choices now. Making their decisions. Figuring out the timings of it. Power feel like the time is now. They're going to try and get ahead north of Moneymakers. A lot of damage over towards Icy, and they want the fight. They're going to try and loop in front of them, try and control this and force the fight, force this issue. BEŞİKTAŞ takes down easy on this rotate though, and Koa over the top. The P90 looks for the spray, will find Kante. Now Al-Haji behind him with the DBS. Can't push it back. Fidan isn't there for the refrag either, and Koa gets away clean with it. Now for the next, and they will have two more players from Power to try and deal with. Icy with the drop down, but Al-Haji got the DBS, takes revenge there. 7 eliminations now on the side for Power. Koa still playing up the top, dancing around. 2 players from Power underneath.
Average elims so far, Power have been good, and this is exactly why. I mean, they take games that look like they could be very bad and change them into good ones. Awesome airburst coming through from Al-Haji there. Looks to send another one over the top, and if it's fairly decent, should do the work. But Koa realizes he has to abandon the post, but Fidan is there with the cross nade.
Oh, BEŞİKTAŞ trying to find a little bit of an opening. It looked like Moneymakers might have this one all wrapped up, but Al-Haji turns it around. Unfortunately, he does go down to the DPS of BEŞİKTAŞ. Fidan now, last man standing for Power, as he is being chased down, hunted doggedly, and it will be BEŞİKTAŞ to win it out, but Koa's done for now, and it's going to be just the one player who escapes from this embroilment. In the meantime, Team Spirit, they've rolled up on Twisted Minds. They've gone all the way across. You can see they're using the smoke cover, but they are on their last legs. A nade from Dami, that could be it.
I mean, they've just tried to stay outside of nade range here from Twisted Minds. They're not doing a terrible job of it. The fact of the matter is that there is a huge amount of teams around this area, all with fairly decent sightlines over towards them. Nade goes long, but we'll just keep Twisted Minds at bay from jumping out from that doorway to get a long nade over towards them. Don't know how many more nades they have left, but Effect is trying to open something up here. Good smokes from Twisted Minds. Denying that sightline back over towards them. Nade not quite through the slit over towards the shack there.
Needing that to happen. Nomi does get knocked. And Effect as well. Okay, Virtus Pro from this northern side. This is the high ground that I was talking about, right? You can see how far up the hill they are. We take another look at Koa on top of this rock. This was really hard fought, and even though Power go down, like you mentioned before, they got 8 eliminations. They got a lot of points for this match. So keeping up the pace. We'll see if Twisted Minds can outperform them now, because they have well, they don't have any eliminations just yet. They've got 3 of their players alive in a central compound.
I think for Twisted Minds, it's not too bad. Virtus Pro, they fly on in, but it's Twisted Minds also take shots over towards Virtus Pro as they attempt to get into it. Team Spirit go out, 8th place, 3 eliminations. This could have been a much better game for them. The circle shifted a little bit over towards that western side. Still, not a huge amount of area to play around here, but they were also very reluctant to take too many of these crashes, too many of these fights. They're a team that is strong enough to win versus Twisted Minds on a crash like this. It's just sort of tough, I suppose, with the amount of off angles in this area. Virtus Pro might just be able to dig themselves out from a difficult position on the leaderboard right now with a game like this. 4 players alive, 7 eliminations. Not looking bad, John.
No, but they do have to transition south. It is going to be a tough march for them. They're going to probably have to take the same position that Team Spirit did. But the good news is they don't have a Virtus Pro behind them when they're trying to make that shack work. BEŞİKTAŞ is still going for the moneymakers, by the way. They're on 6 eliminations, right at the top of the tables, and Brute Force do not want to go going down here. Luckily, they are in this compound. BEŞİKTAŞ playing on some sparse foliage cover here to try and make it into this circle. Seems like he might be able to.
Yeah, I mean, for BEŞİKTAŞ and the moneymakers, they have been historically kind of decent at getting a single player in. It is unfortunate, though, because they clutch up. They clutch up with amazing plays that are usually like 1v3, 1v2. And you're like, why couldn't have this happened slightly earlier from the boys? Keep more of them up there. That's a nice nade coming through from Virtus Pro. It's the type of thing that you can only do if you can stand up and have freedom to take these shots. A lot of death crates here, where I imagine Virtus Pro to resupply on.
Yes, that was all Team Spirit's bodies going down. Brute Force moving around like silver sharks. And Solke tries to hide in his cage. You can pop a nade out the window as they pull up. That could be pretty valuable, but they're not going to let him know when they're going to stop. They're just keeping going on this carousel. Milky Way tries to move in towards Twisted Minds, and it goes badly. Jafar wants to get some healing done. You can see him trying his best to crawl in. Solke going to be burnt out that shack, and finally they hop out the buggies. Stop messing with him. And they have their dinner. Brute Force, 3 eliminations.
There's so many nades pouring in now towards Twisted. It's hard to keep up with them. And they have to back out the side of the compound here. Luckily, there's no angles towards them. Virtus Pro make it through with 3 players up to this side of the compound. Nades going out. Shot there. But Yusuf extremely low now.
Look at Brute Force in the background there. They're moving in for a third party on this. Yusuf cannot wait too long. Corker will take him down, and now Virtus Pro also need to be careful. Corker spots it. Brute Force swung all the way out to the west. This is a 2-2 split right now from them, Blank.
I mean, for Brute Force, 4 players alive. Started today at 2nd place. Could ladder up over Moneymakers. They get themselves a chicken dinner and some more of these points. They're controlling from nice high ground positions for themselves over on this Eastern shift like this as well. This is awesome news for Brute Force on the day. A team that is heavily spurred by momentum. And momentum this game will give them.
Alloy goes down. Unfortunately, the forward position for Virtus Pro sprayed out as well by Footballers Chaos. Footballers Chaos, it feels like this is a team that just sort of has been surviving to these late games. Obviously, in the Miramar game that we had, the 23 elimination Brute Force match, was Footballers Chaos playing in the city, in the urban environment, just keeping their heads down. Seems like that might be the case again if Brute Force are going to come up against it. 10 eliminations for Virtus Pro, but they will go down in 4th. A big game for them either way, though. 4th place and 10. Very, very profitable. That's 14 points on the match.
Yeah, it's a great game for him here. Nade over the top there from Storm. Both nades. Ever so close to being devastating, but just hiding out there. Second one, not so forgiving there from Storm. Takes down Silas. Now, 3 players from RTB, and Brute Force may be looking to take advantage of this. Neos is a great high ground position there.
I don't think they want to push in just yet. They're moving around. You can see these off angles. They're trying to establish, okay, they are now tightening the belt around this fight. Forcing RCB and Footballers Chaos to go for it. Whether or not Prepod gets the angle. Storm picking up more points, but Brute Force racking up the eliminations now as we go straight on in Loxy careens up the stairs, taking one as he goes, but he's burning now. He's on fire, has to get some healing in. Flashbanged entirely, completely white screen. And in comes Prepod. Brute Force trying to turn this one down, but they're losing players. And it just in the blink of an eye, the nades go in through the windows, and Brute Force put up another chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force there was great time from them. Like I said, you know, that's a fight that you can easily take advantage of because you're just encircling them on a compound that is very hard to leave. They both head in. You have angles on either side. For Brute Force, very easy. Calming themselves down, though, before they head in towards the next matches of the day. Neos there realizes that, you know what, they are in with a very good chance of taking a first place spot here in the finals. So keep things chilled. Keep things chilled at the moment for them.
BEŞİKTAŞ, they had a little bit of an unfortunate scrap with Gladiators that extracted a little bit too much from them. 3D Max the same against S2G, and the Moneymakers and Power, all of them sort of scuppering each other, but Power still able to get quite a few points on board. Moneymakers as well didn't do too badly. That was the nade that took down Team Spirit. They really had a tough time on that rotation in. With Twisted Minds already there and Virtus Pro on that high ground, it was just so tough to make it work.
That was a great nade from Storm to open things up. But yeah, Brute Force plays a magnificent game towards the end here. And it ended so quickly. Some really good nades flowing through to finish off the fight there. So great timing from them. Taking a look at the overall stats of the match. Fury with 857 damage, 4 eliminations, and 2 grenade elims as well. Fury is sort of known back in EU for his nades as well. So nice to see him back up there with that. Al-Haji, I think, you know, even longest elimination, that's fine, but he did a great job on that game, getting his team into a decent position. His skill just obviously on show with some of this airburst we saw from him in that game as well. But for Power, I think it was 9 eliminations they were able to get. You know, even going out early, that's a decent game for them. I mean, they're high up on the tables at the moment.
Brute Force do top out the tables with 18 points, but Virtus Pro second place with 14 there from their compound on that northwest side. And Footballers Chaos as well. They keep adding to their tally, as slow as it may be. I think they are still going to be in 15th place after this one, but you know, every journey starts with a single step. Maybe they've got something in their back pocket. Moneymakers, 8 points. Still a decent game. Same for Power, but it's Team Spirit that's a little bit disappointing there. From the position that they held, it felt like maybe they could do more with it, but that rotation out to the east that we were describing before, I mean, it just kind of scuppered them on that approach and towards that Twisted Minds compound. They didn't want to just fully commit to it. Like you said, during the match, they didn't want to deal with those off angles, and that's what Virtus Pro had completely in control. Yeah,
you sort of need to just live out in that position. I think that game does sit Brute Force either in first place or very, very close behind first place. And I think it's only because the Moneymakers are able to get 8 elims on that match, or 8 points total, that they're able to keep themselves in the running for that first place, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's just Brute Force by just a smidge. I think it might be 2 points in it, something like that, that Brute Force are able to accelerate over the competition, but it is very much neck and neck, even at this stage for first place. With BEŞİKTAŞ not having a huge amount of points, that gap is going to start to open. So we might have our top 2 starting to define themselves. Let's take a look at I believe Virtus Pro on their stats from that northwest compound. Being that off angle, that high ground position, it gave them a lot of power.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, you're looking at this here, and it's about 2,000 damage game, and they didn't have a lot of time to pump that damage out either. As soon as you get that position, it moves off towards that eastern side. You really do just need to be starting to heat up those barrels and start sending bullets down range. And I think that's exactly what they did. Really, really good game from them on Virtus Pro. We were talking about at the start of the day that they're a team that was, you know, in the running for it. Despite being far down the table, this is just so jumbled and messed up at the moment in terms of the leaderboard of who can take over who. I think we're starting to see some teams at the top run ahead just a little bit. Again, though, Moneymakers and Brute Force are difficult teams for me to back just because they're so streaky. Right now, though, they're doing everything in their power to stay up towards that top side. But we'll have to find out if they can keep that up right after this break.
everyone. The all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards. Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Brute Force proved that they are not just a one-trick pony. They do have the capability of taking home more than one chicken dinner. With their last match on Erangel, it looked pretty clean. Again, it was another map where they went out for a 2-2 split style until relatively late into the game, and they were able to control nice and effectively, forcing other teams to fight up against one another. And both times now they've come out looking pretty good because of it.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, it's been a pretty marvelous run for them so far. It just worries me slightly about Brute Force, just in terms of, are they able to keep this kind of thing up, go through to IWC? That's the only thing, but I hope they can.
Yeah, it would be great to see that sort of power being displayed at the eSports World Cup, right? Like it's obviously going to be a different lobby. They won't potentially be as familiar with it, but then again, the lobby won't be as familiar with them as this lobby is, because they've been playing against each other for weeks now. We're coming up on a month that these teams have been playing against one another, and time after time they are unleashing the beast with Monster Energy, the official sponsor of PMSL EMEA. You can find out more about that at monsterenergy.com/gaming if you too want to unleash the beast. We saw, as we were talking about before, Brute Force doing bits in that last map. Moneymakers were able to keep up the pace, but Power as well, able to put points on the board.
Yeah, I think for Power, this is looking really good for them. Again, they're looking to push into a top 3 position, potentially at the end of this. Right now, in 3rd place, which is fantastic. I'm loving to see 106 points. Brute Force with 2 points ahead in 1st.
It is just a sliver between this 1st and 2nd place team. And you're right, 2 points in it, 124 to 122. But that margin between 2nd place and 3rd place now exists, blank. Like it's there, which is interesting, given that we haven't really been seeing one over the last 2 days. That distinction, 122, the drop-off to 3rd place is 106. Sure, it's only 16 points, but that is still pretty significant in terms of that drop-off when you compare it to the fact that from 3rd place down to 9th place is also a 16-point drop-off. That sort of puts it into perspective as to how much of a gap that can be on these overall standings.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. I'm so glad that these guys are all fighting as hard as they can to get towards the top of the tables. Twisted Minds, that puts them at 83 points now, currently on your screen. And tied to 3D Max. looking at a good games getting towards the top 5. It's awesome to see.
I mean, that's kind of just like we're like, okay, they're quite far down the tables, but
a top 5 doable. I honestly think that, you know, it could be 3 or 4 teams shifting positions into a top 5 at the end of the day. It's a terrifying leaderboard that we're seeing at the moment. And again, it's
very much all to play for.
It's all from the PMSL format, right? You know, because we only have, I believe it's 4 PMSLs going on around the world, but we have all the best teams here. So it's just created this massively competitive format going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you also consider, you know, the bonus points, the new system that we've got for bonus points, it is definitely a very close fought race. And at this point, it's still anyone's game. We've got 5 matches to try and distill the lobby, though, to the top spots. So I have to wait just that little bit longer to see. I think at this point, I think it's down to 13th place. Anyone in from 13th place upwards in the final day of matches could still make it into the top 5, which is a pretty crazy statement. But at this point, I think that FLUX might just be a little bit too far behind, currently 23 points behind 5th place. So they would need to profit over 4 points. What is that? 4.6 recurring, I think. 4.6 recurring points per map for FLUX to profit over Team Spirit, who are currently in 5th place, in order for them to be able to qualify. And then Footballers Chaos on 73 points, 58 for Gladiators. At this point, Gladiators, I'm counting them out. They're the only team that I'm sort of fully counting out at this point.
Brute Force looking very happy. And you should look very happy. Here's our head-to-head between them and the Moneymakers. It is
average.
Ever so close. An average elim count of 5, 1,283 damage done. Crazy statistics here. Almost very similar to what we saw from IWNRX into the 3rd day, right? Which is very, very silly.
Yeah, it was just a complete stomp for IWNRX that day. And getting over 1,000 damage is impressive on average, right, for the Moneymakers. But then that 1.283, like, that is insane from Brute Force to be able to have done that. Obviously topped up that little bit by the fact that they got a 4.6k damage Miramar game with 23 elims. But you know what? They deserve to do that. They played that one very, very well. They were using literally every tool at their disposal because they ran out of ammo for most of their tools in the process of racking up all 23 of those eliminations. But still, really, really great stuff from Brute Force, and they are looking to convert. We saw that in that last match. They've still got their wits about them. They are not resting on their laurels.
No, they're not. They're absolutely not. I think that we are starting to see a little bit of a pull ahead towards that top side, like we were saying, you know, 124 points, 122 for Moneymakers, and then dropping into 3rd place is 106. There is still technically there a 4 position gap for a lot of teams. So if power remains in it, you drop it down towards 6th place right now for getting into the survival stage for EWC. You can see it's very different emotions on the team right now for Team Spirit. Looking a little bit more serious about today, whereas you got Brute Force being very, very happy with their current performance, a bit more stressed out. And that's reasonable. I think Team Spirit is certainly comprised of members who have got very, very far into multiple tournaments and then always fallen at that final hurdle. And this would be a really sad way to start off their year of tournaments if they are not able to make it happen in this one.
Yeah, I think especially for Kitsune, right? Obviously having the same sort of thing happen over when he was back with the Gladiators roster. I think, yeah, the group stages, PMGC, just not quite there for them. And it was a little bit disappointing, their results there. Just constantly right on the edge as well. So going out on the bubble seems to be something that they've been trying to avoid. We thought they were looking pretty hopeful for it. We thought it looked pretty good to be able to take that one in their stride. They came in with the most bonus points of any team, but right now, Team Spirit, they need to put up a couple more here on Miramar.
Absolutely. Miramar coming up, our 2nd match of the day here. We already started things off at a blazing speed with Brute Force able to push even further up towards the top of those tables there with that game. And they are loving playing on the INFINIX GT20 Pro right now because they are certainly standing out. The INFINIX GT20 Pro, our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. I'm sure you're all very acquainted with it by now, seeing its shiny looks over on all these players' hands.
Looking very fresh and ready for PUBG Mobile to kick off as well over on the desert. Our players getting locked and loaded. This is what it's all about, that trophy. Maybe we'll get some lights on it towards the end blank. Who knows? You might have your wish fulfilled. But it's certainly going to be what players are setting their sights on. Will they have to tear their eyes away from it because they've got Miramar to play. We're going from Platona up to Torre Armada on the playing path.
Nice even playing path here for a lot of teams. Again, Miramar has been a tremendously horrific match for a map for a lot of these teams, specifically due to just the circles alone. The circles have been so cruel to so many squads so far, and I think that if you're looking at this right now, you're expecting teams to be a bit more cautious on their rotates, maybe even gamble a little bit more. It's what's given brute force some of these games to them, is just taking some gambles by pushing further and further into the circle than maybe they had to. And sometimes that's just what you got to do on a 3-day format like this. On the sprint for a finals, you just have to make some heads-up calls that you didn't really want to in the moment. But sometimes those are the ones that give you the most points. And taking your chances on that sometimes will get you ahead, especially with the way this tournament's currently going, where it can just be one big game and that's it. That'll see you ahead of the rest.
That's sometimes all it takes. And that little extra spice on it can be what makes the tastiest chicken dinner. Hard North Circle, and that is plenty spicy.
That is plenty spicy. That's going right up towards that northern side. Gladiators, you want them to push back together at this point, right? Because we have seen so many circles like this where immediately there are rotations up towards that northern side and Gladiators rest on their laurels. They stay on this split and they get caught off. I mean, what can I say?
Ooh, frozen. He's getting out of there. Go on. Faster. Faster. Toshbrick's not chasing. He's all right. He's fine. I don't think he's realised, though. Better safe than sorry.
He's just gone. I mean, they were fighting over for the vehicle and now Frozen's sort of out in the middle of nowhere, which is a bit rough.
Hope he's got his sunscreen on. That desert will bake you if you let it. It'll be interesting to see how teams move here. Because remember, the playing path starts down south, or started down south this time around. Which means that those teams will have dropped out early, meaning that they can get a little bit of loot on board before they have to move. So I'm imagining, but it's not going to be quite as mad of a dash as the circle might entail, given the direction the playing path came from. The teams up the top also not going to have the longest of times to go for that loot. Gladiators, for instance, have yet to fully settle into their loot locations, whereas teams like Twisted Minds, like Team Spirit, will have been looting for quite a while, and they'll be able to take to the road fairly soon for a chance to move into this circle.
Yeah, I think you can wrap very far up towards that top side as well, if you wanted. That would also work for a fair few of these teams, and I think it's worked for quite a lot of teams who are towards the top of our tables. And it's nice to see. It is nice to see that some teams are taking some little advantageous approaches to these maps. Maybe going for some creative entries into a lot of these positions. IWN RX over towards El Azahar. There is rotational paths for them up towards that northern side. Right now, I think because they know they're in the circle, like you were saying earlier, John, they have a lot of time to loot. So getting those nades to push through barricades that teams are going to set up will be very useful to them in the long run, especially with a lot of these areas that have these ditches and high ground positions. Having nades there are almost essential for clearing out those types of players.
BEŞİKTAŞ still trying to find a gladiator or two, but Lewis takes some damage, gets away though. And now there's two of them there. they can get some healing done. And Easy has his work cut out for him. Tixi moving along in the background. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Toshpik doesn't go down to the nade. And Easy's backing them off. A one-man army. Tixi is in for the backup. Maybe just slam in, pick up your teammate, and get gone. But it looks like they are going to post up instead.
Yeah, I think both these teams are on a bit of a 2-2 split, but there is backup coming in right now from the rest of the team from Gladiators. Similarly, for BEŞİKTAŞ here, John.
Playing off for this high ground. I mean, it's very central on this next circle. And getting control of it could mean a lot of potential into this map. They don't want to give it up for nothing. But at the moment, BEŞİKTAŞ have taken a little bit of a hiding. Fortunately for them, Toshpik hasn't gone down, neither has Lewis, and they can do a little bit of healing here. Late drops, of course, in the north side, which means they've got a little bit more sparse loot. You can see AZ with not too much ammo there on his AKM. But Matic's got the long-range shot with the SKS. Okay, he's making it work over towards Lewis.
Lewis going down is bad news for BEŞİKTAŞ as well, because he's like one of their best players. Nice shots around the side from Kakali, though. There doesn't seem to be any reinforcements coming through from Gladiators quick enough at all here. So that's a quick, cheeky, easy pickup for BEŞİKTAŞ. Poser in the back there. Matic's just not hitting these shots. Gets one, but that could have been a clean and easy kill.
Kakali trying to hold off around the rock, but it's not going to work. Two players from Gladiators find what they're looking for, and a clap back immediately to that off angle. Matic still going with that SKS. In the meantime, though, Toshpik finds Tixi, and the Gladiators lose another. They're down to 2. IWNRX in the midst of it all, going to start to push up. Footballers KAOS as well are here on the east side. Teams are starting to take notice of this.
Teams desperate to get involved towards that high ground. I mean, if you can get involved towards this high ground early as well, you confirm yourself at least a decent position. And this fight has been going on for so long that if you have been in earshot and you hear the amount of bullets, the amount of nades been sent through, you know this fight has caused casualties for both sides. A lot of teams flying on, and even IWNRX super close to this engagement now. But he gets stuck in. Good shots from Frozen through the smoke there.
In come Footballers KAOS now. They've moved up to this ridgeline. They've got a little bit of a cinch on against the Gladiators, but they can't really push up too much with IWNRX across the way. Storm wants to keep his vehicle healthy, but he needs to keep himself healthy first and pushed back up into the hills.
For BEŞİKTAŞ actually is a big deal, by the way, though, because they went out last game in 14th place. They went out this game in 16th with 2 eliminations. That sits them on 104 points. Now, remember, this is a team that was in second towards the start of the day, right? So for BEŞİKTAŞ already falling down towards 4th place and likely to fall further with Team Spirit only, what is that now, 5 points behind them. Yeah, BEŞİKTAŞ is just not having a good final day here after being sort of the big surprise turnout towards the top of the tables.
Definitely something we'll be tracking. Twisted Minds losing a player out on the west. That's near Virtus Pro. Out in the blue on the west road. Twisted Minds still going to be navigating around on that west edge. Brute Force pretty close by in El Pozo, but they're a little bit too split to go for this as of yet. Virtus Pro just getting back on their trail up to the road to try and swing in through La Cobreria. But Brute Force might move up. They would have heard this rotation. Is it possible that they just go for a camp and look for Virtus Pro getting out of this one? They might even go further. It's up to Oasis Blank on that northern side. There's that hilltop up to the north of La Cobreria as well. A massive blockade on that northern side. It has this weird little funnel gap over the north edge, but you can't be moving through that area of ground, meaning Virtus Pro might be able to sneak their way in there. Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of opportunity right now for some teams on the outer edges over on the eastern side to swing fully north and then cut back in towards some of that high ground. That is a safe approach to go for. Is it the approach to go for? We just don't know as of yet, because teams look to already be in this area early so they can quickly regroup. But there should be some eliminations, some knocks coming through shortly. I don't imagine that all these rotations are going to work out and be just as smooth.
This is brutal, Blank. I don't think I've seen an Oasis finish up on that north edge. Maybe it's about time. We've had basically every finish you could want so far in PMSL EMEA. Why not cap it off with a Miramar up to the lakes of an S2G. They try to push their way in. They do have a little foothold on the south side, but FLUX very close by. Gladiators are going to go down. They got 4 limbs, but still pretty dead last on the tables there. Neos up close to Corker. A split coming on through for Virtus.pro, but they can regroup. Brute Force as well. A little bit separated from one another.
Pro looking to finish that off. Good shots from Neos, though. Will take down Corker. I mean, that looks very squeaky, but the E-limbs, the knocks are starting to flow through from Brute Force, and it's a good thing Neos is keeping them all calm and collected, because otherwise you're not going to be able to continue to do this type of thing. You're going to start to make some silly mistakes with some of the overconfidence, so I respect that Brute Force is looking to put their name on first place during this tournament.
They would absolutely love it. Twisted Minds sending far north of this position and potentially sneaking their way in above all of this. A lot of ridges on that north side, a lot of ways to try and navigate through. Furia, close to that big wall that sits on the north edge of Miramar. If you've ever been up there, you'll have run up against that, I'm sure. They can still stay out of the blue for a little bit longer in stage 2. But Yusef spotted, and Furia opens up for a couple of shots. Unfortunately, over in the hills, there is a lot more pressure to be found. Never Alone can't quite find the final shot, but Furia should be backed off here. And there's the knock. Dammy takes him down, and that's going to allow Twisted Minds to move much, much further forwards, with Virtus.pro only having Malloy left.
You know, that's a very, very sad way to start that, because on that western side, you know, they look like to be a good approach into the circle, but Brute Force were very quick, and you identified that nice and early, John, in terms of where they were able to get in. Could they hold them off? And they absolutely did that. Circle heads further north. What is it with Miramar circles and the finals here at the PMSL EMEA? They have been absolutely horrendous all tournament, and this one is no easier than any of the others we've seen in the past. Teams barely understand what to do next at this point. There's some hovering going around because teams are just unsure of how to play its position. Twisted Minds took a massive northern rotation, and it's paid off mega now.
Oh, Yekta. Oh no, he's off in the distance. I thought he was just around that headland. No, he's much further away than that. Power trying to move in on this north side. Yekta is the forward position for DA, trying to get towards the north side of this circle, where Twisted Minds currently hold, to be fair, on 3 players. But the rest of DA completely behind Power. Yekta hopping into this ramshackle village, though, might just be one of the most important positions in this circle. If the rest of DA can regroup with it, I think this could be a winning spot for them.
It's not a bad position. It's hugely open around this spot as well, so it means that teams can't easily get over towards you, but a quick crash might be the death of you. The rest of DA, though, like you said, attempting desperately to get back over to him, reunite with Yekta, as he's given themselves a very nice spot to plant themselves in.
Ooh, very good. They sail on in. DA, this is where they love to play from. This is exactly where DA like to be. It's where they thrive. Being able to keep teams at a distance. The difficulty is that it's a little bit sequestered up to the north side. The fact that we see one of the grid references on the minimap blank is kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. I think only a northern border Miramar finish can actually have that happen. There is no other map in the esports rotation anyway that can see you have the lettered grid references at the top of that minimap. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, we're far out, man. We are very far out. We are up here with David Bowie at the moment. It is good to see Oasis off towards that eastern side, and these teams do not want to try and get themselves stuck into a location where they're going to just starve for bullets, starve for utility. They want to be able to hold a strong spot, but most of the time when you confirm in a location at this position on side the map, it's just a case of you are probably staying there for the rest of the match, which is why you saw DA, wow, that's a nice spray from Hamzy G, which is why you saw DA rock up and just not really care about their vehicles whatsoever. They just left them out in the open because they're not using them again anytime soon.
Oh, those, mate? Yeah, not using those again. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can take the tires if you'd like. Sell them.
Exactly.
Oh, do what you want with them.
And that's another northern shift blank. Oh my goodness me. That's right up to where Footballers Chaos sit right now. They are getting some pretty decent circles today. Twisted Minds on the northern edge. Good news for them on their chase to maybe try and overtake Power, but Power's been doing bits in the meantime, and they are in a pretty decent position over on the north side of Oasis. They've got some cover, but they are quite close to the edge. It's all about Footballers Chaos right now in this circle.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Twisted Minds were looking to inject in on that north side, and the circle's just been like, no, you good. You good.
Yeah.
You made the right rotate. Like, you
don't
absolutely
worry.
made the
You
right
can just stay
rotate.
there, dude.
Yeah,
That's it.
you don't have to do anything else. So for Twisted Minds, I think they're very pleased with how this turned out for them. Nade goes over the top over towards RCB, currently on 95 points, looking to jump up over S2G and attempt to put themselves in a position where they'll head towards that survival stage in the PMWC.
Southeast side of this circle, probably one of the most dangerous right now. You've got, we're on board with IWNRX, but RCB just over the ridgeline there. Taking a lot of damage, to be fair. That's Power as well from the north, taking shots out this way. S2G on the high ground behind them. You've also got 3D Max ahead of all of this. Moneymakers waiting in the wings, and we know how much they like to third party. In exactly scenarios like this, they could be a deadly force on the southwest.
The Moneymakers could get stuck into it. They have lost one player already, though, in Virtus Pro. They will lose their final player of Malloy to Brute Force. Team Spirit did swing on by, and Brute Force was slightly distracted by Virtus Pro, but they've quickly regrouped into location. They still have the high ground. Nomi took a nasty couple of shots here, but technically Team Spirit is ahead, and they are in the compounds that they're attempting to hold early. Effect cannot go down here.
Does manage to get back to cover. Keeps the vehicle out of sight lines as well. For Team Spirit, Brute Force do have Judo on an outpost further north, so unlikely, I think, that they go for the full crash over towards Team Spirit. They're just going to get across the way and get closer into this circle. Potentially the better play here. And Team Spirit are going to be pretty pleased with it as well.
Yeah, they'll be glad with this. I mean, they had to... They've come from Masera, right? Fully on the south side of the map, so for them to be able to make this little swing up towards this northwest side, pretty decent. Well timed as well. They heard the fight between Virtus Pro and Brute Force as they were trying to confirm him. They saw that it left that compound because they did have an outpost there, though that is scary. Because if I know Brute Force, they are quick to pull the trigger on fights like that, as they do get a knock over towards Team Spirit.
Should be resable though. We'll have to wait and see. Moneymakers nades over towards 3D Max on the south side. It's looking pretty decent. 3 players for Moneymakers, 3 players for 3D Max now. As they do have a flush onto Robs. 3D Max on the outside track. Victor, only 1 nade in hand. And they are backs to the blue. Well, they will be in about 10 seconds. The next circle still yet to pop. Footballers Chaos, are they going to be gifted another one? Another chance. S2G, they're being enveloped now from Oasis, and it's still touching the northern border. Twisted Minds, so happy about this, but how many eliminations can they get from here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll get too many because most teams will be fighting to push through. Not a lot of teams had that opportunity to make the northern rotate. Brute Force still going with this playstyle where they stay up front, but what a play from IC. Up front, nice and personal with the SK-12. Takes down 2 in an instant.
It's up to Victor now for 3D Max, but he's not going to be able to handle business on the south edge. Now Moneymakers have to get on the bike. Koa can get rezzed here. There's time to go for it. In the meantime, RCB trying to leave from the western point of Oasis. Easy. And Al-Haji stay alive in their building, leaving Power still as 4, with IWNRX and S2G still trying to make their way out. Power are racking up these points.
Yeah, and they're picking them up pretty easily as well, just looking down towards that south side. Right now, you got FLUX, Brute Force, and NIGMA Galaxy all holding out Team Spirit. I think they go down here. It's almost impossible to leave that compound now. They are able to get a shot over towards Pre-Pod, but that is about it. On to a Chudo too, but Effect is taking so much damage from the blue. NIGMA Galaxy also have shots on. They have to try and live through this, but it will be difficult. Kitsune sends up, has a nade over the top.
The reses are starting to come through, but all of these buildings are going to be pushed out by the blue zone. Solkay's here, though, and he's going to ruin the day of Team Spirit. It's so unfortunate timing on that push there. They didn't know he was out in the open here. He is the backstop completely for FLUX. You can see the rest of his team closer to the middle of the circle, and they aren't having the best of times either. So he's out here to try and pick up the pieces. Team Spirit, you're right. They aren't going to be able to make their way through. A potential opportunity for Team Spirit to make it work, but Brute Force and Solkay take that away from them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Brute Force, they had them in the back towards the beginning of that. There's a really aggressive split that only works because there is no one on this western side. Good shots from Power, though. Moneymakers just could not stand up to Easy.
Losing 2 to him. Al-Haji does go down as a cost, but you'll take that to clear out a little bit more of this southeast side. IWNRX still yet to push in. And Power have regrouped all 3 of their remaining players now close together. Yeah, and you can see it's a lot of open ground here. Getting up to that next building could be all important, but how do you make it happen?
IWNRX, some good shots going back over towards Power here, so they're not going down without a fight, but there's angles galore for Power. Kine gets up to the building, perfect. Has to jump through the water, it slows him down. And Swain got taken down in the mulch. Only Kine makes it up to the wall. It's a botched grenade too.
There's 2 Molotovs. Going to put one of them over towards Kante and another one as well. Trying to get rid of that building, trying to line them up. He's done a decent job, but that nade doesn't tag onto him actually. Fadan may be at risk here, but another nade and a DBS. That's going to be all said and done. Easy is knocked. Can they get that res? I think they might be able to, but just a little bit longer. 3 eliminations for IWNRX. They weren't able to get too many points on this match. Only 4. Again, their chase is a little bit faltered. Football is KAOS. They've only got 2 elims, but they just keep getting this zone. Power in the meantime, though. 8 eliminations.
It's Brute Force, really. It's on my mind. They're looking to seal their fate during this game up towards the top side of the tables. I mean, they've already got 6 eliminations. Moneymakers just got Koa. That's the team chasing them. And they have so much control over towards this western edge, as well as a lot of information over towards those teams that were challenged them. Obviously, Footballist KAOS is a bit of a factor in this one, but again, they can just roll over these hills on the western side, continue to take shots at other teams. If they get a top 5 here, maybe some more eliminations, they're looking fantastically good over in that first place position because teams are falling behind now. Teams are absolutely falling behind.
The gaps are lengthening. The shadows too. And they will envelop you should you let them. Right now, Power wanting to stay up there with the big dogs, but it's kind of unfortunate that both of them have been performing in the first match and now again here. But unfortunately for Power, they are just getting shunted on their push, stopped, weighed down on their approaches, trying to move their way in. I think it's just Easy now for Power remaining. Brute Force out on that west, and NIGMA Galaxy trying to move past them, but it's easy to think, easy to say that maybe you can. Now try and do it, and you'll see just how tough it really is. Judo with nades over towards Ralph, he has to back off.
Yeah, really easy to get immediately into the vehicle, but Brute Force have done enough, and this is what they're great at, is just delaying teams in a massive, massive way. Another 2 eliminations should be confirmed for them here. It's just Ralph left remaining up front. Judo guesses on the grenade here to see how far he can get this one through. A couple of lovely nades from Ralph. Will confirm onto pre-pod, at least.
That's pretty big. That leaves Brute Force only on 2 now. From their western side, that severely diminishes their capabilities here. Nade over the top. He's spotted the buggy now, so Ralph should be a lot more in danger. As soon as they know that location, Ralph's still trying to get any healing on. That nade over the top goes long, does tag more damage, but no, it's just not going to happen. They've got the shot underneath the buggy. Judo takes it down, but from a distance, Koa still here. Rookie, is he going to peek him? He's looking for it, and he gets the shots. Easy is the one to take him down, though, from Power.
Yeah, the solo player left from Power picks up that elimination, will rack themselves up to 9 now. Again, Power does a really good job because that southeast push from Oasis was practically a death sentence, and Easy has come out from that battle royale in of its own on that southeast side as the victor. And he's done very well, and he's still racking up points to the team. He ladders up to a top 5. Honestly, Power has really impressed me during the finals. They're a lot less like some of the other teams we see up towards the top of the tables who are just having a fantastic spree of it. Where, you know, they start to feel good, they get the adrenaline pumping, that's when they can start to perform. But Power, on the other hand, is just very consistent, and they were consistent through the league stage as well, and they improved a lot, and this is just how Power has been playing every single game, which is great to see. It's great to see a team that like can be like, look, where they are on the tables, they should be there. That is where they belong.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody will take the chance to change that, though. If it means them laddering up. Any opportunity you can. It all matters, every single point. Twisted Minds take the head off of Yekta. And they start to elongate their position down south. They've only got 3 eliminations, but there's potential for quite a few more now. Footballers Chaos, they've been in this compound for so long. And again, DA as well, finally having to leave the position where they just sent in with all of their vehicles. They don't have any eliminations at this stage.
Yeah, they're pushing out. I mean, I don't know if they got that pickup on too easy, but Brute Force still going in the top 4 with just the 2 players. Like I said, it's just controlling over towards this western side that has afforded them such a good approach here. DA spots Dammy as he tries to front. The run from that north side, again, with Twisted Minds, yes, they got a bit of a free pass into this game, but they certainly haven't done a lot with it. I think there could have been a little bit more presence of just like peeking up, taking shots towards some of these guys. Eventually, they would have to push down, and it was only going to get worse for them.
I feel like Footballers Chaos may have stayed in this compound a little bit too long. They haven't really been putting out any feelers. Now is the time to do it, probably about 20 seconds ago, to start branching out from their compound and maybe get a forward position. But DA now taking the shack on the high ground, overlooking Twisted Minds, overlooking the run out as well from Footballers Chaos's compound. But finally they do start to break out, pushing up towards this northern side. But DA have established.
Yes, strong bit of high ground that DA controls there. And you're right, Footballers Chaos do need to get a move on. They sort of have to wait right up until this is going to push DA off that high ground. I think Stage 8 will do that. So Footballers Chaos can sit down here for a while. It denies sightlines from DA and Twisted Minds. Some shots coming through. I'm not sure exactly from which team. I think it was Storm actually taking those with the Scar.
Either way, this circle really mean to everyone. Nobody sat in it right now. Doesn't favor any direction. I'm surprised the Doka Machine isn't taking shots from Brute Force right now. You can see how open he is to that angle. Doesn't have the smoke cover. Could be completely on the broadside, but they're more preoccupied with DA. They're looking at that high ground and thinking, that's exactly where we want to be taking players down from. Perhaps easy to control Footballers Chaos, to be fair. You want to leave them up.
Yeah, you just keep throwing the nades up towards the top side, and it will slow them down enough that it's going to get absolutely hectic. Nice nade.
Ooh.
Luckily, it bounces and will explode a little bit later, but Never Alone comes in with one of his own on the nades. But yeah, they've kept them up here long enough that the blue is going to push them uncomfortably down the hill. It's this hard cover over towards the western side that is sort of keeping Brute Force in, and now Footballers Chaos realizes the threat.
There is plenty of threats to be dealt out, but right now there's casualties on pretty much all sides here. Brute Force trying to stay out of it. I feel like they've probably got one of the better positions now, given the amount of chaos that has been sown on this eastern side. Yusuf for Twisted Minds, trying to keep them in on this northern edge. DA, they've got Nico and Poldex still in action. Yusuf almost out of ammo. Only down to the SK-12. Has to bait them close now and hope that they walk into his shotgun shells, but I don't think that DA are slow enough to be going for that sort of a play. Oh, okay. He's found a Winchester on the floor, and he's going to try his luck with that.
Yusuf so low. DA down to just the 2 players. Not likely they'll get Yekta back again. Yusuf backs off. Maybe in nade range now, but blue is pushing in. It's a little bit short, and good shots from Coldex will finish it off. Again for Brute Force, if they win this game, John, with the 2 players, it will be so hard for teams underneath to catch up, and it sort of will just be the moneymakers chasing, unless Brute Force just has a terrible string of games the rest of the day, which I just do not see happening.
If they're
this
on
will be
form
their
like this,
back-to-back.
it would be an incredible start to their final day. An ascendancy that we've not really seen the likes of in PUBG Mobile. Into these finals, Nico goes down last and DA are flushed out. It's now 3 versus 2 for Brute Force to get the back-to-back and 2 Miramar wins in a row as well. Freezer goes low. Chudo did get that heal off Footballers KAOS. I mean, they're no slouch when it comes to these final circles. When they're given this sort of free reign, they can have an impact, and Freezer goes down. Chudo trapped behind the rock. I don't think that they're getting out of there, and it will not be the back-to-back this time. It is Footballers KAOS to put the chicken dinner on the board. A lot of points earned by Brute Force, by Power as well, for that final circle position. Power is still looking to chase. They're still looking to keep up with that front-running pack.
Yeah, and they are sort of leaving a lot of teams behind right now, which is leaving those spots open for the PMWC. A little bit barren at the moment, John. For Brute Force, they will have put up a lot of points off the back of that game. Footballers KAOS is slightly of an annoying one for other teams over towards that top side, that maybe they could have had that compound and got some more points out. But for some teams underneath, they were quite pleased that Footballers KAOS were the one to pick up that chicken dinner, considering they're quite far down the tables. So they will allow some more points to be gained that can get them back up towards that 5th place spot and beyond.
That was a pretty crazy Miramar, though. It went all the way up to the northern border there. Up amongst the grid references, it was a mad dash for this circle. You can see the amount of open terrain, that map boundary wall as well in the background. Real tough stuff. Brute Force crushed behind the rocks there, but still a profitable game for them. You can see highest damage comes from Chudo.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, it's a really favorable game for them, where they come in on that western side. Not a lot of teams went for that play because there's more compounds down towards the southeast, which a lot of teams identified early, which is why you saw most of them go there. And Brute Force just opts to play we're going to battle everyone out on the battlefield itself, just the open playing field, and they win it because they're confident to do it. They've got some great fraggers on the team, so they're able to clear out that area, thus having all the space themselves on that west side. So they're just spotting teams as they're leaving, having to fight one another. Maybe if they didn't lose their 3rd player, that might have been a different story between them and Footballers KAOS, getting the smokes out and having some more angles. But I don't think that they'll be displeased with that game at all.
Match rankings here, Brute Force, 17 points. So they did get the most on this game, despite Footballers KAOS taking the chicken dinner from them on 16 points there. But Power with 12. Big news. Moneymakers on 8 still. Fairly profitable on this match for them. Twisted Minds and DA keep it up pace with 8 and 9.
Yeah, for Moneymakers, it was important for Koa to keep going in that match. Like, he got himself a top 5. So they get 8 points off the back of that. So they will stay close to Brute Force, and they're not allowing Brute Force to run away with things. Looking down, BEŞİKTAŞ Esports, obviously 2 points in that game. They only got 3 points on their last match as well. So it's not been a great couple of matches for them so far, John.
They haven't really been able to keep up that pace, and Team Spirit as well, still slipping away. 4 matches left, and they are currently, I believe, not in the top 5. They would not be going as it stands, so definitely needing to jump up to try and burst that bubble. Certainly not where we expected to see them. Taking a look at the damage dealers, 2677 on the damage from Brute Force, and it looks like Miramar is just so good for this team.
Yeah, there's some teams that absolutely thrive when it comes to just open fielded combat. Some teams do a lot better when it comes to compound control and those rotations. But if you're a team that you could just play out in the open, play off the back of hard cover, take some interesting high grounds, that is what Brute Force dominates at. And we've had a lot of those circles on Miramar where it does just leave you out in the cold. Brute Force 141 points in 1st place alongside with the Moneymakers. And you can see why I call Power a consistent team, because they're the only team in the top 3 that doesn't have a chicken dinner, let alone the top 6, yet they're still there with 118 points. So every single game, they've been putting up something decent.
But the fact that Brute Force are now so far ahead of 4th place, I think it would take something quite special for them not to qualify for PMWC at this stage. I think they're probably the only team that is looking that way, though. Oh, I was wrong. Team Spirit are in the top 5. They are on 100 points there. and as it stands, would be going in actually to the group stages because Power Esports, remember, they would get the host nation invite for being the top performing team from the host nation region, moving the qualification spot, I believe, down to S2G in 6th.
Yeah, that's for the survival stage. But again, it is very, very close here. Teams are starting to play out for that top 5 because Brute Force has had one hell of a finals. This weekend for them has been something special. It didn't start off amazing, but they certainly brought it back. And that is what they're great at, is just bringing it back, especially when it counts. And they're a team that's just based off momentum. As soon as they got that big match, it was like a light clicked above their head, and they were just looking fantastic after that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just been night and day for Brute Force. They're the first half of the finals, the second half of the finals, 2 different teams, basically. And it just goes to show you that it's very rarely too late to be able to make it all the way up there. Although now, with Brute Force having put up the numbers they've done, it's going to be really tough to take that top spot from them. 55k on the line. Is anyone going to be able to do it? 4 matches to prove so, or otherwise. We'll see you after the break.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's Set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman Set, Dark Arts Gentleman Glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman's Set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
They're nearly able to do it, but brute force are just pipped to the post by footballers KAOS. Not quite the back-to-back, but still a lot of points earned, and those overalls are starting to look mighty scary for teams wanting to try and claim that 55k prize pool, because at the moment, who can take it from brute force? It's just looking pretty unassailable. Maybe moneymakers, maybe power on an outside chance, but it's going to require brute force to have a bad day for the rest of our 4 matches.
Yeah, now brute force is a team that, like we said multiple times in the past, they're streaky. Right, they're streaky. So they could do incredibly well, or they could do incredibly badly. Right now, though, I think momentum is absolutely on their side, and this has been just a fantastic finals for them so far. I'm not sure if it's going to slow down anytime soon for them. Coming over to Sandhawk, though, there are a couple of teams here who are better than others. DA's had some success on this map. IWNRX, S2G fairly decent at this one, and so are Team Spirit. Though for this finals, for a map where Team Spirit has accumulated a lot of their points, their first Sandhawk was great, if not hard fought for, but their second Sandhawk did not go well whatsoever. So I think for Team Spirit, they would love to have a better approach to this one. Footballers KAOS dropped on them in boot camp last time, causing them to lose a player right at the start, John, which really did put a big thorn in their side.
See if that is going to be a repeat performance this time around, or if footballers KAOS are going somewhere else. They're back to Bantai on the south side for footballers KAOS, near to Virtus Pro on that split cave drop around Camp Charlie as well. Team Spirit, yeah, they're going to be uncontested on boot camp again, but expect to see 3D Max moving down south quite quickly, especially if the circle goes on down there as well.
Again, some of our circles been very cruel this finals, which has led to numerous times we've had interesting finishes in terms of who comes out on top and who doesn't. And honestly, in terms of the point scoring potential from so many different squads, Team Spirit drops Kitsune up towards that top side to scout out. Effects already in Confluence Compound. Circles should be popping shortly. But yeah, most teams pretty happy and in reasonable positions around the map after that one. But it is a hard shift up towards that north side, John, with Brute Force being within the center of that circle. Goodness me.
That is pretty nasty for a lot of teams to be shunting their way on up there. Some important features of this circle, obviously Paradise Resort in the center of that mainland island. It's going to be a little bit to the southeast of this. S2G currently hold it, but it can contain kind of up to 3 teams. If they're playing on opposing corners of it, there's sort of 3 positions that you can go for. That house out on the northwest, almost sort of its own part of a compound. That can be occupied, but at the moment only S2G in there. Obviously, the split that 3D Max hold, I think that they're going to have to recondense, choose one of those compounds here on that northwestern side, and then up towards Lumberyard, Cow, and Tapmock. That is the sort of big battleground open area that I think we're going to see a lot of bloodshed happen in that part of the map. Some mad crashes, some bridges being camped. I think we're going to see it all.
The thing is, John, is it would be wild and very, very difficult to knock Brute Force out of the top 5 at this point, right? I think we can all agree on that. It would take some serious shenanigans in terms of the leaderboards and require multiple teams to get massive games at separate times. So for Brute Force, yeah, right now they're fairly safe. But with this game, they could absolutely confirm their position over towards the group stage. If they can get a strong one from up in Cow, I think they know that this is one of their better circles that they play within. They're strong on that Cow position when they move down towards that south side, and they can play off the walls, take shots towards teams as they come in. So yeah, this might just be the confirmation of both Brute Force's first place as well as Brute Force's confirmation to EWC. Rob's only player in here. They'll find him without fault, without casualty. An easy first elimination for Team Spirit as they shunt up towards that north side almost instantaneously. This is sort of interesting as well, just because it's usually 3D Max who makes these kind of problems cause for Team Spirit.
A cruel symmetry in the rotations. 3D Max have been given gyp to Team Spirit for quite a while now, and you're right. It's good to see it given back their way. But it's unfortunate for 3D Max. However, their matches so far at the start of today have not been up to snuff. And on 83 points, I think they're probably now another team that can start to be counted out for those top 5 positions. Although it's in 6th place right now that the cutoff is for the survival stages of the next tournament. But it's starting to look a little long in the tooth for the time that they've got remaining. S2G in 98 points. That is the cutoff currently. They're on 83, so 16 points behind, but still, that's quite a lot of points they just haven't been earning over these last few matches.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to be pumped back up again because they had that nice win on Yasnaya. Again, that was sort of a toss-up, and I think it's one of the few positions on the map where 3D Max has a lot of experience playing that. I think they've had multiple of those kinds of circles over in PMPL EUs in the past on multiple different rosters. Yeah, losing a player straight away, and it feels like Team Spirit is sort of moving this into first gear now. Moving it out from first gear into 5th gear for themselves, just because that is a new play that we've not seen before from them. And I don't think it's something 3D Max expected either. They were like, right, shall we go mess with Team Spirit soon? But Team Spirit immediately regrouped, flew up towards that north side. Very much a targeted play, and it gives them a strong position in the circle almost immediately from boot camp, which is great to see.
Moneymakers getting a little slice of the valley. This is such a dangerous valley to be playing in a lot of scenarios, but this time around it's just going to give them cover on both sides as they rotate up north. They're going to be worried about players in Hutton, are the Moneymakers, but it's the bridge that they really need to be worried about. On the other side of it, it's power. They're really scouting this one out, and they're actually, okay, maybe they go for a swim and go around on the northern shore. I mean, I don't dislike it, and this is currently in the next circle.
Yeah, play Hutton here. This is not the worst spot to go for. Wait for teams to move off. A swim over towards The north side of the map is a little bit difficult. I think most teams understand that they need to have outposts over towards the coast so they don't get backstabbed by something like that. Even a long rotation via boat is something that's acceptable towards this circle. Virtus Pro, Footballers Chaos, and NIGMA Galaxy all still directly on the south side of the map right now, like as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Looking to potentially move at some point.
I mean,
hopefully.
NIGMA Galaxy love this, right? This is exactly how they like to play this kind of a map, right? They on Sanhok, they stay away as far as they can and then try and come in late. I expect it from NIGMA Galaxy, but Footballers Chaos and Virtus Pro, I expect better from you guys. Come on, let's get on the road. Let's get gone.
Yeah, getting moving is absolutely what's required. So 13th place up to 4th place at the moment. That is, what, 15 points, roughly? A 15-point differential between 13th and 4th. So still very possible to get in towards that top 5. It's maintaining that top 5 position, which is the difficulty for a lot of teams at the moment. Purely because if 13th place can get into top 5, practically anyone can off a good game. Everyone's in range to shoot up.
Circle 2 popping there. It goes over to the mainland, so Hartin now does need to get deserted by moneymakers, and we're not keeping too much water in here, so we're getting a little bit more normal on these circles. Team Spirit actually going all the way up to Tatmok. Brute Force. I'm interested by their decision to go up along that coast, but they have got a clear path back over towards Cow, and they're going to take it.
The thing is that no one really has challenged them on their Cow position, and they've made multiple aggressive rotations out of Cow only to return there later. This time around, though, Twisted Minds are actually already in Cow, waiting for them. So Brute Force slightly pushed out. Team Spirit also made a rotate immediately at this point too, just because they know that they've been held out on that rotation towards stage 4. Good start to this fight coming through from IWNRX, and this is really bad news for 3D Max now.
Oh dear, Victor forced out by the Molotov. Can't quite get anything done. And 3D Max, 0 limbs. The nails in their coffin. Despite lacking a complete finality, certainly a death knell for them. And IWNRX now have this compound on the junction. The high ground that sits on that crag, pretty dangerous for their position. But getting to that position currently, pretty tricky. Given that Team Spirit hold across the way, given that so many teams are holding out around them, it's unlikely that a team's going to play up onto that ridgeline for quite a while until it closes further.
Yeah, I think some teams still have a lot of time to make this work. RCB down towards the southwest, need to move in, as do S2G. Pleased with Twisted Minds rotation as well as Team Spirit. Alongside IWNRX, quite honestly. I think all teams that have read into this Sandhawk have been like, look, there's multiple times we've made mistakes before, we haven't been able to get in. This time around, let's just take a very bold and aggressive approach into this circle. And this sort of has cut Brute Force out a little bit. Now, I personally, pitting Twisted Minds up against Brute Force, I would put my money on Brute Force in that engagement, but it's a question of whether they can make those moves without being shot at, because they still have to be on the outside edge.
Shots from Hamzy. Oh, he's behind the roof. You just don't expect it. He pops up. Immediately, Lux is flushed out. FLUX just falling in the face of S2G here. S2G right now in the survival space qualification spot. Hamzy wants to add to that tally, wants to try and leapfrog over Team Spirit. Soulk trying to prevent that from happening, but catches down Soulk and Soulless now. 2 players who are left. A nade from Hamzy. He knows Soulk's there, but it's not going to tag.
Just Soulk and Soulless remaining. This is a difficult position to play as well. I mean, there's so many sight lines onto this spot as you try and escape. Good shots from Hamzy G with the P90, already finding it. And Soulless realizes he's just got to get gone here. Next circle about to pop on your screens. We'll see where this one heads. I mean, I think IWNRX, Twisted Minds, Team Spirit all have some good spots here, but IWNRX gets themselves a very nice central position here. Again, they're not that far out from getting up towards the top position at IWNRX. It would be a shame not to see them go through to EWC, considering I would still say they're one of our best teams in the lobby. top 2.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, obviously, Brute Force right now, a complete breakout, but we know that they can have their dips. But we know that IWNRX, similarly, can do that as well. Twisted Mind's going to try and force them into a dip right now. Never alone. Gets spotted by Zed Wolf, ever vigilant on the high ground there on that top of the roof. Twisted Mind's faltering on their approach here. Jafar down, it's just Dammy. Left remaining, left standing for Twisted Minds. As his teammates getting swept under the rug. FLUX are eliminated from Paradise Resort. They tried to leave, didn't get too far. He's getting the res, but there's a nade in through the door, and that seals the deal. A nice start to the hold for IWNRX, but I'm sure there's going to be plenty more.
I mean, 7 eliminations already for them at this early in the game. I mean, 52 players have gone down, and it looks like IWNRX has practically picked up half of them, if not more. And that sits them on 100 points, right? They were tied with Team Spirit now at the start of the game. That's a really, really nice display of performance there from IWNRX. Great hold as well. They set that one up perfectly for teams who wanted to immediately crash onto that position and try and pick up some pace of their own.
I think the P90 is probably one of my favorite gun sounds in the game right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's so satisfying.
Satisfying is the best way to describe it. Yeah, 100%. Moneymakers, though, this is a tough push for them. This is a very tough push for them, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Moneymakers go down in this game with 0 points accrued.
They've been biding their time for quite a while, though. I mean, they've played from Hartin, right? They've gone slow across. The fact that they didn't lose anyone on their crossing is really good as well, but that might change because Icy's just been spotted. They're going for a swim, but Brute Force have spotted it, and this is a death sentence, and you're right. It's so tough. They didn't quite shunt in. I might have gone for a more land-based attack, but that northern shore is just so open. You can see there is no way that you can cover that ground without being spotted, unless they just aren't looking, which is very unlikely for a team like Brute Force.
Yeah, it was an odd gamble for the Moneymakers to try and hold in Hartin. I expected them to more go for something on the mainland and try and push up. I think it might have been because they only found one vehicle. As we saw them going through the valley, they're like, look, I think we have to swim this. But Brute Force happy to pick up some more points here. You know, anything extra the Brute Force can get just solidifies their position in first place.
And onto Moneymakers as well, the second place team. This could not be better for them.
Yeah.
They're taking the points from them. The next shift goes, and it is right on top of IWNRX again. That ridgeline that I was talking about before actually becomes a pretty major feature that they have to be worried about, because approaching from that ridge can make things pretty tricky, but getting up to that ridge is always that first hurdle.
Respect that from IWNRX as well. I mean, you see them and straight away, they push down towards the south compound here. They know that at this point, they have to let some teams in. So they give up some of the weaker sides of that compound to allow some squads over towards them. I'm sure they will have picked up more nades coming through from Twisted Minds, as they had a lot of time to pilfer through KAOS. So yeah, for IWNRX, this is starting to shape up to be a lovely game. NIGMA Galaxy, it is not ending well for them. Just unable to find points today.
DA trading back and forth with Brute Force. It's not really the sort of team you want to be tangling with right now, but on their route out of KAOS, DA are ahead. Brute Force are going to have to deal with them should they want to move further forwards. Neos creeping his way towards Scarface, who's holding inside this shack. Brute Force looking for that res to keep themselves up as 4. Scarface just trying to stay vigilant here, but there is 3, and he is the solo split right now from the duo. Coldex and Yekta across the way. He hops out and immediately taken down. You gotta know that Brute Force are looking away. I'm not too sure what he was thinking about there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one, honestly. It doesn't pan out the way that they would quite like. Team Spirit looking to pick up a lot of points down towards this south side, John. And there is a lot to be had.
Nade out the door. Catches Prepod for a little bit, but not too much more than that. Nades in towards Coldex. That should see him down. Yekta's already low. The nade is still cooking. It's going to force him out. He gets around behind the corner. I'm not sure if they spotted it, but it's not going to matter. They're down either way. Brute Force handle D8. Power in the meantime against the Gladiators on the southwest side. There's a lot of teams in this area, Blank. And the nades are flying back and forth. Gladiators have lost 2. Power as well. Eating casualties left and right. The Gladiators trying to keep them at bay, and they will be able to do it. But Fadan may be able to change that tune. Matic steps out for the challenge and wins it. But Gladiators now just down on 1, and it's the footballist KAOS team to find the points away. Team Spirit, you can see they were looking to break out and try and crunch this one through, but they're going to have to move further forwards. IWNRX stay sequestered on the south side.
Yeah, teams got to start thinking about flying in towards those compounds. The IWNRX is just left open, but I think teams are worried that there's still players there. I mean, at this stage of the game, no one's really allowing them in.
Look at that, the shift from IWNRX. They've gone to a different side of the compound. This is where that
take
south
center.
ridge line can really hurt them if they stay there. S2G versus NIGMA Galaxy on the southeast side. On their way out from Paradise Resort, they've kept all 4 of themselves alive, but now they've taken Calci as a knock, and their vehicles are starting to take some heavy damage. Furia holding against Brute Force, almost solo with the UMP, nearly finding a second knock, but there's a crossfire coming on through for Cork, and 3 players from Brute Force are down at the cost of Furia. He held his nerve, he did his job. But is it going to be enough? Neo's now the last to stand for Brute Force. The points are getting picked up, and Malloy looking to move on in. Extending the O's on that one for no reason at all.
Because you found it fun. Nice nade, not quite far enough. Does blast the vehicle out of the way, though. Dramatic fashion. Brute Force able to keep some of their players alive. IWNRX, 10 eliminations thus far on this game. A fantastic result for them. Pushes them into 6th place and pushes Team Spirit out of that top 5 that would be heading through to the survival stage and group stage.
Pretty crazy to think. But if S2G go down here, point scoring potential goes up for these 2 teams to try and push them back out. Same story for BEŞİKTAŞ. They are in some real strong spots right now from Virtus Pro. Malloy moving up. Rookie goes down to Hamzy. Falconist as well on the south side. I think he's going to go down too. Yeah, Footballers KAOS are out now as well. And S2G pick up those points. 7 eliminations. A lot of the top side of this lobby still playing on in this one.
I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ desperately wants some more points as well because they've been falling behind. Malloy, though, in the grass. Nade's going over the top. They get a little tickle of damage. He steps up with the AUG. Can't quite find Freezer. Will jump through the air with the DBS. Looks over towards Chudo. Immediately almost hits that shot as well, John.
Knows that there's threat from this direction. 2 players now for Brute Force on the northern side. The compound there on the north, super powerful, but Virtus Pro can't hold it because their 2 players are knocked. It's all up to Malloy to get them back into action. And Chudo further down the hill makes it so tough. Team Spirit looking to try and find an 8. They've spotted Neos, but S2G get an answer over towards Team Spirit, and they're going to have to cross as well. IWNRX in their side of the compound, so happy with this.
Yeah, it's a perfect opportunity there for IWNRX. Their move off towards that eastern compound to put themselves more central comes in absolutely clutch towards this end game here. Now, Team Spirit, if they still had vehicles, they can maybe wrap up towards that north side, potentially take the compound on the east. But it's difficult. They're getting in the vehicles now, preparing them to move.
Ooh, S2G taking a lot of points away from this lobby right now for S2G. They really want to stay up in those top 5 spots. These 5 qualification spots. Team Spirit making their move. They're swinging up. They're sweeping the north. Blank, they're trying to come in and take this compound on the north side. This is a huge move from Team Spirit. It's not been stopped by IWNRX. Can Chudo do something about it? The solo player from Brute Force. They're taking a lot of damage, but they've managed to keep themselves alive on this northern side. This could be the move that changes it all for them. The nade over to Chudo takes him down.
That's a great nade coming through from Effect. This gives them a little bit of high ground. And again, that only comes through the fact that they were able to scout over towards that position. They saw it was pretty barren. But again, this is more of Team Spirit just trying to secure their position towards that top 5. With IWNRX here and S2G, both teams that are looking to shunt them out, it is bad news for them. Circle shifts back down towards the southwest, giving IWNRX more opportunity to accrue points on this game.
That is a hard shift. So tough. Team Spirit, they went all the way to the other side of the circle. Now they got to go back again. They can stay in this compound for a while. They're just going to want to close these ones out. If they can find a pick over towards IWNRX, then brilliant. But I don't think S2G make this one. I don't think they make this run. It's pretty close to impossible for them.
Very, very difficult.
Any sort of pick over towards IWNRX would be huge for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're certainly on the outside edge here, John. Team Spirit needs those pickoffs, but it's IWNRX to pick them up. Up to, I believe, that's around about 12 eliminations now. They go down with 10. Kine picks up a great one. Nomi's out as well. That's 2 players down. This is definitely done now for Team Spirit.
IWNRX with 2 players now in the way. Kitsune stepping out wide. Trying to find a knock. Gets Swain another roll in, but I think he's down to the vehicle explosion. It's all up to effect on the backline. As Kine gets the flush, Naomi is there. They're both getting some healing done. The circle shifts, and they're actually, a lot of them on the south side. Effect peeks out with the strafe shot, and there's Naomi for another onto Zedwolf. Now they have a little bit more of a chance here. Kine does have to move forwards, but they've got the wall to get around. This corner completely covered off, or it should be. Naomi goes down first, and an immediate snap for the second. It is going to be IWNRX claiming a spot in the top 5. Team Spirit do well on this match, but so do S2G, so do BEŞİKTAŞ, so do all the other teams around the top side. And is it going to be enough to see them safe?
What a game from IWNRX. I mean, that will have sent them very far up the tables. I don't think that keeps Team Spirit safe, though, because S2G also flew up the rankings. They did not get as many placement points as Team Spirit, but they got so many more eliminations than them. Oh, John, this was a fantastic game to watch here, because it really was, all of a sudden, our teams that desperately wanted to stay in the top 5, all fighting out for it. So it didn't really change much.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a shuffle. I think the big change out of the small little shuffles is obviously going to be IWNRX and their elimination count this match. Their huge amount of points accrued, adding over 20 to their tally, is going to see them pretty far up those tables. And you said you wanted to see them going over to EWC. I think you might have just booked your ticket.
Yeah, I think for those guys, it has been a fantastic set of games today for them. They kept going. For IWNRX, their games in the league stage look crazy good. And those games in the league stage have also somewhat been the only thing to keep them in this, right? So I'm very, very excited to see IWNRX head over towards that EWC, John. I hope they can continue this trend. They need to continue this trend with these massive games, because that looks so weird, right, John, in terms of the way they played that. It was so smart. It was so intelligent. It looked more akin to what we saw from them in that league stage, and not a team that has just been fumbling so many games on their side.
Yeah, I mean, that compound obviously did get a lot of shifts sent towards it, right? They did have a bit of help from the Circle Gods, but when all was said and done, you're right. Their intelligent maneuvering within that compound is what won them that match. 26 points as well. That is their reward for their troubles. S2G with 15, Team Spirit with 12, Brute Force with 10, BEŞİKTAŞ with 6. As you said, it is those teams who want that top 5 spot, all able to put up at least a decent result here. BEŞİKTAŞ obviously only on 6, but that's still a really good result to be able to find out of chaos like that.
Yeah, it does push them further up the tables, though, right? And pushes them away from a lot of the squads down towards the bottom of the tables, which is the good thing here for those teams, is that at least now they're sort of battling between one another. Don't think Team Spirit is too unhappy with S2G getting the points there, because they've been very inconsistent. And I think if Team Spirit can maybe have 1 or 2 more good games at the end of the day, that might see them safe. It's still, again, those teams underneath them, which are the scary thing in terms of putting up those points. But leaving it to those last 3 matches of the day it's rough, John. It's rough.
I'm looking at Power here and Moneymakers, 2 teams in the top 5, or they were at the start of this match. That didn't really get a lot of points in. And, you know, normally it's fine that you have one of these, but the fact that everybody else did so well around you is going to be nerve-wracking for them. I mean, it's just so crazy to have a final circle like that with that composition of teams, right? All able. I think multiple teams had double-digit eliminations there. It was really quite something.
Yeah, it was, and I think it's almost feeling like, you know, it's getting to 5 minutes to midnight for these guys in terms of trying to put those points up. Let's look at the overalls now and see where that places some of our teams, because that certainly was a massive game to switch things up. Brute Force still in first place, 21-point lead. Moneymakers trailing behind a little bit, but IWNRX fourth place, S2G in fifth, and Team Spirit just about staying in with those 2 points above Besiktas, who have been pushed out from second place at the start of the day.
Yeah, with Power still in there, that 6th place is still technically a qualification to the survival stage, sure, but you are going, which is better than nothing. You'll take that, and the 2 points is the difference maker, but it is now still tight from third down to, well, I'd say, yeah, third down to 7th within that 10-point boundary. This is starting to get dangerous for a lot of these teams around here. Power just about able to cling on to 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, for Power, 3rd place looks good, but like you say, IWNRX knocking at the door now. It is wild to see this happening in real time, and it's shuffling up. But again, Brute Force, Moneymakers, Power Esports, IWNRX, S2G, and Team Spirit are all teams that, you know what, this feels like the right 6 to me at the moment. This definitely feels like the correct 6 that we should be taking through to the EWC. But there's still teams underneath that can push their way through with a lucky game, with a good circle. So many of these teams here are capable of just gigantic performances.
Absolutely. Down to the 2nd page. NIGMA Galaxy, 90 points, 83. I think at this stage, it's goodbye to the Gladiators and FLUX. 3D Max with 3 matches still. I don't know, man. Getting up to 110 in 3 matches, I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, neither do I. I think that with the way they're playing right now, FLUX, 3D Max, Gladiators, again, considering their current predicament within these games of just making poor plays after poor plays, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be happening, John, here in this tournament.
15th place for FLUX with 2 chicken dinners is kind of wild. They have somehow managed to just only earn either wins or absolutely nothing. It's unfortunate, but this is the PMSL EMEA, and there are so many more stories to tell here. We've got 3 more matches to play to try and see who our top spots will be, who's going to be moving forwards, and who will be lifting that trophy at the end of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It just keeps getting better as time goes on today. Another massive slobber knocker over on Sandhawk has left us again asking the question who our top 5 is going to be, because it is still far from clear. All that we do know is it's likely going to contain brute force. Other than that, it could be anyone's guess.
Yeah, Brute Force looking to get themselves the 55k online up towards that top side of the prize pool. And doing a great job of it. I mean, that last game, they even pushed themselves out of KAOS, it moved back over that way, and they were still able to get a decent game off the back of it. Team Spirit made some good decisions, some good moves, and despite all that, the Circle just did not want them to win whatsoever, shifting back down towards IWNRX. Again, a tough game, and I think they did a good job towards the end there to try and fend off IWNRX, but the position they were in was just very, very difficult. Looking at the games ahead, though, I think we are starting to see, like I said before, we're starting to see a top 6 moving away from the rest of the pack now.
Yeah, it's going to require breakout games from the teams beneath that to really have a chance at maybe making it in towards those PMWC spots that still are available up for grabs. Of course, that is what it's all about, right? Getting to the PMWC, those top 5 placing teams, when you exclude either Power or Twisted Minds, depending on who finishes at the top for the host country invite, will be going to the ESPORTS World Cup from the 19th to the 28th of July for their shot at the title over there against all of the best teams in the world. So we've got to select our teams, our best teams, hopefully from EMEA, and it is still just so close.
It really is. It's so undecided at the moment. I think right now the top 6 that would go through to the group stage and survival stage at this moment in time, if we just shut things down now, I would be very pleased with that top 6. I think that is a top 6 that would do very well over in the EWC, and I think that would be some of our best teams, if not our best teams, to send. There has been some disappointments coming through over towards the bottom side of the tables. But again, I can't be too disappointed because it is so close, right? It's so close that everyone has tried to put their best foot forward. You can't really fault too many teams. I think the only team that it feels rough for is Gladiators.
I mean, yeah, given their legacy, given their history, and given that they had a bit of a glow up in week 3 as well, we were coming in a little bit more hopeful for them, maybe not to qualify, but not to do what they're doing here, because it is unfortunate. It doesn't quite live up to the names on the roster. They've been chopping and changing it quite a lot as well in terms of like who they're subbing in, benching, who is the person who's been sitting out each time. It's not quite working out, but I'll tell you who it is working out for. It is Brute Force today. They have had a marvelous run in their games. These are average numbers, blank. They're average numbers over the games that we've seen, the first 3. And you can see, at the moment, it's the rookie Freezer who's topping the tables on the damage.
Yeah, awesome stuff from this team. And the amount of time they've been getting into these end games every time is crazy as well. 23 minutes 48 for Freezer, 24 minutes 12 for Chudo. So they are just not giving up. Even when some of their teammates are going down, they're still pushing through. And that's what makes them a bit of a fearsome team, that even as two, they're still able to play off the back of one another very, very well. It is terrifying to come up against, and they don't go down easy. So you got to put more bullets than you might think you need into this team, because they are just absorbing them right now.
Absolutely. You can see that, yeah, Freezer and Chudo currently highest average survival time by quite a distance, although it depends on where they've gone down in the previous matches. Of course, with only 3 matches, going down early does have a bit of an impact. It is interesting, though, that Neos is a little bit underperformant compared to the rest of them, given his strength over the course of the entirety of those league stages. But yeah, absolutely a brutal team to come up against in any situation. They have been doing so much work today to solidify themselves at the top of those tables.
I see Chudo there with about 20 presses a second on his screen. It's sort of awesome, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm interested in the race for MVP title as well, right? Because I think it includes both league stage and finals. And I think it was Nomi who was in the lead at the end of league stage for Team Spirit, with Zedwolf pretty close behind. And I'm wondering if we're going to see Brute Force may be able to push a player up in and amongst it over the course of the games that they've had so far, because it has been pretty tricky for those other 2 teams. Although with obviously that last performance from IWNRX, I think Zedwolf got quite a lot done during that last match.
Yeah, honestly, Zedwolf is just a fantastic player all around. Kine as well, I don't think we can really dismiss him as a player.
Definitely not.
IWNRX have some really strong players on the squad. Up to 4th place now, 119 points. So despite everything, have managed to claw their way back, and it has been a little bit more quiet from them, a bit more of just grabbing 10 points here and there, playing a bit of a safer game. I think they had to switch things into much slower play style, just because they weren't getting the same points as they were used to, or just having some bad matches here and there, so they decided to go for something more consistent, which really only works because this lobby has been so close that they know that as a really strong team, if they can just get 10 points per match by playing a slower playstyle, by playing something that's a bit more safe, that doesn't rely on getting a huge amount of eliminations per match, they were able to get back up towards this position of map. This is where they could either strike out or just try and confirm a position in the top 4. And personally, if I was IWNRX, knowing what could happen with week 2, I think staying with that slow playstyle to the end of the day until it becomes apparent that something drastic needs to happen is probably the right move, and just forsake that prize pool to get yourself through to EWC.
Well, let's get funky with it, because IWNRX out in Zaki are going to be playing all the way very slow on the northwest side. Unfortunately for them, the circle likes Milta today. It is going to be sending out to the southeast side and a long journey ahead of them. Nigma Galaxy potentially in trouble, or is it Kitsune who's in trouble for Team Spirit? That's just to the southeast of Potato Hill with the Moneymakers close by. Yeah, I think they're going to be fine. They're going to just move away from one another. No casualties here. They're keeping it chill. They're just regrouping over towards Pachinki for Nigma Galaxy.
Moneymakers actually drop out quite early on this playing path. They are over towards the top side of Potato Hill. Remember, this is a team that plays down towards Primorsk, so they are rotating through quite a lot of squads. Luckily, at this stage of the game, they should be okay with IWNRX not actually playing down towards the farm, the yellows on the south side of the cliff face. They won't have to rotate through anything too drastic. Looks like IT's already taken a bit of a hit, but that's about it so far. And they'll just move on out. But they have to move down to come back up. Now, if they identify the yellows are open, they could probably loot there. It's not the greatest, but it will do the trick.
I mean, it looks like Nigma Galaxy trying to corral them back up towards Pachinki as well. Seems to be on the warpath. I mean, Coops has got that AKM. Having that sort of weaponry, and there's an M16 on board as well. Having that sort of weaponry, very valuable in these early scuffles. And Moneymakers, again, just slowed down. So they are still going to have to figure out where they can drop in for some loot, because they desperately need to get this on board so that they can come back into the circle, like you said.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rubber band here for Moneymakers. When it snaps back, it's going to be painful for them getting back into the circle. A tough one to be sure, but I think they can make it happen. Nigma Galaxy picking up more vehicles will get them parked up over towards Pachinki. And power on foot. The cross-country hike.
Getting the cardio in, getting those steps up. Looks like they are looking pretty fit and healthy at the moment, though, with 120 points in 3rd place. And this is the team that we said has been a breakout performer here in PMSL EMEA. A team that has some strong players. You know, Al Hadji obviously doing so well previously. Coming into this roster, we thought, okay, like maybe they'll get something done. Maybe not the best in the lobby, but, you know, they'll be interesting to watch, see if they're going to develop anything. It has been developed. In this tournament, Power has stood out time and time again. Starting a little bit slower, but they just kept up that pace. And right now, they are one of the most formidable teams in this lobby.
Yeah, just consistency-wise, just no chicken dinners, but still putting up 120 points here at the top of the tables is really astonishing stuff. It's nice to see a team be able to do that. Obviously, you'd like to see them close out games. They're currently not quite able to do that just yet. But regardless, you know, just being able to put up that amount of eliminations per match, get yourself a decent amount of placement points, that's absolutely fine. That will take you all the way. And if anything, it's actually harder to make that playstyle, because it means you can't really have too many bad games if you're not getting those chicken dinners behind you. So with Power, this has been a great finals for them, just in terms of fortitude.
RCB finds solace. FLUX continue their downward trend there, unfortunate. Point added to the RCB tally. And if they wanted to do anything, that's what they've got to keep on doing. Ooh, there's a little bit of a catch out here. Okay, Twisted Minds. They're holding out for IWNRX, and this is great news for S2G, for Team Spirit, and BEŞİKTAŞ as well.
Honestly, for IWNRX, I don't know what they expected coming towards Zaki. It's not like Twisted Minds have not seen this before. And again, people might not have expected Twisted Minds to get in here, but as soon as they breach that 16th place position, I think as IWNRX, this strategy should have maybe been scrapped.
Ooh. A 1-for-1 trade on towards the buggy. Kind will get that flush, but can the rest of Twisted Minds establish the perimeter? Slow them down enough. Kind going to allow themselves a little bit of smoke cover to move back as Zedwolf gets flushed. I think they might be able to stay up as 3. And a 1-for-1 trade so far. Dammy. No, never mind the boulder. He's just going to keep pressing forwards there. Up into the tree. Molotov in hand there for Frozen, which might force Dammy back. And there's a nade in hand now. That lobs over. That looks pretty good. It should be on the money, but it's not going to do enough damage to get the knock. Already had the first aid kit going. But another nade over, and that might be good. Frozen knocks Dammy out in the blue. Very isolated from the rest of his team. Too far forwards. He got a little bit too bold.
Rex being able to pick up points here, but they're out in the blue now. They will have to move. I don't know how devastated the vehicles are. So there's a couple of them on side. They'll have to come pick up Frozen eventually. 2 players left alive here in Yusuf, as well as Never Alone up top. But they do have angles down towards them. And again, this is just delaying IWNRX's game massively and losing Zedwolf. The worst player to lose, I would say, for IWNRX this early on.
Definitely a bit of a blow to the morale. Kine wants the challenge with Yusuf. He's cooking the nade. He knows the tree. He's putting it forwards, but he's down.
Oh.
That's so unfortunate. And Swain didn't have the off angle in time to stop it from happening. But he's going to have to lap back for Kine, but Never Alone with the shots. Not quite able to connect fully, but the blue zone, could it tick him away? This is dangerous. Needs to have a bandage rolling. If he wants to try and stay alive here, needs to look after himself first. Frozen having to roll on in. Kind still yet to get res. Never Alone has the nade. Frozen moving up a little bit closer. Swain has managed to get a heal off, and they get the flush over onto Yusuf. 3 players still alive for IWNRX, but Twisted Minds have the nade. Frozen moving away from this.
First aid. Dropping the bandies on, in fact, because only 1 first aid kit in the back pocket. IWNRX look to have solved their problems. As Kine gets back up to 70% and will move out, but I think this is only the beginning of the problems, and we'll need to have a lot more solutions ready for the rest of the game here. Looking over towards that eastern side, which we really haven't had too much time to take a look at. The circle shifts back down towards that southwest. Again on top of Team Spirit, who have to regroup here. I think it has to be said that Team Spirit has been given a lot of opportunities in these matches.
Yep.
And yet have not been able to glean all that much from them. Again, in 6th place is not terrible, but with the amount of times the circle has dropped on top of them here, giving them a bit more of a chance in these matches, especially on our angle, one of our fairer maps. Yeah, it does feel frustrating for Team Spirit fans. BEŞİKTAŞ here looking to regain that 6th place as the team that's directly competing with Team Spirit behind them with 110 points.
Team Spirit establishing their regroup. Maintaining a single building, though, on a pretty tight, close fort area. They're pretty safe from BEŞİKTAŞ right now. It's only going to be long-range knocks that might trigger a little bit of an engagement. This is where IWNRX only lost 1, to their credit, in this engagement with Twisted Minds. Only losing 1. Pretty successful, all things considered. But not ideal. Getting spotted out by Twisted Minds. Where were the Onyx Ravens? Why didn't they come in third party this Zaki engagement? Come on.
Yeah, the double engagement going on that top side. That really did ruin IWNRX's day. Power easy is spotted. This is over towards the ferry pier on that south side. Al-Haji knocks easy in the back. Actually just wearing him as a backpack. That's even better.
So easy pushed off the ridgeline. Svidan just suppressing him. NIGMA Galaxy a little bit further along the coastline. This is a really tricky ridge to play in general. I mean, you've got a lot of sight lines. It's very difficult to move around. And if you get caught short by some off angle, by some little bit of a crash, it's difficult to back up your team. It's difficult to keep those crossfires. So whilst it might seem safe for the time being, it's right on the edge of this circle, and it's going to be difficult.
Almost into stage 3 now, where we will get this circle even closer. And already a lot of playable space has been cut out with this one edging its way down into Sosnovka, with the water quite a lot in play, in fact. You got farm being a pretty big position here for a lot of teams to be looking at. You got Kitsune, who is holding out over towards that eastern side, just in case the circle moves far off towards the east, but in fact will move over towards that northwest edge. Gladiators pick up a position that Team Spirit is very well used to playing.
Could potentially be a little bit of a crash, and I think, yeah, Gladiators should regroup on this. They're doing just that. IWNRX right on that south coast. They're behind Power right now. Yeah, everybody looking to sweep north. The Moneymakers, most notably up into the east side of Pachinki Fields and into those buildings, going to look to stepping stone their way over towards Potato Hill, potentially. S2G, they've come into contact with Footballers KAOS a little bit further south. You can see Power. This is on the southwest side, right next to the coast. Still able to spot IWNRX, who've been on the road for quite a while. And they've got to go a little bit further now.
It's a tough one for IWNRX. At least the circle moves a bit further off towards that western side, so they can play on that. They could even move up towards Potato Hill. Wouldn't be a bad idea to try and take control at least of one side of it. Power decides that I want to send Fidan out to scout for the rest of the team. This compound that he moves up to is actually free. Gladiator is trying to confirm him towards that northeast side. Nice shot from Chudo, though. This is brute force spread along the coast. They love playing these wide splits, man. And they're so confident on their own to hit their shots and defend themselves. It is such a dangerous play style, but they are making it work.
Absolutely. I mean, they're 21 points in the lead. Well, 22 now with the elimination that they were able to snaffle up there. Power into the compound on the south side. I think IWNRX also kind of want this. DA moving in just to the edge of a farm compound there. And FLUX going to share it with them across the way. FLUX on 3 players. They can't hold fully on these angles, and they've already got catch on a forward leg, meaning that they can't really hold DA out at all.
Yeah, DA has barreled onto them here, smothering them somewhat. Some shots from Kikali over towards Twisted Minds. He tried to take center, but it was just that one player and never alone. It was a miracle that he'd made it this far from Zaki after being left out alone for a long, long time. DA, they'll take a shot back up towards Footballers KAOS. They do have the high ground. He's not up there. Fortunately for Yekta.
Just checking, making sure. You just want to keep that suppression on if you can. Onto the angle. 3D Max on this south side as well. Have managed to get their res through. The next circle, pretty close to popping now. IWNRX on this west side. With a difficult position. They do have that high ground. The high ground will lead up towards that Potato Hill position. Look at the Virtus Pro split as well on this northern side. You can see a duo on that east edge. Milky Way and Malloy now trying to move closer towards Potato Hill, but they're going to have to push a little bit further south on this one. This is a very tricky circle. That south side of Potato Hill, very, very steep. Creates a lot of potential to have some scraps from that west side and from that north side of this next circle.
I think if you're looking at this one, you can sort of say that that western edge is going to be cut out completely, and a lot of the engagements and fighting happening around there will have to come to a conclusion. The difficulty comes that Power and IWNRX, as well as Moneymakers and Furia and Virtus Pro, will be forced to fight. Like, they can't stay here. They either have to move down towards the south or the north. I like what Virtus Pro did, though. They had that scout sat out, and they will be looking to shunt Moneymakers out of this one.
Oh, Solke wanted to hop.
Old.
He wanted to hop in, but it was just blocked by the car there. Wanted to hop up for the DBS shot catch, though. Rampage is on through. Hits the drop shot on him as well. Nearly there. Just one more. Get the reload, and he's out. Messy, but it works.
Scarface is up top and just says, "I'm sorry, guys, but you died 1v3."
Sorry, I'm on the phone. I can't help out right now.
I mean, reasonable, because there's so many sight lines over towards that position. You just couldn't even afford to jump down to help. Footballist KAOS flew into that spot, though.
Yeah, just immediately taking it down. Brute Force versus Power. Minus Kante. And IWNRX as well. Having the outside track. There's a three-way fight right now. Frozen down on the outside. Pre-pod as well. So right now, it's a 2v3v3. And they're all going to have to leave because NIGMA Galaxy have such great sightlines over to this fight. I don't think anybody gets out as a strong team in this situation.
Nah, this is an uncomfortable position to be in. Like, even if you win the fight, there is sight lines that are going to be looking over towards you. There's a good push from Brute Force. They don't quite spot out the first player from IWNRX, but they will finish him off. Now just one player remains. He jumps out the window, trying to go for a massive spray with a shotgun. And again, 4 more points added to the tally there for Brute Force. 2 players down, but Power hesitant to move in to try and clean this one up.
Can they get Prepod back up? He's been knocked for so long on the high ground. I don't think... Yeah, they're going to have to pick him up and carry him forwards here. It is right on the edge, and Power have got the inside track. They need to make it to a safe place to look for this res. Get far enough ahead of the circle. In the meantime, Virtus Pro and Moneymakers clashing atop Potato Hill. Icy on a sliver of HP. We'll be able to stay alive for a little bit longer and might even be able to get the heal now. Virtus Pro was 4. Moneymakers as well. Nades pouring over the top. That was another knock over towards Brute Force, I think, from Power in the meantime over on that southwest conflict that we cut away from. Flick strafing him with the blue. We're going to keep Virtus Pro at bay. Breaking out wide, taking a risk there. The next circle comes in. It's up north, and the Gladiators still happy about this.
Yeah, it's a good compound for them, but it's a question whether they can get a good game off the back of it, right? That is a lovely nade from the Moneymakers. That's exactly why they are where they are in the leaderboards right now. Some great plays, some great shots, but the off angles are devastating over their way, and they only have to get pushed further in. Milky Way has to hit some big shots here if he wants to keep his team alive.
Furia can crawl back now. Virtus Pro, they got the smokes. They managed to tag a little bit of damage, and Havlik goes down. Gets flushed away. A good start. Brute Force did manage to get all 4 of their players back up. They are now healed. And ticking up with those stems. Virtus Pro as well, looking to get all these reses. Descent from Potato Hill will be tricky. That east side can be treacherous. Brute Force now moving in for the fight with Power. Vidane goes low. Remember, it's 3 versus 4. They weren't able to confirm any of these flushes. Haji wanting to hold in forwards, but will go down. Prepod spots it. 2 players up top now, and then nades can start to pour in through the windows. Vidane descends. They don't want to get taken out by a single nade. Vidane on the ground floor, looking for the heals. He's on the balcony, and they know it. Flicking that door open and close, but Chudo's too quick for it. Has the reaction speed to handle it. Easy now, the last to stand for Power. Sprays down the stairs, good for 1 onto Brute Force. Still 2 more to go. There's a knock on the outside. Second spray down on the staircase. Can he get a third? No, he can't. It's Neos to keep things together. Can Brute Force again repair themselves? Recoalesce. I don't think they go as 4, but can they go as any more than 1?
No, it's just the one player here. The blue's coming in too fast. You walk too slow with a player on your back as well to make this happen. So everyone's going down. Neo's likely to fall afterwards, but 7 eliminations. It's already a good enough game here. Like, they're keeping up a great average. It's Brute Force. And this is all they really needed to do, was just win these fights. Again, I'm surprised Power are able to let them in there. But it does sort of make sense where you see them using those nades, you see them pushing up as a 2-man split on either side. The teamwork from Brute Force is absolutely sublime, right? It's genuinely a splendid show of teamwork. Like, every single play seems to come hand in hand between either 2 players or a 4-man push. They know exactly where they're going, which player is on what duty and when. You got 2 players moving up whilst 2 players assault with grenades. Like, this is exactly why Brute Force is currently in first place. Just their crashes and their ability to win fights from awkward locations. Unprecedented in the lobby at the moment.
A clear first place right now for Brute Force. They are certainly on pace today and this week. The comeback kids, after the first day, they were, what, down in 12th, right? They were really quite far away, even towards the end of the second day. And then it all changed, just that one Miramar. And they remembered just why they've been picked up for this roster. Just why they call themselves Brute Force. It's not over yet, but it's looking that way for the tables. Moneymakers, they are still in with a shot from this northwest side, but they've lost a player. They don't have any points, and the chase is going to be tough for them, and they're probably the only team in a position to do it at this stage.
Circle does move back up towards that north side. Very, very cruel there. And AZ actually spots over towards Effects. NIGMA Galaxy should hear the shots. Luther, in fact, goes to peek his head over. Think better of it, though. Fury, oh, those are the kind of shots you have to hit.
That is unfortunate. Moneymakers, though, they're deeper into the blue. They have to move a little bit sooner than Virtus Pro. You can see they are lining up to go for their send. Where do you go? I think there's a little shack, a little bit of cover that they might be able to find their way into. You can see it just over there ahead of them, but S2G are in the one before them. Getting across to the rock, getting to the shack might be able to save them for a little bit longer, but Koa, not so lucky. The Wizard Tower keeps S2G hidden.
Team Spirit, they have to crash now. They don't have too much of a choice. They swing wide and head over toward the Gladiators position. 3 players in, though, is kind of massive, John.
Able to get up the stairs as well. They put it down, and they immediately get up on the top floor with all 3 players alive. The DP there as well for effect, meaning they've even the numbers, but Nomi hops out, and Matic is opening up the cannons. Another knock on the outside there. 2 players for the Gladiators. In come NIGMA Galaxy. They needed to crash as well, and Matic needs to hold that angle. Where are they going? Who's taking them down? NIGMA Galaxy just falling over on the approach, and that might give Team Spirit an opening, but no, they're shut down. Where are these shots all coming from? S2G chiming in? Are Moneymakers here? What is going on?
Besiktas having just clear sightlines onto this, and it's exactly why you saw Team Spirit break through on that backside. Running up here was so silly. It was so silly from NIGMA Galaxy. Again, I can see that they wanted to try and third party onto this, but you have to come around on the other side. Crashing whilst in view of that eastern edge is just a death sentence. And that really does muck up the engagement between Team Spirit and the Gladiators. And the Gladiators just clean house. 8 eliminations.
Where have these Gladiators been, huh? Match number 4 on the final day. It is too late for them. But how much of a dent can they put in their deficit? Well, that remains to be seen. Eastern side, though, Besiktas, a team chasing for one of those top spots. Virtus Pro maybe with an outside chance, but they have 0 eliminations right now, and there's only Corker left, so not too big a chance for them. RCB, 9 eliminations up on this north side. They might be able to step their foot in the door with this, if they can descend from the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, they've been chasing. They have been chasing. I mean, the high ground will give them a little bit of an advantage here. Obviously, some of these other teams do have compounds to work with, but it does move away from the majority of them. Loxy has an outpost to play with. S2G still in the game. And Team Spirit with that will drop down to 7th. They're officially out from an EWC qualification spot. And with 2 matches to go, ooh, it's getting worrisome now for Team Spirit.
Really is. S2G finally spotted by the Gladiators, no less. The circle does go away from them now. And Besiktas in with a really good chance here. RCB actually establishing on the high ground as well. Over on the north edge. Some pretty dastardly ridges to try and play around for them. Gladiators moving up. Trying to find Ray Z. It's the last player alive. I think they know he's there. Frozen, Cooks, over the edge, and that's it. Nicely found there.
That's a really nice nade from Frozen. And back on Major Pride, he was sort of the runner-up, I would say, in terms of grenades to Naomi. But being a runner-up to Naomi is still pretty damn good with the nades. Matic sends a nade through. It actually hits in and quickly has a Molotov to prevent the run out.
Ooh,
Icy is on fire.
Frozen on the other angle. They're putting nades in from both angles. This is so hard to dodge. And BEŞİKTAŞ found with a long one from Matic. Nicely done. And that is Moneymakers out of the mix now. RCB extending influence over on this northern side. Still with Corker as a thorn in their side, but BEŞİKTAŞ wanting to challenge from the south have to deal with Gladiators first.
The Gladiators in a tough spot. But for RCB, if I was them, you know, getting rid of Corker would be nice, but I don't even think they know he's here. You start to see BEŞİKTAŞ try and clear out towards the Gladiators. You see if you can get a pick off on the side. Potentially. This is the deadliest team for you at this current moment.
Circle in 10 seconds. Matic low behind the shack. A tiny little bit of cover. Keeping him safe for now. Corker is removed. The majority of the circle under control from RCB, and they maintain that on their side of the trail. Gladiators kind of in this one. I think, actually, there's positions for every single team in this next circle, so we might be going to a full close on Stage 8. I wouldn't be too surprised... Oh, no, hang on a minute. No, RCB absolutely have that north side on lock. I thought Matic, or Frozen, rather, might push out to his left, but... Yeah, that sightline, just unviable.
Yeah, it's the high ground which is the difficulty, which is why this is likely to go to a Stage 9, right? Because none of these players want to move up the hill towards RCB. They'd rather try and secure a second place first. And with Gladiators being right on the outer edge, Zone 9 would basically take them down for BEŞİKTAŞ. We're up to 5 eliminations. It's not a terrible game for them at all. And getting a second place after what has been a very bad string of performances today.
No getting away from that.
Not really. It sort of just dribbled down the wall.
That's there's not much you can do about that. You just don't see that nade coming. You don't know he's out there. You're watching out towards BEŞİKTAŞ. It comes in from the side. Frozen across the road. They know he's here. RCB not going to have too much to say about it. The nades seal the deal. BEŞİKTAŞ edge another 2, and it's 4v4. Pitched warfare between two squads.
Very difficult game here for BEŞİKTAŞ versus RCB. Though RCB isn't as far up to those front lines as I sort of expected them to be. And we're about 10 seconds away from Zone 9 now. RCB just continuing to hold this, expecting them to move up first. Obviously, they have the clear advantage. Looking down towards them, they can peek up over this ridge side and peek back again and just be in full cover. Whereas BEŞİKTAŞ, they're essentially retreating back into the blue.
The Gladiators get 17 points on this match. They held out admirably.
Oh, the ammo is terrible for Toshpik.
It's
He
not fun,
gets
is it?
19 bullets.
That's all he needs. He only needs 4. Goes down. It's not even going to matter. Right next to the blue zone. You can't pick that back up. It's already closing. Wild looks for the flush. RCB add a 12th on the board. BEŞİKTAŞ looking across this road. The nades need to find something. They need a pick somewhere, and that's what they find. Silas on the back. They're able to find that. Are they going to try and go for the res here? Kakali with a long, high grenade. That looks like it could be good. Right onto Kiss. Takes a lot of damage off his health bar, and another one to follow it up. That allows him to move forward into another cover, and that is a double knock on the nade. A beautiful pickup, and BEŞİKTAŞ riding strong up the mountain. They didn't want to go for it, but Wild sidesteps it. Loxy's there as well to find Lewis. He hits the deck, and Lewis stays up. Kakali has been knocked. It's 2 versus 2 now. The knock comes in as well. It's just Wild for RCB. Can this guy clutch it out?
Nice.
Poser goes down and he hits the deck on full HP. Now it's just Lewis. 1 versus 1. He steps up from the grass. Wild for RCB. Wants to keep this one under control, but he's hitting the deck. He's up. He's down. And it's Lewis.
Way.
BEŞİKTAŞ able just about to play the defilades to move on up. A beautiful double nade from Kakali opens the door from them. And that is how you take it down. BEŞİKTAŞ vying for one of those top spots. ruin the run for RCB.
It's a horrid call from RCB, man. A horrid, horrid call from that team there. I mean, as soon as Silas goes down, he has to just be calling out that, guys, don't res me. I'm done for, because otherwise it just ruins the game. You saw exactly what happened there. It's because all the nades came over the top towards that location. The big advantage that RCB had at the start of that is that they had no idea where on that plateau they were playing. Suddenly you've got 3 players all in the same spot on top of the nade that just got a knock. Of course, 3 or more nades are going to sail over the top towards that position. And again, in that situation, you just play on with 3. You just accept the loss there and you play on with 3. And I'm pretty sure if they did that, they would have likely won that for RCB instead of putting so much stock in getting Silas back up again. I think BEŞİKTAŞ was extremely happy on how helpful RCB attempted to be. And I mean, Wild did his absolute best in that end game there with his 3 drones around him locating the players from BEŞİKTAŞ, but he absolutely did his best. But I don't think he should have ever been put in that situation.
No, it was a little bit unfortunate, the decision to try and go back for Silas. And they bit the dust because of it. If they'd have gotten the chicken dinner there, Blank, there was a chance that they have to jump up. I mean, they might still do because of that game. They had a lot of eliminations on the match at highest damage over on Wild. Gladiators as well, 17 points from their position in the compound that they held. That was the one that you said Team Spirit liked to be in, but they just got there earlier. And that's a massive drop-off from teams in 1, 2, and 3 down to that 4th place team, right? 7 points in 4th place is actually really quite low in general, but 21, 19, 17, that's where all those points went.
Again, most teams towards that top 5 still fairly happy about how that went down. I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ is super pleased by that because that puts them very much back in the running towards the top side on a 21-point game. Desperately required. 2 more matches to go. Team Spirit with 1 point, IWNRX with 3, and Power with just the 2 on that one. I think it's around about 2 separate teams right now who are jumping in and out towards that top 6 at the moment. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. But again, at the start of the day, it was more like 10 teams jumping in and out from that top 5 spot. So we have narrowed it down slightly.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's a little bit kind, but yeah, you're right. It is still just so volatile. It's huge for BEŞİKTAŞ. I think with those 21 points, they're going to be fairly safe moving into the final 2 matches. I think Brute Force were able to get 7 points on that match. Again, you spoke about just their prowess in so many different scenarios, even getting onto this top damage page. But look at that, just 2.7, 2.4, 2.3. That's a winning page from each of these 3 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'm sad that RCB wasn't able to close out that game because they'd played it so well up until that point. And again, it does feel like they crumble a little bit. As soon as one player goes down, they crumble. And this might sound a bit harsh, but it does feel like it's always Wild to pick up the pieces after that happens because everyone else just starts panicking. So I do think for RCB, they just need to accept that there are going to be losses of teammates during these games. They can't invest too much into them because that one call to go back and res Silas loses them the game 100%.
Yeah, they just needed to hold that line forwards, give Silas up. There's no way that they can push on in because they've already unleashed the beast with Monster Energy, the official PMSL EMEA sponsor. If you want to find out more about that, monsterenergy.com/gaming. You can check out everything over there. And absolutely, yeah, RCB kind of let it fumble, but that kind of has been the story for them. We'll see how many points they were able to earn and what that's done to the tables, though, as we take a look at the overall rankings. They are on the front page. They're ahead of Team Spirit now, and they are right on the door of actually getting a qualification spot for RCB. That's kind of crazy. Brute Force still 158, quite far ahead now, 24 points in the lead, 1st place to 2nd place. 2 matches still left to play. That is great news for them, but it is still heating up. And with Power in the top 5, that pushes it down so the S2G would currently be the survival stage qualifying place.
Yeah, it'd be such a massive shame not to see Team Spirit in towards that top 6.
Yeah.
But, you know, they haven't been able to put up the same gusto we saw from them in the league stage, in the finals. And if that's the case, then they just don't go through. That's just how it is. But yeah, for Brute Force, this finals has been pretty stellar. start to finish. Just points accrued all over the place. As soon as they got that 30-point game, I think it was pretty much over for most other teams in the lobby. It's just something clicked for them. Virtus.pro just breaks the 100-point mark there, 104. And D underneath them with 98. A lot of our teams here down towards 10th to 16th. We just aren't seeing strong games coming out from them as much anymore, John.
Yeah, even though FLUX with those 2 chicken dinners, they're still on 84, and teams are starting to get waylaid enough to be confirmed to be out at this stage. I think it was about 116 was the bubble for our top teams, but we'll have to wait and see where it will end up. We've got 2 more matches. Miramar is up next. You do not want to miss it, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Go back. Have some water.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
The penultimate match is about to kick off now with Miramar up and loaded for our teams to take on one another once more. Brute Force sit out in the lead. Their mascot helping them out. Pretty strong stuff coming through from the mascot, I think, over these last few days, because something has clicked for this roster. Brute Force way out in front.
The brutish bear on the desk.
That's right.
Which is nice to see. 158 points. Gorgeous stuff from them. 134 for Moneymakers. Terrifying for a lot of other teams who wanted to try and take that first spot away coming into Miramar, and knowing that Brute Force is just so good at this match, John. It is hard to beat them so far on Miramar when it comes to just playing out in those open zones. They certainly dominate the battlefield. In that way, Prepod up to 32 eliminations, 7 ahead for second place with Easy. Surprisingly easy in second place with 25 eliminations. Really well done to him.
Some pretty crazy stuff. Judo and Prepod topping the damage meters there, both, of course, from Brute Force. They're over the world pod, so this map looks like NIGMA Galaxy and Twisted Minds might have some conversations over towards Biodemar. Twisted Minds like to drop on this split south. NIGMA Galaxy trying to keep up that southwest as well. In the meantime, the circle goes down to the southeast over Impala way.
A lot of teams not down there quite yet either, John, so this does open things up for maybe some alternate drop spots. I mean, for Moneymakers, they'll be heading down to Puerto Paraiso, so they should be able to get into there fairly early, I'd say.
They have to get through Impala, though. And potential for that to get taken up by a team like DA could make things tricky, but DA not breaking out there just yet. So that road out on the east side might be the path that they take, you're right. Los Leones not being entered just yet, but I think Team Spirit not going to spend too long in Chumacera.
Now, they've made this mistake before where they've hung around in Chumacera for quite a while. And by the time they've made their way over towards Impala, it's just been impossible. Impossible to get in.
I get it.
Haha.
Great moment out of that one. Moneymakers yet to make their way down south, and actually DA on their maneuvers as well. Actually going a little bit further potentially. We'll have to wait to see where they end up as they break down. Are they going to turn left to Impala? They're going to stop off in the garage, pick up a little bit more loot.
Oh, yeah. Some more loot on board. Then carry onwards after that. Last 2 matches of our day today and last 2 matches of the finals. It feels like it was just yesterday we started this tournament. But it has been good old 4 weeks in the making.
Absolutely. Some teams have been able to keep up with the pace, others not so much. It has been grinding, grating. The marathon of league stage followed up by the sprint of finals. It's always an exciting style of game to watch. And I think that that change has kind of had an impact. I mean, almost like viscerally had an impact on how this tournament has gone, right? When you're looking at that marathon style... Sorry. Oh, goodness me. When you're looking at that marathon style, you're looking at team spirit, right? All day. But in this sprint, they do have vulnerability. And it is teams like Brute Force, like Moneymakers, that just outstrip them in these short bursts.
Yeah, but it has felt less like a sprint and more like a tough mudder, honestly, coming into this tournament. Just with the fact that it's bogged down a lot of teams. And it's taken like some big old games and some real grit and determination to even try and pull ahead of some of these other squads. Obviously, once you're in the front, you know, it gets a lot easier to keep on running with other teams not jostling you around, and you're just free out in the front style. You're feeling much happier. I mean, we saw that from Brute Force. That can have a massive impact on your performance here in the finals, because they were just all smiles, happy and laughing coming into today, and it was still the same. You know, Neos was telling the rest of the team to calm down. You know, we can't let us get to our heads though, but they were just very happy. And I think that's the main thing, because that just kept them calm throughout all of this. Even in some of their rough games, they realized, look, we can get a lot of eliminations from this side. We're likely not going to win the game, but the lead that we're getting, if any other team does badly, then we can just extend it by getting 7 or 8 eliminations per match. And that's exactly what they've done. And they've made it look easy to do that.
It has been very fluid from this team. And it is great to see how switched on they've become in these finals. Team Spirit, they've started to move east from Chumacera now, but a lot of other teams have been quite a lot quicker than they have. DA obviously in Impala, and IWNRX have shunted in into the hills out to the east side of it. It's a little bit of a risk going into the Impala hills right now, but it can pay off big time. And obviously there are routes out of them that they can opt to go for, should it be necessary. And on the eastern side of the circle, it's likely to be quite necessary.
Yeah, most teams trying to crunch their way in now. IWNRX takes a really, really quick rotate down towards the south side. They are nestling in just behind Impala towards those mountaintops. We got RCB doing the RCB classic of wherever the dead center of the circle is. Let's use some of our mathematical devices to figure out the exact spot and then set up shop there.
Keep it central, keep it safe.
Pretty much. That is RCB. Keep everyone safe at all times, apparently.
Well,
I think they do need to allow some of their players to be eliminated. That's okay. You know, this isn't always a reboot of Saving Private Ryan. In this case, Saving Private Silas.
I mean, they did lose a lot of people on Saving Private Ryan. Trying to get that one guy back.
Players. Yeah. I see what you mean.
That
I thought you were
KDA,
talking
bro,
about that.
real low.
Yeah, real low, real bad. Not to make light of what happened, but yeah, not a lot of people made it out of that one. Same for RCB.
Sorry, spoilers, I should say.
Oh, everyone survived.
Yeah, pretty sure, yeah.
No one had a bad time.
It was actually really good fun. It's like a summer camp.
Yeah.
3D Max on this northwest side near the La Bendita area. Going to be playing again on a decent kind of central area. A little bit up to that northwest side, but again quite close to the middle. this second circle on Miramar, we know how dastardly it can be. Could even take us all the way out to those East Islands. Blank, we've seen it before. It is possible.
I don't want it to happen, though.
I think at this stage, it would be a crying shame for it to happen. You're right.
Yeah. The team's all trying to battle out for that top side, looking for a fair match, especially on their last 2 maps of the day as well, John. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. Ooh. Again, every single team... Oh.
I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry.
Why have you done that?
It's all my fault.
You've caused serious problems for all the players inside this lobby now. Everyone's worrying. Everyone's shaking in their boots. This could easily not be even a nice island finish. It could be that horrid little spot over towards the eastern side that's just got a tiny bit of land. Everyone crunching up now.
All right, so there are some important positions here. The warehouses sat on the north side of the circle. The compound's further down the road, and everybody's going to be scrapping on out for them. This is just above those warehouses now. On the south side of Impala, FLUX moving on in. DA as well. DA have taken heavy casualties on this approach. potential to make things work. Koa gonna try and heal up behind it. His teammate breaking out wide. Bishkek drawing attention away. Twisted Minds fully commit to this. I'm not sure. Koa goes down. And now it's Havlik to take the challenge up. He's already broken out wide. Not a lot that Bishkek could do, but Havlik making it work, holding his nerve against Yusuf. Now never alone, up and into the fight. Steps up, spray towards the buggy. Bishkek has that high ground angle. Nade over the top, perfectly cooked. But it's Yusuf who bears the brunt of the damage there. Koa is done for now, and Moneymaker's on 2.
The nade pops just in front of him. Has a first aid kit, but it is his last. 2 eliminations there for the Moneymakers. Both are top scoring teams. Might just be going out early here, John. Jafar looking to back things off. Bishkek up towards that top side, but running directly into Power here. We've already found Jafar. They've just been waiting for teams to come back up. Meantime, Gladiators.
I was going to talk about IWNRX and Power being close to each other, but you're right. The Gladiators pushing south from Impala.
Yeah, looking to take control of a lot of space here, John. I respect it. Good shot from Kante. One more player quickly tries to go for the switch on the spray. He will get away, but on very limited HP now.
Don't think he's going to make it too far. Moneymaker's down. 2 eliminations. So the top 2 out. Beşiktaş could ladder up a little bit. IWNRX close to this fight now with Fidan. Gonna have to trade it back and forth. Said Wolf takes damage. The nade goes nowhere near the shack. Falls short on the dunes. And Power can start to try and get ahead of this one. IWNRX need to stay alive here. They need to stop everybody else from going for it. There's also a fight on the western side with Team Spirit and Footballers KAOS. A pretty important scrap to say, but Effect goes down to his own Molotov out on that west edge, and Team Spirit starting to falter. They are crumbling under pressure, Blank. This is not fun to see.
And they're all done. It's just Naomi now alive for Team Spirit. They had the outside track over towards Footballers. They fumble the crash. Naomi's been spotted. He has nades to work with, has to hit a first aid kit, do his best to survive, but it is not likely versus Storm. Good first initial shot, though. Now he has to hit versus Naomi, but it's just too little, too late there. And Team Spirit also go out with 2 eliminations. It's down to the final game on our angle. And way to make this final day special, boys, because it has been insane.
There is opportunity for a lot of teams beneath, though, the top spots as well to jump up because of this. A lot of bubble teams going down early. And we might be looking at about a field of 5 potentially in the volatile area around that bubble of 4th and 5th places of those qualifying spots. Moving into the final game, the circle shifts up again. And a nice little pop shot there comes through from Silas from RCB. They, remember, jumped up to that front page. They've had a resurgence from that last match. If they can do it again here, well, unfortunately, they take a knock and a second. Silas wanting to get back to the feet, getting that heel on.
RCB, kiss on the outside. I mean, to be honest with you, you're right, RCB have definitely got back into business. I think they have made great strides in terms of performance here and improvement. Power, though, looks over towards Wild. Circle heads up towards the north. Twisted Minds out, 11th place, 2 eliminations. Is this the game in general? You get 2 eliminations, then you're knocked.
I mean, I guess that seems to be the way it's going. IWNRX into the fight, but Power swept aside in the meantime. This is good news for Team Spirit, to be fair, because a lot of teams around this bubble are also going down with them. Nobody's stretching their legs, reducing the number of teams that they could potentially leapfrog. IWNRX, though, 6 elimination points now. Looking to get all of their reses on board, but DA spot them again. RCB getting lit up by NIGMA Galaxy. I'm looking at Footballers KAOS right now, Blank. They are on 8 eliminations. 3 players alive, sequestered on the west. There is real potential for them to jump up into the contest.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently on 103 points, right? It's 10 points behind Team Spirit's score at the start of this game. That's a good nade from Coops. Nades in close range, like just the immediate combat grenades from Coops are really, really good. Looking to finish off the remaining players, and that's RCB out again. Team Spirit happy about this one, as are Virtus Pro. They don't get too far ahead. I think S2G probably the most pleased about this. They went down really early, and no one was able to jump up over them yet.
NIGMA Galaxy, 3 players. Right next to IWNRX. The 8 eliminations that IWNRX have are invaluable for them. And they might be able to get 9 with Coops going down. Kine does manage to secure it before falling. That is big news for IWNRX going into their final game on 131 points now. They've got a bit of a buffer in that 4th place. Our top 4 teams currently would be going over towards those group stages. That is where you want to be at the end of all of this. Obviously, you want to be stood next to the trophy if you can, but it looks like Brute Force might have all but locked it up.
Yeah, they won't be unleashing that anytime soon. Let's put it that way. Key has been swallowed after some unbelievably strong games. The more of Brute Force swallowing the majority of the points in the lobby too. No one really been allowed to get close since yesterday. Circle does center up, and Gladiators have the pick of the litter. In the meantime, 3D Max taking shots over towards NIGMA Galaxy, who again are fighting back as best they can. BEŞİKTAŞ popping shots from the eastern side. Another team that could be securing their position towards the top side of the lobby, already up towards the top 6. 2 eliminations though. Not back their way, but should be pretty inconsequential.
KAOS have been on a little bit of a run over these last few. They always manage to seem to be available for business in those final areas. Even if they aren't getting these chicken dinners, even if they aren't sort of having super standout games, but they're on 8 eliminations now. As you said, it puts them up to 103. If they add on a chicken dinner, that puts them up to 113. But that's pretty difficult task to accomplish. But given their position out in the west, their isolation from the rest of this lobby, it's not out of the question. BEŞİKTAŞ want to extend their lead, see themselves safer as well.
Easy. Nade over the top side here. Over towards Lewis, but they're a bit long. They're a bit long on those nades. Gladiators with 3 players still up. Okay, never mind. Take it back. That was a pretty decent nade that he was throwing on the top. I think he just tossed 3 there, so the splash damage would get him on the 3rd, which again is fairly impressive.
Easy operating on this off angle. Toshpik trying to keep Lewis safe, but they're already forwards. They're not going back for it. That will just bleed out eventually. Snowick seems to have the bead onto the BEŞİKTAŞ vehicle compound there. Not going to be able to tag just yet. 3 players from 3D Max. They have to move forwards, and FLUX have the high ground to their west.
You're kind of looking at Tixie's position as being unbelievably strong, which is why I'm sort of confused on the split. And Gladiators, maybe waiting for stage 7 perhaps. Shots coming back from Kakali, who has been a bit of a fire starter on the team.
Definitely.
Hit some nice little headshots.
BEŞİKTAŞ only 2 eliminations so far. Spray from 3D Max, just not quite connecting there either. Kakali, 2 first aids in the back pocket, but at stage 6, this hurts a lot on the zone. 3D Max also likely going to get pushed away, and I think that's what Kakali's waiting for. He's waiting for the zone to get as far in as possible before he breaks his cover. Toshpik as well, in danger from these angles.
Lewis up top. Very, very low. Will get finished off there by Snowick. Picks himself up another elimination point, but for 3D Max, I think that the grave is already dug for them. Robs goes down. FLUX will find that. It's a difficult push up here over the ridge side into open sight lines, and Lux is just tossing grenades back at him, keeping him at bay, holding him down. Toshpik even getting involved.
At this point, if Footballers KAOS just sweep in, try and take down Tixie in the middle on a 1v3 fast push, I mean, they might all just go down with the off angle from Matic and AZ, but might just be the winning play. And if they do win, there is a potential for a big upset in the top 5. Right now, that compound, the only real position available to them. in the next circle. 3D Max take another knock. Only Victor now remains, but the West Side Footballers Chaos playing a little bit reluctant to step forwards, waiting for somebody else to go for the crash to third party it.
I mean, across that zone, it's so open. There's so many sightlines towards Footballers Chaos. They have to wait for stage 7 here, which does go fairly central jump. And we absolutely do need to get involved.
FLUX up into the hills. Victor close by. Potential to play from these ridges. These defilades do give you a bit of cover. Footballers Chaos making the move. They're swinging up to the north side of the road. Matic is lighting them up as they go. Hasn't managed to find a knock just yet. Nearly takes down Rookie and will be able to get the knock. Here comes the cavalry as well, but they're on the roadside. They're on Broad, and Matic finds one. Footballers Chaos throwing it away on a crossing, and Falconis goes down as well. There's no chance you make that. They had such a tough time moving in from that western edge, but it could have been a little bit more for them. But as it stands, I don't think they're going to be able to do too much to move in, but even so, they're at the back of the pack of the chasers in this final match.
Yeah, I mean, for Footballers Chaos, like I said, it's a very difficult position to push in through. I think you had to go underneath and play on the road, but the way the Gladiators had played this, they had two angles looking over towards the road and Tixie holding onto that position, almost dangled like bait for other teams inside the lobby. Now we got Gladiators. 3D Max put up against one another. Last player goes down for them.
This is 3D Max going down. FLUX and Gladiators. The battle for the bottom of the tables will continue. For the moment, Gladiators just maintain control. And this is so disappointing to me because this is a Gladiator game that they have done really well on, right? And we've seen another one of these so far today as well. They have had their moments, but they just haven't been enough. They haven't been where they needed to be, as frequent as they needed to be, because this is the power that we know from the Gladiators.
Yeah, exactly. That is a nasty name from Tixie. Okay, just driving around. I'm not entirely sure what he was trying to achieve there. Nade's back over the top side. He is quite low as Tixie, so one nade might do the trick. Sidesteps it. Goodness gracious me.
Molotovs, nades. Solus goes down to Matix. AZ and Matic now moving forward. Sulky has broken out quite wide here. You never can count him out, but Matic has him on the bead. He managed to land that spray. Won't throw it away this time. And the Gladiators finding a chicken dinner. However, not going to have the biggest impact on the tables. There is still so much to play for around that 5th place bubble, around the group stage qualification spots. Moving into the last game of the day. I think we're probably around 7 or 8 teams that could make this work, Blank.
I mean, happy for these guys, though. I mean, Frozen looked really excited about that. And that warms my heart. I think for the Gladiators, that they've done their best. I think they know more than anyone that it hasn't been the greatest of tournaments for them so far, but they have improved throughout the weeks. It's just a case of, like you say, John, where is this Gladiators when we need them?
They have just been immaterial over these last few days, and they managed to get, sure, a chunk of points there, but it is not fun to be at the bottom. But when it comes to it, it could have been different. Footballers Chaos there. I think they might have thrown away a golden opportunity for them to add a lot more points to their tally.
Yeah.
Potentially pushing in towards Tixie's location. Fighting off against FLUX on those hills to the south of it. They might have had a better chance.
Yeah, honestly, I don't rate Footballers Chaos too highly. And I think they could have maybe had a better game from that one, but it's just a case of where I believe that there were better teams inside that lobby at that time to be able to make that one happen, John. So Footballers Chaos, sad that they can't get all the way across over towards that eastern side, but I think Gladiators did play that game pretty damn well. But I think that is also the Gladiators circle, John.
Definitely. That is a really, really solid shift up north. I think twice at the end there, where the Gladiators were able to keep it under control. 17 points. 17 points on the game. And Footballers Chaos up with 11. So again, a decent little chunk on up there for them. But is it going to be enough to see them in with a platform to make it further? IWNRX with 10 is big news on this match as well. They were jumping up today into those top spots. They continue that push. Getting double digits on any game is a success. And that is great news for them. 9 eliminations they were able to get, even though it's only 1 placement.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX, that's perfect. 10 points will see you happily up towards the top of the tables. Here's our second page, Power Esports with 3. And here is the collection of 2 points accrued of eliminations before falling out with 0 placement points, which was amusing to me. You've got your 2 points, now you can go away.
Yeah, you're done. That's your lot. It's like when you go to the lunchroom, and they serve you your portion, and you're like, is that it? And they're like, yeah. Next. That's all you get. You don't get the full chicken dinner. You just get maybe half a drumstick if you're lucky. Someone's already been at it as well.
Yeah, interesting one. Very, very interesting one so far in terms of the performances from a lot of our teams here. And again, a lot of teams are trying to push up towards that top 5. And teams are making it easier to make that happen, which I don't really understand myself. But it's working out. It is certainly working out for some of these squads. IWNRX, that slow, consistent play style is working. 4th place right now, 132 points. Beşiktaş in 2nd place. What is going on there? I don't understand that personally. But fair play to them. Fair play. They've worked hard for it.
This is pretty crazy stuff. Remember, with Power getting potentially, as long as they finish ahead of Twisted Minds, which for now is looking pretty likely, they will get the host country invite to PMWC, which means that survival stage spot goes down to 6th place, which right now is RCB, ahead of S2G and Team Spirit. Look how close that field is. In order to jump up, you're looking to push and clear like a 15-20 point game, right? You need to outperform IWNRX, and you need to push further and further and further. And that is such a tall order. 106 for Footballers Chaos. They are in the window right now. They haven't opened the door quite yet, but they are still in with an outside chance. Same for VirtusPro, same for NIGMA Galaxy. Maybe. Gladiators, 100 points. DA, 100 points as well. I don't think the Gladiators have got the chops to get a 30-point or more game. But if that bubble doesn't move, it is very possible that the Gladiators get in for our last chance team.
Yeah, I think for some of our squads there, like in terms of the 115, 117, 119, I believe it was, for Team Spirit, S2G, and RCB, to get into the survival stage. And then if you want to go one step further, like you said, John, you need to get a big chicken dinner to get ahead of IWNRX. What a crazy last game this one's going to be, John.
Oh, yeah. We are absolutely on the edge of our seats, but we've got to take a breather. We'll take a break, but come back, please, because we need to decide our final 5 teams that are going to make it forwards to accompany Power over towards the PMWC, is the next tournament on the cards, assuming that Power finish ahead of Twisted Minds, but that's pretty likely. We'll see you guys in a few.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Almost 4 weeks of gameplay, and it all comes down to this one map. Erangel, of course, is where we will finish our sprint finals for the PMSL EMEA. My name is John Allen. With me will be Blank. And this is what all these teams have been working towards. It is their chance to qualify for the PMWC and their chance to lift the PMSL EMEA trophy as well. But we think we have a little bit of an inside track knowledge on just who that's going to be.
Yeah, I think we've got a good idea of who the first place winner is going to be at the end of this. I think it's going to take a big game from one team in particular to get above them. But we will have to wait and see, honestly, because I think Brute Force is fine. We're talking about Brute Force, by the way, in first place. It's going to be hard to dethrone them from that first place position and taking home that $55,000. The big prize right at the top there, alongside with a nice little signing of a ticket through to the PMWC. There they are on your screens at the moment. All very chilled out.
Our potential champions here, one game away from that title. If they can just put up 6-7 points, it's going to be nigh on unassailable. At that top spot, second place team Beşiktaş on 138 to their titanic performance of 160 points over these finals. Moneymaker's not too far behind on 136, and not too far behind that IWNRX, who until today looked to be a little bit down on their luck. But they're on 132 points in fourth place. Would be our final group stage qualifier for PMWC.
You see there all of those points on your screen. So if there's a particular team that you are a fan of or that you're wanting to see head up, remember to memorize their point scoring now so you know exactly when they will have laddered. The big ones that we'll be looking out for this game is going to be over towards Team Spirit, S2G and RCB. Obviously, there is a world where we knock Power out of the top 5. In which case, 6th place will no longer be going through. So it's a difficult one, and we will keep tabs on that.
Definitely. We're going to be trying our very best to make sure that we are tracking exactly what is going on here for this final map. Plane path over the north side should be pretty kind to a lot of people. Plane paths that go over the river in general do tend to be a little bit less conflicting than plane paths that appear on a lot of other areas of the map. But there's a lot of people dropping out around Georgia Pole. It's the early droppers that get the advantage here. The plane path starts out in the east, and so will the circle.
It gives a lot of these teams ample time to loot up and then think about getting to a different spot inside the circle. Again, last chance saloon for both S2G and Team Spirit. Football is Chaos could make it in. They have a big game. The circle does favor them this match. Virtus Pro, like I said, it's still open for them to make it in here, as it is for NIGMA Galaxy.
A lot of moving parts needed, though. Like
Gladiators and DA, yeah. It does require teams above them to go down early, right? I think the go bell happens as soon as Power or RCB leave the game early on. Power or RCB leave the game early, then we can start crying and shouting to the heavens about what's about to happen next.
It is just so difficult. How on earth are these teams going to be coping with this? This is so much pressure. We talk a lot in this game about consistency, about playing, the expected values, playing for an averagely better result, right? Like on average, when you make this play, is it good? The answer hopefully is yes whenever you make a play, but it doesn't matter here. It's not on average is it going to be good. It's is it going to work right now for the points that we need to survive.
Yeah, it's such a weird one. Because we are in the final game, guys. And we are in a position where DA can go to the PMWC in 13th place. Not unlikely either. Not unlikely.
Well, no, I'd say it's pretty unlikely. But
not really. RCB goes out, 20-point game, you're in.
That also relies on S2G, Team Spirit, Football is Chaos, VP, NIGMA Galaxy, Gladiators, all also not having strong games as well.
Well, imagine if they're getting 20 points, then no one else is.
That is true.
Yeah.
But they get 20 points, RCB gets 9. Doesn't matter.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. All it takes is RCB to go out early, and then you have a chance.
S2G to get 9.
Yeah.
I know I'm agreeing it's possible. But I think to say that I think it is still unlikely. I would go that far. I think I'll go one step further than you. On that.
Really?
Yeah, definitely unlikely that DA make it. Especially given the way they've been playing. I think that when you factor that in, it seems like it's not the DA of old.
Right, they're dead now, so.
Yeah, dead. Gone.
Thanks for ruining my little storyline.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You suck.
It's sort sorry, I didn't mean it.
I'm only joking. It's just like, I don't know. It just feels weird to me that we are in a situation where, because before we've had these kind of finals, this is not what I would go for personally, but all right.
Okay.
Okay.
They could still do it, Blank.
Well, I think effectively what's going on here is that Virtus Pro and DA are both just destroying one another's chances. As best as possible.
We're not going to qualify? You mean you're not going to qualify?
You're also not going to qualify. Blank's also totally wrong on the broadcast, so it is unlikely we're both going to qualify. Yeah. So they are effectively making it much more about 9 through 6 now. Thanks, guys. That was really cool of you.
But the gladiators, they can still do it.
They could still make it. Yeah, I just find it hilarious how we set up this storyline of all the way down to 11th place. There is somewhat of a chance for them to get in. And over on that final game, that will still be a possibility. Only for DA and Virtus Pro to just have fisticuffs against one another.
The scrapping at the start of the match. Over towards Kameshki and Stalba side.
They're both losing tremendous amount of players. It's in a 1v1 now.
Corker might be bringing it into a 2v1. Coldex into the car. Oh, he's getting away.
You're going to raise your teammate? I'm going to raise my teammate. All right, DA's done. And equally so is Virtus Pro. Like, with 2 players, they just cannot get a chunky enough game.
Yeah.
Luckily, that does put Team Spirit now in a much easier game ahead of them, as well as S2G, right?
I mean, yeah, same for RCB as well, though, right? Because they're looking to defend and put on a good game. This circle, again, they've gone pretty central. The compound, I believe, out to the east side of Yaz Field is going to go up in value. I believe that RCB are pretty close by to maybe potentially take control of that one, should they opt to go for it. I think it is currently Footballers KAOS who have taken that Heaven compound all the way out to the east near Mansion.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a split going on. I only say Team Spirit because those were the teams directly competing against them underneath. But yeah, you're right, RCB could have a good game and then it's all over. It's absolutely over at that point. That does rely on RCB having a good game. And there are angles, although we've actually seen some pretty good ones during the finals. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. We'll see. I think RCB has the chops on them. Brute Force coming in to finish off. This is so mean. This is really mean. This is what happens when you give a team a bunch of money and they don't have to worry anymore. They go and have fun.
I mean, they are really on the chase for Malloy here for Virtus Pro. This is really bad news. He's out. He's run down. He got 2 shots out. 2 shots, and actually at least one of them landed onto Neos there, so credit to him, but unfortunately he's stuffed.
First vehicle elimination from Pre-Pod, the rest of the team.
They want the rest.
Chasing down Corker.
They're poking the horn. Oh yes, let's go Brute Force. I love it. Whoa! 6 slide from Chudo.
He actually hit a shot. Yeah, he actually hit the shot there. That was kind of like a John Wick moment coming through from Brute Force. Next circle about to pop. I mean, this feels very unfinals-like, but again, this is a team that sort of knows that they're unassailable at this point in time.
It is tough. And when you add on some eliminations that they're hunting down, that is such a mean shift on the circle. Blank, what has just happened? These teams are going to be crying. But Team Spirit, a fast move up the east. This could be their only chance to have a good game here, but they're going to crash into Brute Force.
Oh, Kitsune. gets himself up towards that north side immediately. And you're right, they might just crash into brute force here, who are coming down fairly quickly towards that position. Oh, this is so spicy. Kitsune, the front man, the rest of the team not quite with him just yet.
That hill out to the east side, a really powerful position to hold. There's a compound out on that peninsula. Who's going to get there first? RCB trying to careen on in. There's already a lot of occupation in this area, and S2G sit in their way. IWNRX spot RCB, and this could be big. RCB are losing players thick and fast. This is the bubble team. They might just be drawn short here. They've lost 2 players out in the open.
Thank you very much, RCB, for keeping my dreams alive. I'm sorry about your dreams, though, as you drop into 7th place with 2 players. S2G, they win the tiebreaker here. 1 elimination found. But IWNRX find Razy. They don't confirm him just yet, though. And Team Spirit do get that eastern compound.
They want to defend that 4th place as well on IWNRX, remember. If Team Spirit have a big game, they could jump up. Moneymakers in the firing line now. Moneymakers on a mad dash from the southwest, and Moneymakers with it all to do. Currently, IWNRX with a much more survivable position.
Yeah, I mean, out towards this western side, though, eventually they're going to get crunched. That is the only difficulty, but they do have some buildings to work with, to IWNRX, but they are so heavily surrounded right now by teams in all directions. It's probably going to be stage 3, which is going to be the difficult one. He is harassing over towards Footballist KAOS. Currently still have 4 players up, though, for that team. Oof. What a finals this has been. And what a final game this will be.
Oh my god, Moneymaker's Havlik taken to the skies, up onto the roof. He hops out and he's above power now. He's got cover with the vehicle on that roof line as well. And Icy's in the ground floor. 1 up, 1 down. And they are spinning all around, but Kante able to hold the line for power against Moneymakers. This is all to play for, because power could drop out as well. Moneymakers defending their spot in second. Bishke is low, and Al-Haji with Nate over finds Icy. What a big burst from a big boy of the scene. Al-Haji taking names. Easy rolls up to give him the backup he needs. Koa holding first on the ground floor. DBS in hand. No, the SK-12 instead. But it's Koa with the DBS. He's burning away. Low HP. Can they slide a nade in? Because Digba Galaxy are here to play as well. They're on the outskirts. Maybe they look for a third party.
They both fly out around the side. Nade from Easy explodes. There's a player at the window right now. He gets through. Easy's still going. This is a hell of a performance from Easy. Switching guns all over the place. Manages to get the knock, but will not be long for this world where Bishke gets involved. 2 players now for the Moneymakers. 4 eliminations, but likely not to go too much further than this. They're right on that southwest edge. Team Spirit still looking over towards brute force, staring down into the eyes of the beast on that eastern side.
That is a really rough position for brute force as well, on the north edge of that cliff face. With Chudo already still out even further to the north. Team Spirit with a decent hold on that eastern side. The difficulty of this position, Blank, is that the high ground that currently is occupied by the majority of Team Spirit can only really be held fully if they have control of the compound further out to the east. With Kitsune in there, they do have that, but that's only a solo.
And they have to hold him here for now. They were really hoping on an eastern shift on the circle. If they get the east shift on the circle, they're suddenly in a position where it's very easy to win out this game. But the circle does squeeze back inwards towards the west, which gives opportunities for S2G and IWNRX to continue their parade, and S2G just secure another elimination, putting them up to 2. Now 4 points ahead, John, which can feel like an eternity at this stage of the game.
Virtus Pro were eliminated. Their run is over. 4 points on the game. We expected it. Beşiktaş maybe taking a tumble. Ooh, this could be dangerous as well. Remember, Beşiktaş right now 3rd place. They've got 0 eliminations, but they might be able to find a point over towards 3D Max.
What?
Moneymakers nade themselves. They completely unforced error there. Not entirely sure what's going on. Snowix maybe getting rezzed here as in fly Beşiktaş through the smoke. Victor's taking a lot of damage. They roll up, they get that knock. Beşiktaş want more points to be able to secure themselves against the Moneymakers Ascension. Up into that 2nd place, there are some decent cash prize jumps as well. And they want to push up. Poser with the challenge around the side. And that's the last of the 3D Max players to go down. They are in last.
Kine.
All the way. And that is a disappointment. I did not expect 3D Max to be in last place here, but the finals have not gone their way.
I mean, to be honest with you, 92 points. They are currently only just over 20 points shy of 8th place. I think everyone has done incredibly well in this finals, honestly. The more I think about it, everyone has had a really good run. It's just so close. And a 16th place team just doesn't feel like a 16th place team. I do think that you're right in the sense of they have made quite a few mistakes here in this finals. But not too many. But it's more than everyone else. And everyone else is just making minimal mistakes at that. It is very, very difficult to get high in the lobby.
Coming out, it's out to the east. Blank, this gives Team Spirit that opening out to the east. It's a little bit further north than they'd like, but they'll take it. S2G as well. Slap bang in the middle on a small set of buildings. Not much to play around, but again, you will take it.
That is the crash location for a lot of teams on towards S2G's compound. BEŞİKTAŞ up to 1 elim so far. Currently fighting out versus FLUX, who have rocked up over towards their spot right now. But it's IWNRX who is just taking names from across the map right now, John.
They are generating points like there's no tomorrow because Blank there isn't. And they have managed to find themselves in with a little bit more security towards the top 4 than most. Moneymakers trying to go in, but Football is Chaos scythe through them immediately with the spray down. And the Moneymakers are out. That is the first team to drop out in our top spots. 140 now is a margin that if you can jump over, it's likely that you're going to be in. Moneymakers now have to just hold their breath and wait. It's unlikely that enough teams jump over them to see them out, but it's still possible. If BEŞİKTAŞ get more, if IWNRX get more, Gladiators just rolling it down. Looking pretty swift of the catch, but that north-west side looking tough.
This is typically what happens in the final game of the match as well, which is so difficult to deal with for a lot of teams, is the fact that so many squads realize that we need elimination points and we need them now to ladder up, is that a huge amount of players die early. Like at stage 4 for most of our matches for our angle, we have 14 teams still alive and plus 50 players. And it really hurts for so many squads because the more players that get removed from the lobby, the less you have chance to ladder up later on, John, in terms of eliminations and getting those points. So you have to rely over towards the placement points, and sometimes they just aren't enough, John.
It's okay for FLUX versus Matic for Gladiators, and he wins out the DBS trade. The UMP not quite getting enough damage done. It's just frozen now for Gladiators. It once more is towards the bottom of these tables. Valiant efforts, and the Gladiators did have a small glint in their eye today. They've had a few good games, but it takes more than that to make a championship team. And the Gladiators go down. Not quite as illustrious as maybe once we thought. They'll need to put this back together. In comes the crash. NIGMA Galaxy up towards Team Spirit. Team Spirit need to hold this off, but they don't have the power on the forward position to be able to do so. Nomi retreats. He's giving ground. The rest of Team Spirit, are they going to come in for the backup? He's still going to go for the nades. He's still going to go for the suppression. NIGMA Galaxy in a little bit of a divot there. A good nade, but it's just not going to hit. A little bit late onto the vehicles. Perfectly placed, but they've already scattered.
In the moment, though, they have full oversight towards this position. They kind of have to call in for backup. Molotov up front there. Prevent them from moving too far forward. I sort of need Naomi over in this position right now, John, to send over the big nades into this position. But NIGMA Galaxy so far have dodged a lot of these difficult nades over the top by pushing towards that ridge side, which I don't think Team Spirit expected.
Naomi in the grass. Team Spirit allowing NIGMA Galaxy to take the most powerful position now on the south side. Team Spirit have to push this, I think. I don't think they've got another choice. You leave that compound. You move Nomi and Kitsune back up towards this. You find a nade. You find something. And I think NIGMA Galaxy are mounting up for this fight too. IWNRX sending in the meantime. They're getting cut apart. They're getting torn to pieces. Football is Chaos taking them down. BEŞİKTAŞ just going down in the meantime. This is teams in the top 4 going low.
IWNRX taking massive casualties. FLUX down to 2 players. Regnum Kaya still at 2, but living, John, at the moment, which is so difficult right now for S2G and Team Spirit. But S2G has put up points. Nade's going over the top towards Nomi. He takes a hit. They know roughly where he is.
The fight for PMGC is now for Team Spirit. They've disappointed today so far. But now is the hour. Kitsune still holding back. The nade tags Lufa, but not much more than that. Nobody else is scrapping out in this area. Brute Force yet to make their move. Nades continue to fly on in. And NIGMA Galaxy is what stand in the way for Team Spirit and their chance. Lufa low. A lot of damage done here. They're sending these buggies out. You've got to wonder how many more nades they've got, because it is still 3v4 on this location. Molotov forcing them up onto the ridge line. Pair that with a nade up onto this ridge. You might have a winner, but it doesn't look they've got too much more in the back pocket. Naomi has got one, though. He's pulled it out.
They've
Only the one.
At least softened up NIGMA Galaxy by taking down that HP. Those stims have worked on.
Twisted
Last
Minds.
nade goes in. Doesn't do too much. Twisted Minds, like you say, on the southwest side. Sidus goes down for Neos.
RCB on that chase as well, remember, but they're getting picked apart. S2G and Team Spirit now, the teams I'm looking at for the chase. S2G, 4 limbs. A higher possibility that they make it in. But if Team Spirit can make it through, can they transition? Twisted Minds in. NIGMA Galaxy now with suffering force on both sides. Team Spirit can try and third party. They need all the points they can get. Did he manage to pick that one up? That was a spray over to Lufa. There was a knock coming on through. Twisted Minds taking knocks as well. Lord trying to hold off the off angle, and nobody from Team Spirit is down just yet. More points being added, but they've only accrued 1. There's 2 down in front of them. If Ralph goes down as well, they might be able to pick up more. The off angle, they're taking on both of these teams, and they need to do it now. They need to come up big. Nomi, a potential MVP candidate, finds Never Alone. Dami and Yusuf lining up as well, and he's able to find the flush. Dami cooking a nade, wants to put it over to Naomi. This is dangerous, but there's back up from Naomi. Beautiful 1-2 punch, and they sweep on down. NIGMA Galaxy floundering beneath Team Spirit. This is their resurgence chance, but they've still got such a way to go. Yusuf under pressure as nades pour in. The Molotovs are still in the back pocket. He steps out from the nade. Not enough damage. Naomi's there on the back line. Naomi is going to go down, but he doesn't even suffer it. Naomi and Naomi, a powerhouse for Team Spirits. Keep them alive.
Up to 5 elims now. A really, really good chance now for Team Spirit on this side of the map. Prepod does move up in the meantime as Kitsune left that position, and Team Spirit head back over to NIGMA Galaxy to finish this fight off. Twisted Minds might not have made it all the way to the top, but what they certainly have done here is they've allowed Team Spirit to potentially get in. Lord down to low HP, but it's only 1 knock. The rest of the team's coming in very quickly, and they will finish it. 7 eliminations now for Team Spirit.
Prepod for Brute Force, he's moved up. Naomi is knocked. Are they aware of this? He's been quiet so far. He's been moving on foot. He's crawling on in. Could be a potential dangerous turn of events for them. 7 eliminations now. IWNRX as well. Getting taken out. That is everybody ahead. The runway is cleared, blank. And Team Spirit just need to fly.
6th place at the moment. S2G still in the game with 4 eliminations. Right now, Team Spirit is just ahead. Just ahead. And S2G likely on this next circle will be pulled out. Team Spirit looking for more eliminations. They take one hell of a fight down towards that south side versus Twisted Minds and NIGMA Galaxy. Come out victorious with a majority of the points on side for themselves.
At the moment,
a wild
Team Spirit,
way to finish this.
At the moment, Team Spirit are in that last chance position. In order to ladder up, it is 140 points is the mark, blank. Currently, as it stands, Team Spirit would need 25 points on the game to draw level. I haven't checked the tiebreakers yet. They started the game on 115. You can see they're in that 6th place on 122 right now, so they need 18 more points. That would be a big game necessary. They've got 7 eliminations. In order to get a 25-point game, you need 15 total. They want 16 to be free and clear, and the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, John. It's not going to be easy. The only team that's really going to be challenging them too much here is S2G, but they will have got a very nice reset on the stims, on the nades, coming through from both NIGMA Galaxy and Twisted Minds as they poured on in. Prepod.
What a hold on the south for Team Spirit.
Yeah. This is a nice high ground position right now for Brute Force, and it is kind of holding Team Spirit out. Brute Force still with 4 players. Probably the biggest challenge here at the moment for Team Spirit. Yeah, 8 more limbs to draw even. Now, they have 2 chicken dinners, I believe, so far for Team Spirit. And they would have to win the game as well. So I think they would win the tiebreaker regardless. So 8 eliminations.
Right. There's only 11 players left in the lobby.
This is just to go straight to the group stage, by the way.
To get to the group stages directly. They just want S2G to go down first, but if they can pick up Footballers Chaos at the start, this is great. Wild playing in the shadow of Brute Force right now.
Yeah, Football is Chaos. You know, adding 2 points to their tally for S2G, because they've only got 4 eliminations so far. 2 points to the tally would be nice. And again, as S2G has to leave this compound, they're likely to get shot out by the high ground angles coming through from Brute Force. But that circle somewhat keeps them in. Oh no.
That's so dastardly, but Team Spirit, we've said they've been given opportunities and they've had to prove themselves. Now they've had that opportunity taken away. And it is time. There is no choice. There is no try. There is only do.
I like this, though, from them. They are constantly sending shots over towards S2G. I think the circle just about cuts them out of their compound. They have to leave slightly. But puts them in a weird scenario where they're down the hill at the moment, John. So they're certainly not safe. Imagine the finals having the #1 team in it and then 2 squads that are desperately battling out just to survive, John.
RCB could potentially take a chunk out of Brute Force, but no, 2 players commit to it. That might give Team Spirit a little bit more to do. They go in. They're going for a duo push. Nomi sails straight out into the blue. 1 is down. Are they going to sacrifice a player for it? Falcon is strafing. Isn't going to be knocked. He's on the inside and the door frame there to control him. He takes another chunk out of Team Spirit, but they're still alive. 9 eliminations now. Nomi tagging with a tiny amount of HP. Pick him up. He needs the res right now or never. He's picking away, but it's pre-pod to sail in. They are sending shots desperately back his way, and they take him down. It's S2G to play savior potentially to the pre-pod off angle.
No way. Imagine being S2G and saving the 1 team that could knock you out. Oh, they just don't know. They don't know, John.
It's Brute Force. 3 players from Team Spirit and all 4 of S2G. But look at the ridge that Team Spirit have to cross. 9 eliminations is not enough right now to see them up. They need S2G to go down. Effect bringing that vehicle back on side. And S2G are just surviving. They know what they're about here.
If you're S2G, the good thing for Team Spirit is if they can lay low, when S2G has to leave this compound, Brute Force is absolutely going to annihilate them, but they are also looking over towards Team Spirit. They need to go out later. CEO later, already down. Goodness me, John.
Calci getting strafed across by Chudo, but not eating bullets there. Everybody's right on the edge. This goes to Team Spirit with a circle. Look how close it is to them, but can they have any cover there? S2G going to have to leave. With 9 eliminations, they need 6 more to draw level. They need everything in this lobby. They need it all, and they need it now. Effect steps up against Chudo, but is knocked in response.
They need basically... They could lose one of these eliminations to another team. They could lose 1, but that's it. See you later goes down. Nice shot from Naomi. Has to look back over towards the top side. We'll step up.
Forwards.
Taking more damage.
Oh no. Brute Force are forwards now. They've got a position. Naomi spotted. That's from Brute Force. I don't think you get this res. He's just getting blinked away there. Falls back behind the vehicle. I mean, maybe, but the zone is coming. And Brute Force have already moved forwards. S2G, if they go down here, Team Spirit might have secured their spot. In fact, they would have done into that 6th place.
Yeah, this is smart. This is smart, though, because they go behind the vehicle. They know they just need to live until the circle pushes Brute Force off their high ground. S2G taking shots over towards them. Effect has to stand up, but he's constantly taking damage here, John.
They are just being brutalized on this crossing. Kelsey down, and S2G desperately taking shots out towards Team Spirit to stay alive. Razy low. Chudo may have this one stolen away from him, and Kitsune's down as well. It is desperation right now in S2G. Are they going to rise to the occasion? CEO later taken down, and it's the back lines. Nobody is safe here. Brute force on 2, but they move forwards. Razy trying to cross, and Effect is chiming in as well. Team Spirit desperately fending off against S2G as one goes down and Chudo steals a second. They can't make it to group stages, but they have a last chance.
That's it.
It's Team Spirit to make it all the way. Brute Force will be able to take this top spot. No one will be able to stand there. But Team Spirit, with the eliminations that they've got, with the run that they've made, might have one more shot at glory over in the PMWC. They're aware they're breaking out, and Naomi wants to put the icing on the cake. He steps out for Chudo. Freezer behind the rock, and Team Spirit with 10. They want more. Can they find it? Effects down. Kitsune and Naomi moving across the open plains.
It's Freezer, the young upstart, coming through from Brute Force. He started with the team, and now he's going to finish for the team here in the final match of the PMSL EMEA.
Naomi leading out. Popping the shots. They have the closer side of the circle. Freezer at the disadvantage. 1 smoke, 2 flashes, 2 first aids, a nade up. And a ragtag group of Team Spirit put their mark on this match. Freezer breaks out to the left. Last nade for Kitsune. Sent in as a volley. They clear it. Oh, Freezer. Oh, Freezer, please. No, not like this. He steps out and gets Naomi. Kitsune can't do it, but it's all up to the big man himself. He's behind the rocket. He can't do it. Freezer clears a 1v2. Brute Force put yet another chicken dinner on the tables. Team Spirit have done enough, but I am so excited for Brute Force to see what they're going to bring our champions. A chicken dinner, a championship team. What a finals this team has put up for themselves.
Makes life easy for us as well. We get to celebrate the chicken dinner and the champions at the same time. Hugs all around. Neos was desperately trying to calm the nerves today and calm the excitement towards the end of the day too. What an awesome set of games it's been from Brute Force throughout this finals. The comeback kids in action. Can never count these guys out. And they will now sign their ticket over to EWC.
Get those stamps down. Get those signatures on. You're off to PMWC. What a strong performance. And right at the end there, Team Spirit making their mark as well. But right now, it's all about Brute Force. Pre-pod. Neo. Freezer. And of course, Chudo for Brute Force. A magnificent roster. The comeback kids.
Duna's proud here, John. Really nicely done. I'm so happy for them. I'm so happy for them because they have been down on their luck before. I've known these players for quite a while as well in terms of their other tournaments. They've been constantly on the up and up. Right, always the young upstarts, never quite hitting the highest of strides. They bring Freezer in to join their crew, and he ends up being one of the most effective players throughout this entire tournament.
Shout out to their bench. Samo as well. Giving them credit. And it is, of course, a team effort from everybody over at Brute Force to have made this happen. I think they might just be heading over to the trophy. Let's get that bad boy in the air.
$55,000 taken away for Brute Force, John.
And they give it to the rookie. PMSL EMEA. Your champions. Your titans. Brute Force.
It's been one hell of a tournament, John, so far. I've definitely enjoyed every step of the way, but it was so incredibly tight towards the end. I'm so happy for these guys, though. Again, I think throughout the entirety of the finals, they have been very, very consistent. Consistently destructive in terms of performance-wise, which is so nice.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's been a crazy game. That last match, though, imagine S2G. Oh, just thinking back on it makes me feel sick. Where the S2G took down Prepod from Brute Force, who was about to destroy Team Spirit, and that would have probably secured S2G's position over towards that survival stage. But instead, they help them. You know, they give them a helping hand. They just push them up the stairs. There you go. Off to the survival stage. Better you than me. I don't want that kind of stress behind me on S2G.
I mean, to be honest, I think I would have been more disappointed if Team Spirit didn't make it to PMWC than if S2G didn't make it, which is the reality that we see ourselves in. I think that this roster should have been a lot higher up these tables. This should have been one of our 4, but in the end, they didn't deserve it. They didn't perform in the finals. They did just about manage to squeak in, and it all came down to that early rotation up the east side, right? They read it. They knew immediately they had to take that hillside. Kitsune protected that compound, and they were able to hold on to it. What a fight from Team Spirit against NIGMA Galaxy and Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, it's honestly it's the Kitsune adjustment in action, right? You know, it's the classic rotational chiropractor, and he will adjust your rotations upon necessary, because they did have like a little bit of a nice little split over towards that northeast side, which gave them an immediate response time over towards that position, and I think that definitely helps them out. Again, they get thrown a bone at the end there with the circle coming back down towards them, but again, that takes really good knowledge of the terrain that they're in, where they're like, we just need to sit behind the car and live for the next 30 seconds, because they have to come off that high ground at some point, and we'll survive. Let's take a look at that overall and find out exactly how things panned out here for us in the PMSL EMEA. You can see these are all the teams that did not make it from our second page. We have to say goodbye to all of them. It will only be, I think, one European team heading through to the EWC, which is sad. Virtus Pro, Gladiators 3DMX, not doing so great. Twisted Minds, although down in 15th place, big round of applause to them. I think they are the team that improved the most throughout this entire tournament.
And obviously, out of the 2 of them, they did not finish higher than Power, which means Power will get that direct invite for the host country of PMWC as well. We're shifting up to the top spot, and there it is. S2G 3 points shy, but look at that, top spot champions. It will be Brute Force with 55k, 183 points, outperforming the 10-point average. Blank, that is exactly what a dominating team should be able to do.
Yeah.
IWNRX, BEŞİKTAŞ Esports Black, Moneymakers joining them over at PMWC. And there is one last chance for Team Spirit.
Power squeezed out as well on that final game, down to 127. They were really giving it their all with Team Spirit and S2G. They knew how much that game meant to them. But yeah, for the boys over on Moneymakers, Brute Force, IWNRX, and BEŞİKTAŞ all will be qualifying straight through the group stage. Team Spirit heading over to that survival stage to see if they can eke it out again. Kitsune once again in that awkward position of on the precipice of success, and Power with their Saudi direct invite. To be honest with you, I think Power, wonderful team. Even if they didn't get a direct invite, I would be happy to see them there at the EWC. So it feels like we get an extra spot, which was very much warranted for Power.
I'm excited to see what Power are going to be able to do over at PMWC. I think, like you say, this is an emergent team that absolutely deserves this spot. I mean, given the caliber of this lobby, there is no doubt in my mind that this is a team to be feared over in PMWC.
I need Power to go to EWC because I need to get El Hadji's signature, to be honest.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of him, honestly. I really like the fact that, last year, even in the the survival stage, I think it was for PMGC, he was putting on an absolute show all on his lonesome. And he just never stopped. He never stopped, almost got his team in off the back of it. So he's a real trooper, and I'm glad he's found his team now, and they work together really nicely. So I'm excited to see Power work there. IWNRX, also pleased they made it in. All right, because they're a great team. They're a really good team. And there was a moment where we were like, IWNRX is not going to make it.
Yeah, it was really quite strange. But there is still a couple of accolades to give out. The MVP, and it is Zedwolf from IWNRX. 35,000 damage inflicted to his opponents over the course of both League Stage and these finals. 131 elims. He is both the MVP and the elimination leader. There was still someone who did more damage than he did, Ro. It was Nomi from Team Spirit, but given their finals, he just slipped that little bit too far behind to get that MVP title.
Yeah, I think Nomi also slipped back into some bad habits on his off angles. I think he needs to play a little bit more with the team. He's a great, great player. And you need to tell him that, but you also need to tell him that you are also part of a team. I mean, you've got to be a team player as well as being a great player. So I think for Nomi, that's something that can be sorted out because he is one of the most talented young players over in Europe. Just coming through onto Major Pride kind of seemed like a little bit of a strange new face. Didn't do great at the start, but he has developed into an absolute powerhouse over on Team Spirit. Now, here's Brute Force's stats. 6,707. I think that this is just the final stats the overall.
Finals, yeah. They have done
wild.
So much work from pre-pod, getting 35 eliminations. I mean, Chudo, I think overall was their highest performing player across all phases as well, when you include those league stages. So pre-pod, obviously a preeminent force in these finals, and my God, they absolutely had that under control. Freezer as well. What a debut for this player. He has had a mad one. And like, I'm not even going to wait. I don't know if we're announcing it properly or officially, but he is the rising star of this tournament. That is going to be going to him. There is no two ways about it. This is a first-time player at this level in either PMPL or PMSL. That is $2,000 in his pocket, and that is so well deserved.
Yeah, he's going down to outer space. I don't think he's coming back anytime soon either. This guy is definitely one for international tournaments in the future. Honestly, I think that the boys who are on Brute Force really lucky to find him wherever they dug him out from. He is really, really, really good. And I hope he continues to play PUBG Mobile for quite some time because he has something very special about him. Here's IWNRX, 6,300 damage from Zedwolf. This guy probably doesn't need the Kitsune chiropractor treatment, but he just needs the chiropractor treatment because his back must be sore from all the carrying he's been doing throughout this entire tournament. It is sort of nuts.
Very, very painful stuff for him to be lugging that one along. I think when it comes to the finals, it is Brute Force who do have the MVP of just the finals. Pre-pod was able to take that accolade. We saw their stats earlier, and it was actually a 1-2-3 punch for the top 3 MVP candidates of just finals with Pre-pod, then Chudo, then Freezer. Effect was still up there, but then it became Zedwolf in 5th place on the overall finals MVP, which I don't think is an official title. I'm just looking at some of the stats that we've got. There is no reward for that other than just pride for being able to jump up there. Top 5, very, very strong stuff. I was a little bit weighed down by the early phases of those finals, though, for IWNRX.
Yeah, I again, it's sort of... Is it a case that if Zedwolf's not playing well, the whole team just cannot keep up? Here's BEŞİKTAŞ here. Again, another team with a player on this side. Kakali, so good in those long-range pickoffs. Lewis, incredible clutch player. Poser, overall, just very consistent on the team. Toshbik, a little bit less on that side, honestly. I think Toshbik could... To be honest with you, he does play backstop quite a bit, so these stats do sort of make sense. But yeah, the overall BEŞİKTAŞ really worked their butts off, let's say, in this finals to get over towards this top side, because it certainly didn't feel like... this is probably the team that is the big surprise coming into the finals. I mean, Brute Force have brutally shown why they deserve to be up there, but BEŞİKTAŞ just didn't have that same kind of performance over in the league stage at all, and they had to work even harder because they didn't have the bonus points to show for it over in the finals. So well done to BEŞİKTAŞ overall. I know that a lot of times I said that I wasn't sure about them being up there, but they certainly have swayed my opinion by the end of this finals. Some really good players on the side. I do have a bit of a... I am very, very excited to see Kakali play in the EWC, because it's probably one of the most accurate players I have seen in PUBG Mobile in quite a while.
Besiktas qualified for the finals in 13th place, right, as well. So it's crazy that they were able to jump that far on up.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wild what they were able to do. The moneymakers have had their moments as well. They certainly put the pedal to the metal. Right towards the end, though, it did get a little bit squeaky. They were, I believe, our 4th place team, and they were able to hold that 140 points away, just out of arm's reach of Team Spirit. And it came back to what you were talking about, right, in that final game of teams going down a lot early to those early engagements, knowing that they needed big, bombastic games. It just shredded the lobby, and Team Spirit couldn't pick up enough momentum to be able to take that one over the last hurdle.
Yeah, which is sort of unfortunate for him there. But I do think for Moneymakers, some of those clutch performances have been crazy. Koa sort of went out of his mind in these finals, was hitting some unreal shots, John, which is nice to see. But I do think every one of those players on Moneymakers has a specific role that they play within the team.
Yeah, their third party's phenomenal. A team that has really sort of perfected that art, I think, in these finals.
Yeah.
They have, unfortunately, not been
nuisance.
able to execute that in every scenario during their league stages. So potentially something to work on before July, where they will be seen at the PMWC. I think that's something that they definitely should address, because they absolutely seem to fix it in towards those finals, and being that nuisance play, right? Waiting in kind of stinky positions, right? When they were maybe should have gone a little bit faster, waiting for fights near them to pop off and just going, right, those are our points now. We'll have those. Cheers. Thanks very much.
Oh, it's so frustrating to play up against. I can only imagine how that feels to come up against a team that is just waiting for the opportune moment. Even sometimes they'll wait to the point where it's not very advisable for themselves. Like, they are so certain that a fight is going to start that they'll wait until their back is crushed up against the blue before they send in the troops to try and take down another team. Awesome play overall from them.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was really quite something to watch these players develop their strategies over the course of the weeks, and to see the effect that it had on the rest of the lobby, because it was tough going, let me tell you. The fact that they came up in 4th, I feel like, is just, again, another testament to how close this lobby was. The fact that they were able to have such great games and still only come 4th is pretty wild. But they have managed to make it to the group stages, so they won't be super unhappy about only getting 17 grand, right? They'll be okay with that one, I'm sure. For the moneymakers, that is going to be plenty of money for the time being, and their money-making opportunities added on at PMWC.
Yeah, 100%. I think for all of our teams here, they're able to get themselves some good cash in the back pocket, right? Which is lovely to see. Don't forget the Mecha Fusion as well. Able to get some money from that side of things.
Oh, true.
I think that, yeah, 2,500. Sadly, it went to Virtus Pro, who, they were able to get some money from the finals there, but they didn't head through to the EWC or qualify. Hello, it's the Moneymakers. They've
Look at that.
signed their tickets.
They have stamped their tickets over towards PMWC, signing those off. We will be heading in with them over towards Riyadh later in July. It's going to be excellent, I'm sure, to see what they've got on that international stage. I am slightly worried for their small vulnerabilities, for their sprinty style as well. And the same for Brute Force, I have to say, is that sprinty style could potentially come back to bite them in those league stages, in the group stages as well. So we'll have to wait and see just what they're able to bring for that international stage, because I think that when it comes to holding off a third party, the style of EMEA may not be replicated in these other regions, right? They may have a very different approach to it. As we hop on over to the survival stage team, very, very happy to be writing their names on those tickets, because they only just made it for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they only just made it in right at the final moment. And in fact, their arch nemesis team in S2G gave them a helping hand.
I know.
They will have to certainly, I guess, pay back the favor at some point. You'd hope, right? You'd hope.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, yeah, S2G absolutely snatching defeat from the jaws of victory on that one. It was really quite unfortunate to take down that off angle, but they were already sending shots out that way. As we take a look at Power signing their tickets, obviously the host nation invite And we do need. You're gonna be trying to steal Al Hadji's ticket. I can tell already.
I will do. But I wish he wouldn't be so Al Sadji because he just qualified through to EWC. Like he should be Al Happy. I think I've seen him Al Happy one time. All the other times he's just felt very serious.
Hey, I'm sure
which is fair enough. He's got to do the work.
If we get to meet him, I'm sure he'll be pretty Al Happy about that.
I hope so. I hope so. He's a cool guy. Yeah. He's got some great plays.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Undeniably, there was some really, really special stuff coming through from Power. Excellent team in a gunfight. Excellent team in a pinch. Able to do a lot to control everything. I think there's only one team we haven't seen sign their tickets, and that's IWNRX, I think, haven't yet shown us that they've written their names on a bit of cardboard. But I'm sure you'll see that if you head over to our socials down below. You can see on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok as well. They're all going to be posted there. All the stats, all the goodies, they're going to be lined up in a row for your delight and amusement.
Absolutely. You can find us over at Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Make sure you check in for all the most fantastical moments that we made sure to capture on stream. What do you mean? They were fantastic.
No, I had a little ducktail on my hair down my headphones. It wasn't going well for me. It's all right.
Yeah, you did kind of bring out the B game in terms of the hairstyle today.
I know. I've got to be looking a little bit fresher for the PMWC, I think, and that's exactly what you guys could do with the PMSL pass, making sure that you're heading on over. It's from May 31st, which, if you don't know, has already happened, until June 30th, which hasn't happened yet. You still got a couple of days left for that one, so make sure you're heading over to get the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45 for the PMSL Powerhouse skins. Look at that. Kelsey Lord representing EMEA. Well, actually, neither of them will be over at PMWC, unfortunately. Hey, look, I had to do it to him.
Hey.
And the rest of the players as well across the board. Yumi, Top, and Carrillo looking very, very good. They might not be going to PMWC, but they certainly were here.
I need to finish this strong.
EMEA X PMSL pass to redeem the points vouchers on the suits, and yeah, there we go. Giving Lord a little microphone hat down there on the little graphic.
Yeah, I mean, every time we've shown it, he has been he has been the holder of the microphone. Every single time, it just extends out of his hair. So I felt like that was probably the best way to cap off the show if we continue with that trend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, make sure you're heading over to unlock that. You get points vouchers to help you unlock those skins for the PMSL Powerhouse event. Make sure you're checking that out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've been Blank. That over there is John. We've had a fantastic time here over the PMSL EMEA finals. We saw some crazy commotion. We saw probably one of the most competitive finals in the history of PUBG Mobile. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it to be so. It's been awesome, and we really appreciate you guys coming around every single day. Even if you skip some days, that's okay too, as long as you're here for the finals, the final day, before we headed over towards EWC. That's the most important part. All right, that's the most important thing. You were here for the final day, and you saw exactly who stamped their tickets, and you really did, because we signed them in real time.
Oh yeah, there is only one thing left to do. It is another big congratulations to Brute Force. What a dominant performance in these finals, breaking that 10-point average barrier. There is no doubt in my mind that they are a force to be reckoned with, but are they going to be able to continue their legacy over at PMWC as the champions of PMSL EMEA? It's going to be good to watch. I am looking forward to it, Blank. We are absolutely thrilled to be taking some of our best teams over with us. And of course, remember that the INFINIX GT20 Pro has been powering all of this tournament all along, the most supported team, according to our polls, Power Esports, and they will be seen at PMWC. They will have that accolade of the host invite country, the highest performing team from the region.
For a second there, I thought it meant like the phones had come together and had a conversation like, we support Power Esports the most. So I didn't get it for a second. I guess it's polls, the Infinix polls. Interesting. I support Power too. All right, come on.
Yeah.
Chill out, Infinix.
We all do.
You can't be as big of a fan as me.
Well, I don't know. It depends if they stack many, many phones on top of each other. Maybe. Maybe one day they can aspire to that. But for now, you can remain one of their biggest fans, and I'm sure there's plenty more out there as well. We'll be seeing them along with 5 of our other teams from EMEA in the PMWC. Make sure you tune in, starting from the 19th of July. We'll see you guys over there. For now, goodbye.